Chapter 121, I choose a supreme treasure. This guy really held back. It hurts, my lord. Gao Xiang struck the snake woman's buttocks with the flat of his axe. Although it was painful, the snake woman became even more excited. Oh my god. When Gao Xiang kicked the minotaur in the head, the minotaur instantly felt as if several little birds were flying around above his head. After playing with these three poor guys for half an hour, Gao Xiang swung his axe, and the three of them died instantly. Upon reaching the mountainside and the summit, Gao Xiang stopped wasting time and made quick work of his opponents. Primordial Chaos City, the exit of the passageway connecting to the primal universe. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness. 1 Undying, 10 World Lords, and 100 Territory Lord ranks stood up the moment they saw Gao Xiang enter the primal universe's reception ship and bowed to him. When Gao Xiang successfully left the primal universe and appeared in the reception palace of the primordial universe, he did not leave immediately but instead attempted his breakthrough right there. The primordial universe was different from the primal universe. Although Gao Xiang wanted to break through to the Territory Lord rank, the conditions did not allow it, and the world within his body could not change. The world within his body shifted frantically, transforming from a black hole-like cosmic space into a golden sphere. This golden sphere was Gao Xiang's life core. With the life core, Gao Xiang's head was no longer a weak point. Even if his head were to explode, he would be able to reform it. Congratulations to Your Highness on successfully stepping into the Territory Lord rank. Upon learning that Gao Xiang had just made a breakthrough, the staff members rushed over to offer their congratulations, hoping to leave a good impression. Can the reception ship depart now? Yes, Your Highness. Gao Xiang's status was special, and he was qualified to use the reception ship at any time. We are truly lucky. If it weren't for this Highness, we would likely have had to wait another month. Some of the comprehenders who had just arrived were secretly sending voice transmissions to thank Gao Xiang. After returning to his residence in Primordial Chaos City, Gao Xiang continued to seclude himself for comprehension until 1 year later. Master, there is a call request from the Lord of Ganwu. Greetings, teacher. Gao Xiang, come with me now to meet the Master of Void Gold. All right. The virtual universe, an independent and vast spatial plane. Gao Xiang saw a tall man in golden armor ahead. Gao Xiang greets the Master of Void Gold. Little guy, you are very lucky to have been favored by the great axe founder. However, your strength is still very weak right now, so I will accept you as a disciple on his behalf for the time being. Once your strength reaches the undying level, the great axe founder will naturally summon you. Very well, teacher Master of Void Gold. By the way, this is the complete version of the Axe Force technique for you. This is a complete set of secret techniques personally compiled by the great axe founder. As long as your talent is exceptional, you can cultivate all the way to the 32nd level of the heavenly bridge, reaching the pinnacle of humanity. The Lord of Ganwu, who was standing to the side, was also extremely shocked. Gao Xiang, do you know how many points the first 27 volumes of the Axe Force technique cost in total? I don't know. Gao Xiang did not have the authorization. He had always thought that the Axe Force technique only consisted of the first 4 diagrams corresponding to the giant axe chaos steel. It costs a total of 150 billion points. And the subsequent volumes are even more priceless. So much. Gao Xiang remembered that Theospace-Time essays that Luo Feng had originally comprehended, which corresponded to the complete 9 universes chaos steel, cost 100 billion points for the entire set. Ha ha ha. These are nothing. Do you know how many benefits the great axe founder gave up to the Virtual Universe Corporation in order to take you as a disciple? According to the plan, the Master of Void Gold would summon Gao Xiang after he cleared the heavenly bridge. By the time the Master of Void Gold summoned Gao Xiang, a year had already passed. During this year, the 2 major forces had not yet fully finalized the ultimate concession plan. Gao Xiang, you may leave if there is nothing else. If you have any doubts regarding your cultivation, you can find me in the virtual universe at any time. The Master of Void Gold had conveyed his message and decided to let Gao Xiang leave first. All right. After Gao Xiang left, only the Lord of Ganwu and the Master of Void Gold remained. The master of void gold stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, Ganwu, O Ganwu, you have already been resurrected by the great axe founder 3 times, and you owe the race too many supreme treasure points. The lord of Ganwu's first 3 resurrections were extremely difficult because he possessed too many treasures, so only the great axe founder could handle them. Later, the great axe founder explicitly told the lord of Ganwu that if he were to fall again, he would not intervene. I know that. The lord of Ganwu lowered his head, his mood complex. However, you are lucky to have taken in a disciple. The great axe founder says he will give you 2 choices. The lord of Ganwu was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming. Please tell me, master of void gold. The first choice is that the great axe founder grants you 1 free resurrection opportunity. The second choice is to grant you a supreme treasure of equivalent value. Which one do you choose? The lord of Ganwu lowered his head and instantly fell into deep thought. Which one should he choose? If he obtained a supreme treasure, his strength would greatly increase, and his chances of obtaining treasures when going to the primal star would be greater. If he obtained a free resurrection opportunity, he could recklessly seize treasures on the primal star without any worries. For a moment, the lord of Ganwu was hesitant. The master of void gold turned around and looked at the hesitant lord of Ganwu. He shook his head slightly, knowing that the lord of Ganwu had not given up and must still want to venture into the primal star again. By the way, there is a third choice. The great axe founder will help you repay a portion of the supreme treasure points you owe for your previous resurrections. I choose the supreme treasure. The lord of Ganwu suddenly said loudly. He had figured it out. He was still going to the primal star next time. Haha, you have guts. I hope you have a bountiful harvest on your next trip to the primal star, and don't fall again. After saying this, the master of void gold disappeared. As for the lord of Ganwu's supreme treasure, he would need to ask the great axe founder for it himself. At this moment, Gao Xiang did not know that because of him, the lord of Ganwu had actually obtained a supreme treasure. 10 days later, an undying in black appeared in front of Gao Xiang's small building. Your Highness Gao Xiang, the nutrient capsules you requested have been delivered. Thank you. Gao Xiang placed the nutrient capsules on the 2nd floor of the small building. There were 2 nutrient capsules in total. One was for him to go from the 1st to the 9th level of the Territory Lord rank. The other was for him to go from the 1st to the 9th level of the World Lord rank. He was currently residing in Primordial Chaos City for the long term, so the requested nutrient capsules could only be delivered to Primordial Chaos City. 1 year later, Gao Xiang emerged from the Territory Lord rank nutrient capsule. He was now a 9th level Territory Lord rank powerhouse. The Immortal Altar. The Immortal Altar could test combat power. To advance to the Undying level, one's combat power must reach 100. Please use your elbow, knee, fist, head, and sole of your foot to strike the sensors in front of you. Gao Xiang struck the sensors in front of him with these 5 body parts one after another. Power 100 times. Reward points, 50,000. Not bad. After receiving the points, Gao Xiang turned and left. Next, he was going to challenge the Illusion Sea. 1 day later, Gao Xiang walked out of the Illusion Sea. His performance in the Illusion Sea was average. He reached the Undying level, but it was not as heaven-defying as when he cleared the Heavenly Bridge. Chapter 122, Stepping into the Law of Time. It's a pity I'm not from Earth, otherwise, my level in the Illusion Sea would certainly be remarkable. The Illusion Sea tests willpower. Gao Xiang's willpower has always been decent. But compared to Hong, his willpower is still far too lacking. The news of Gao Xiang becoming a named disciple of the Great Axe founder, with the Master of Void Gold acting as a proxy to accept him as a disciple, did not spread among the upper echelons of the 2 major powers. Only a few universe lords knew of it. Master. Venerable Shihuo looked respectfully at the Master of Void Gold before him. Venerable Shihuo was very proud. He had cultivated for a very short time and already reached the Universe Exalt level. The only powerhouses he could admire were the Universe Lords and the strongest human, the Great Axe founder. I have some news for you. Gao Xiang of the Virtual Universe Corporation is now my disciple, which makes him your junior brother. What? Venerable Shihuo didn't react immediately, thinking he had misheard. Master, that kid is from the Virtual Universe Corporation, wouldn't that be against the rules? Correct, he is from the Virtual Universe Corporation, but I am responsible for his apprenticeship. Understood. Venerable Shihuo was 100% unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept it. By the way, why haven't you cancelled that wanted mission yet? Very well, I will cancel it immediately. Gao Xiang had long since left Demon Mountain, but Venerable Shihuo had never cancelled the mission, resulting in an extra Demon Mountain mission always being present within the corporation. Also, go find Gao Xiang yourself and remember to offer him an apology. Master, that brat killed my disciple, why must I go? Venerable Shihuo was furious inside and wanted to explode, but upon seeing the gaze of the Master of Void Gold, he could only grit his teeth and say, very well. After leaving the virtual universe, Venerable Shihuo felt stifled with anger. It was his disciple who had been killed by the other party, yet he was the one who had to go and apologize in person. Gao Xiang, who was in the middle of comprehending the law, suddenly received a call request from Venerable Shihuo. Master, a call request from Venerable Shihuo. To clarify his identity, the other party had specifically noted his name. What is going on? This guy just won't give up, will he? Gao Zhang's face turned cold, he didn't really want to see Venerable Shihuo. Venerable Shihuo. After entering the call, Gao Xiang saw the cold-faced Venerable Shihuo, and he knew the other party must be 100% unwilling. Gao Xiang, my junior brother. I know all about your situation, and this is for you. A jade green fruit appeared before the two of them. This is a Bai Shen fruit, after eating it, you can double your life genes. Like the devil fruit, the Bai Shen fruit originates from dangerous universe secret realms. After consuming it, one can double their life genes, but the effect only works once. He had once obtained 3 of them. He ate one himself, gave another to his only son, King Yanzu, and gave the last one to Gao Xiang. Thank you. Gao Xiang roughly guessed the other party's intention. This was the virtual universe, and the Bai Shen fruit was a simulation. The physical object would take some time to be delivered. Gao Xiang ended the call with Venerable Shihuo hastily. The grudge between the two was temporarily put to rest. Gao Xiang. At Luo Bin King's public lecture, Ji Feng's voice came from beside Gao Xiang. Ji Feng was a genius who comprehended the law of space. After learning that Gao Xiang went to listen to the public lecture by the Law of Time Great Master, Luo Bin King, she decided to waste some precious time and follow Gao Xiang to attend the lecture. After 10 days of listening, Ji Feng was still completely confused, as if listening to a heavenly book. Comprehending 2 supreme laws simultaneously is, for almost all geniuses, nothing more than a pipe dream. Ji Feng followed Gao Zhang's advice and chose to break through to the Territory Lord rank early. Gao Xiang told her that the World Lord stage is the best time to comprehend supreme laws, and the earlier one becomes a World Lord, the better. This public lecture on the law of time was the first time Gao Xiang had studied a course related to the law of time. Luo Bin King is skilled in time invasion, time aging, time illusion, and time seal. He is a top-tier time champion great master in Primordial Chaos City. This time, he was teaching the 108 essences of time. He had to explain all the essences of time in just 10 days, so he could only cover the surface of each essence. His course this time served more as an introductory enlightenment. Do you have any questions? Gao Xiang looked at Ji Feng's bewildered expression. The first essence of time is so convoluted, I still haven't figured it out. The 108 essences of time are all different and are independent entities. Wanting to master them requires not only a vast amount of time but also strong comprehension ability. This is simple. Gao Xiang looked at Ji Feng and began to gesture. The first essence of time is like a long novel, we just need to understand the plot inside. Once the plot is understood, we can slowly learn every detail within it. The vast hall was already empty, leaving only Gao Xiang and Ji Feng behind. Gao Xiang told Ji Feng his own understanding, combined with Luo Bin King's explanation, one by one. Just for the first essence of time, Gao Xiang spent a full 7 days to finish explaining it completely. Ji Feng was greatly astonished as she listened. She wrote down every word, and she had actually written a record of a full 10 million words in the virtual universe. Gao Xiang, this is your first time listening to a public lecture on the law of time, yet you have such a deep understanding of time. I feel your teaching level is actually higher than Luo Bin King's. Ji Feng admired Gao Xiang from the bottom of her heart. No wonder the other party was able to pass the 13th level of the heavenly bridge while at the universe rank. Luo Bin King is the one who is truly amazing, his explanations were very on point. It's just that time was limited, so he could only skim the surface. Little guy, you actually said I was skimming the surface. It seems you have your own unique insights into the law of time. Behind the two, without knowing when, a middle-aged man in white had appeared. Greetings, Luo Bin King. Gao Xiang stood up and bowed. Luo Bin King, I offended you just now. Ji Feng lowered her head to apologize, guessing that her comment about Gao Xiang's teaching level being better than Luo Bin King's had likely been overheard. I heard your lecture just now. Gao Xiang, your teaching level is indeed not bad, although your comprehension of the law of time is too shallow. Luo Bin King wanted to acknowledge Gao Xiang's good comprehension ability without losing his own face, so he compromised and said, I have disturbed you, Luo Bin King. After bowing, Gao Xiang prepared to leave. Take this. Before Gao Xiang left, Luo Bin King took out a secret technique electronic card from his space ring. This is my self-created secret technique, Reflections on Time. It contains a detailed introduction to the 108 essences of time. Thank you. Gao Xiang took Reflections on Time. He had learned about the secret technique, Reflections on Time. It is a complete set of secret techniques for the law of time. It is divided into 3 major parts: the initial chapter, the advanced chapter, and the final chapter. The initial chapter contains an analysis of the 108 essences of space. The advanced chapter includes some minor branches of the law of time, as well as some secret techniques corresponding to the law of time. The final chapter is the deepest comprehension and application of the law of time, which at least requires a powerhouse at the champion level of the Tao of time to be able to use it. Reflections on Time encompasses the life's work of Luo Bin King, and the exchange price in the Virtual Universe Corporation is 5 billion points. Chapter 123, 7 Sky Collapsing Forms. Luo Bin King. As Ji Feng was about to leave, she looked at Luo Bin King with some reluctance. Gao Xiang had received the true teachings from him, and she was very envious of this. Fine. Luo Bin King had not intended to bestow anything good upon Ji Feng, because he knew that this Ji Feng was not a genius in the Tao of time at all. However, since she had already shamelessly asked for it, he had no choice but to give her something to send her away. This is the Luo Bin Notes, which contains a detailed record of my insights into 108 essences of time. The Luo Bin Notes was a decent introductory secret technique for time, equivalent in status to the floating blood secret canon of the law of space, and its exchange price in the Virtual Universe Corporation was 850 points. That Luo Bin King was able to give Ji Feng a secret technique was purely out of consideration for the fact that she was a disciple of King Haiwu. Primordial Chaos City, inside Gao Xiang's small building. Teacher Carlo. Molly. Gao Xiang respectfully welcomed Teacher Carlo and Molly into his small building. Carlo was a member of the Apocalypse Secret Region. After entering the Apocalypse Secret Region during the Strongest Warrior tournament, his performance had been mediocre. Fortunately, he had such an impressive disciple in Gao Xiang, who not only bestowed upon him many treasures for cultivation but also provided him with some answers regarding his insights. With Gao Xiang's help, Carlo's strength had improved rapidly over these 100 years, and now, among the Territory Lord rank members of the Apocalypse Secret Region, he was considered somewhat famous. Molly's talent was even worse than Carlo's. Fortunately, she also had Gao Xiang's help, receiving not only his guidance but also a large supply of cultivation resources. Gao Xiang had found a way to secure a spot for her in the internal member training of the Virtual Universe Corporation, which finally allowed her to barely make it into the Apocalypse Secret Region. Fetty had now also become a Territory Lord rank powerhouse, and with Gao Xiang's support, he had become the latest clan chief of the Carroll family. In short, Gao Xiang was not a loner, he had an entire Carroll family behind him. With Gao Xiang's help, the entire Carroll family had now become a medium-level civilization cosmic nation comparable in strength and status to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. However, Gao Xiang was not a pushover. Those elders who had originally opposed continuing to nurture Gao Xiang had now received the punishment they deserved. After Fedi became clan chief, he expelled those elders from the Carroll family, and from then on, they had no further connection with the Carroll family. If it weren't for the fact that the father and son, Meng Tuo and Lyle, had died early, Gao Xiang would definitely have sentenced them to death. After briefly understanding the recent situation of the family, Gao Xiang no longer paid attention to other changes in the Carroll family. He had no children, no wife, and was a loner. Although he was a member of the Carroll family, he was more like old ancestor Carlo, staying out of affairs, only deciding whether to intervene when the family was in trouble. Gao Xiang, I have some doubts regarding the law of space that I would like to ask you about. Carlo rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. He used to be the one guiding this family junior. Who would have known that their positions would be reversed now? After entering the Apocalypse secret region, Carlo had no instructor and could only listen to some public lectures. How could listening to public lectures compare to having a teacher explain things individually? Furthermore, there would be no teacher to specifically answer one's questions. Nine Eyes, you are responsible for guiding my teacher. Gao Xiang released the nine-eyed cobra from the internal world of his star-eating grass. A giant cobra with a shocking length of 6 kilometers appeared before Molly and Carlo. My God, it's so big, and it's actually a World Lord peak rank snake. Molly covered her mouth, looking at the nine-eyed cobra in great surprise. My body has already shrunk quite a lot. The nine-eyed cobra looked at the two ignorant humans with some disdain. She had cultivated an innate secret technique similar to main body heaven and earth, which had caused her current body length to be greatly reduced. Speak, what questions do you have? The nine-eyed cobra's cold voice made Carlo, who was standing to the side, swallow hard. Since when did his disciple possess a World Lord peak rank servant? He knew very little about many of Gao Xiang's secrets. If he knew that Gao Xiang had already become a named disciple of the Great Axe founder and could become an official disciple after reaching the Undying rank, Carlo would probably have his brain crash on the spot. I still don't understand many things about the third essence of space. Carlo braced himself and tried to communicate with the nine-eyed cobra. Gao Xiang sat on the rooftop, closed his eyes, and continued to comprehend the law. The complete Axe Force technique contained over 100,000 secret techniques, all of which were secret techniques that the Great Axe founder had created at will during his various growth stages. These included some combat-type secret techniques and some soul-type secret techniques. Gao Xiang chose a peak combat-type secret technique that was most suitable for himself. 7 Sky Collapsing Forms. This set of combat-type secret techniques had a total of 7 moves, each of which was the ultimate application of the axe. There were no fancy, flashy movements, just a single axe strike could determine the outcome. At the same time, Gao Xiang split off a small portion of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe. The independent space plane of the Master of Void Gold. Disciple pays respects to the Master of Void Gold. Rise. The Master of Void Gold looked at the little one in front of him. Speak, what doubts do you have regarding your cultivation? I am cultivating the 7 Sky Collapsing Forms, and I have already attempted the first form several hundred times, but I haven't succeeded yet. Huh. The Master of Void Gold initially thought he had misheard. This guy actually came to ask him for advice after only attempting it several hundred times. Do you know how many times I attempted it back then before I learned the first form? 10,000 times. Gao Xiang thought that since the Master of Void Gold was a universe lord, his comprehension ability must be extraordinary. Wrong. It was 100 million times. The Master of Void Gold had lived for countless eons and did not mind that it took him 100 million attempts to learn it. He shook his head slightly. Very well, I will only demonstrate it once before you. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own ability. Great. Gao Xiang was overjoyed. Almost every move in every set of combat-type secret techniques had a corresponding demonstration video. However, videos could only record pure movements and sounds. the laws, concepts, and other things contained within the moves could not be captured on film. A giant axe with a handle length of over 3 meters appeared in the Master of Void Gold's hand, which fit his height of over 3 meters perfectly. He held the axe with both hands and swung it gently toward the front. The seemingly gentle swing of the axe actually contained the law of space and the law of time. Did you see clearly? I don't expect you to be able to fuse time and space, but you must at least incorporate space into it. Okay, I will try. An axe also appeared in Gao Xiang's hand, and he began to slowly swing the axe, mimicking the Master of Void Gold's movements. He did not leave but stood in place, continuously swinging the axe. Half a day passed quickly, and the Master of Void Gold decided to leave. Practice slowly, I will leave the virtual universe first. However, when he was about to leave and turned to look at Gao Xiang, his eyes widened. Not bad, not bad, it has some flavor to it. I estimate that if you try a few thousand more times, you will be able to master the first form. Gao Xiang was the genius most suitable for using an axe that the Master of Void Gold had ever seen in his life, apart from the great axe founder. Good, good, good. Truly not bad. After the Master of Void Gold left, Gao Xiang continued to practice. Chapter 124, The Magical Illusion. Your Highness Gao Xiang, this is your shipment. A small portion of Gao Xiang's consciousness continued to practice axe techniques in the virtual universe, while in reality, he had already appeared in front of the small building's door. Standing in front of the door was a staff member from the Virtual Universe Corporation's transport department, holding a seamlessly sealed metal box in his hands. This is the shipment sent by Venerable Qiulong. Please sign for it personally, Your Highness. Very well. After Gao Xiang signed for it using his Origin Force imprint, he took the metal box and entered the second floor of the small building. The box opened, and inside was a space ring. Inside the space ring, there was only one item. It was a strange fruit, only the size of a fist, completely emerald green, and shaped like a guava. Master, this is a Bai Shen fruit. It comes from a very dangerous universe secret realm and is extremely rare. Eating it can double your life gene level, but the effect only works once. After Gao Xiang took out the Bai Shen fruit, Sandus searched through the Virtual Universe Corporation's treasury and quickly found the answer. Gao Xiang's status and position were now special, and the permissions he could possess had been upgraded by several levels. The restricted E9 laser gun, which he once needed connections to buy, could now be purchased using his own permissions without any connections. Gao Xiang held the Bai Shen fruit, opened his mouth, and prepared to eat it in one bite. Master, wait. Aren't you afraid it might be poisonous? Sandus knew there was conflict between Venerable Qiulong and Gao Xiang, and worried that Venerable Qiulong was playing a trick. He doesn't have the guts for that. Gao Xiang smiled, then immediately swallowed the Bai Shen fruit. Back when Venerable Qiulong's son, King Yanzu, offended Luo Feng and was ordered by the Master of Void Gold to be imprisoned in the 9th Star Prison. Venerable Qiulong didn't even dare to make a peep. The Bai Shen fruit was like mild food. After eating it, it would be slowly digested, gradually improving his life gene level. This effect would last for several years. A blood river crystal appeared in Gao Xiang's hand. Taking advantage of the process where his body was gradually being strengthened, Gao Xiang decided to try fusing another blood river crystal. He had already fused 3 blood river crystals, and after the Shuiluo power erupted, it could double his combat power. If he could fuse 10 or 20 blood river crystals like Nine Eyes and the others, his combat power would increase even further. As soon as the blood river crystal touched his wound, Gao Xiang instantly felt excruciating pain in his soul and body. Fusing a blood river crystal was not only a test of the body, but also a test of willpower. Gao Xiang discovered that fusing blood river crystals was a very good method for training willpower. Aside from the pain, there were no drawbacks, and not even any side effects. It hurts like hell. Gao Xiang rolled back and forth on the second floor of the small building, his entire body having turned into a bloody mess. Half a day later, he stood up from the ground, looking at his own skin, which was torn and lacerated. He did not clean himself up, but instead took out another blood river crystal. Another half day passed, and Gao Xiang recovered once again. He tried to fuse a blood river crystal again. This time, he failed the fusion, stopping at 5 blood river crystals. I am still 5 blood river crystals away from becoming a black warrior. Gao Xiang was high-spirited and very excited. I no longer need to stay at the territory lord rank. Next, I will break through to become a world lord. Gao Xiang didn't need to release his territory, so there was no need to continue staying at the territory lord stage. The world lord stage was the best time to comprehend the law. However, before that, Gao Xiang decided to first challenge the heavenly bridge. After clearing the territory lord rank primitive celestial mountain, upon becoming a world lord, he would receive a reward of 3 billion points. These 3 billion points were not a small amount, he shouldn't waste them. Territory lord rank primitive celestial mountain. Kid, you just broke through to territory lord not long ago, and you already want to clear the celestial mountain. You're really dreaming. The Minotaur, carrying a great axe on his broad shoulders, said in a booming voice. Gao Xiang's latest record on the heavenly bridge was the 13th level. Wanting to clear the territory lord rank primitive celestial mountain with only the 13th level of the heavenly bridge seemed a bit fanciful. HMPH, won't I know if I just try? Gao Xiang had full confidence that he could clear the celestial mountain. Because, he now focused on the law of space, with the law of time as a supplement, and the combat power he could unleash was absolutely far superior to his previous combination of the law of space and law of fire. Since you want to give it a try, then let's have some fun with me. The snake woman blinked, and an invisible illusion attack landed on Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang instantly entered a land of paradise. He was sitting on a soft tiger skin chair, surrounded by houses made of wood. He was a mountain bandit king occupying a territory, and standing behind him was his favorite mountain bandit wife. This mountain bandit wife looked fresh and lovely, holding a bunch of grapes in her hand. She held a purple grape in her mouth, walked slowly in front of Gao Xiang, draped her plump, fair legs over Gao Xiang, and offered the purple grape from her mouth. If you looked closely at the woman in front of you, you would find that she looked exactly like 9 eyes. Gao Xiang opened his mouth and ate the grape offered by her. Ha ha! The snake woman took a step back and covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Gao Xiang, you have already eaten my fruit. You will never be able to leave this illusion in your life. If you follow the plot of the illusion, you would become a member of the illusion and would never be able to walk out of it, until you sank into the illusion forever. And in reality, you would have already become a body without a soul. The terrifying aspect of an illusion lies in making it impossible for one to distinguish between reality and the illusion. PFF'd. However, after Gao Xiang finished eating the grape, an axe appeared out of thin air in his hand. How is this possible? The snake woman stared wide-eyed at this scene. This is a wuxia world I constructed. How could an axe appear out of thin air? After the snake woman finished speaking, her entire body was cut in half at the waist, and she fell to the ground, lifeless. Gao Xiang's consciousness quickly recovered, and he smiled, looking at the snake woman, who had also died in the virtual universe. Didn't expect that, did you? Not only can I walk out of your illusion, I can even change your illusion. The fact that Gao Xiang could fuse 5 blood river crystals was enough to show how heaven-defying his consciousness was. The snake woman's illusion was useless against him. After the snake woman died, the fate of the remaining monkey and minotaur was already sealed. The 3 monsters relied on coordination. Once one corner was missing, this triangle could no longer hold up. A moment later, Gao Xiang dealt with the minotaur and the monkey one after another. On the mountainside, Gao Xiang did not wait for the snake woman to release her illusion. He was already one step ahead. While comprehending the law, Gao Xiang also split off a portion of his consciousness to learn a decent illusion secret technique. In the illusion, the snake woman was a maid in a wealthy family, and after the master favored her once, the mistress found out. The mistress was furious and sold her cheaply to a short, fat man who made sesame seed cakes. The snake woman was not satisfied with the status quo, feeling that the short, fat man was not worthy of her beauty and looks, so she hooked up with an official. Upon their first contact, the two developed feelings for each other and decided to stay together for life. Chapter 125 Stepping into World Lord. However, the short, chubby man had become a stumbling block in the way of their happy life. The snake woman and her lover decided to go all the way and poison the short, chubby man first. As it turned out, the day after the short, chubby man was poisoned to death, a burly man claiming to be his younger brother returned. Upon learning the situation, he was furious and killed the snake woman with a single strike of his club. The killed snake woman's consciousness instantly returned to reality. She lay on the ground, looking at Gao Xiang in terror. What just happened? Was the sesame seed cake delicious? Gao Xiang's axe swung down towards the snake woman's head. Damn! The snake woman actually died from an illusion. The monkey's eyes widened. It was the first time he had ever seen the snake woman fall for someone else's illusion. Your turn, you damn monkey. The axe in Gao Xiang's hand would not easily let these two off. Without the snake woman's help, the monkey and the minotaur were defeated by Gao Xiang one after another before long. The mountaintop. HMPH, I didn't expect your illusion to be so remarkable. This plot was exactly the same as reality. The snake woman on the mountaintop exchanged memories with the snake women on the mountainside, and at the foot of the mountain, she found the plot constructed by Gao Xiang endlessly fascinating. The illusions of an illusionist are all different plots. Some are plots they learned while cultivating their illusion techniques. Others are purely based on their own imagination. Still others are illusions with a fixed template, allowing those who enter the illusion to act on their own, with the illusion developing accordingly. However, in the eyes of the snake woman, this type of illusion belongs to the lowest tier. If you're willing, I can let you have another sweet dream. After Gao Xiang finished speaking, he cast an illusion again. The snake woman was just about to say something, but soon the ground beneath her feet turned into a hard steel plate. She looked out and saw an endless ocean ahead. She looked behind her and found it was a giant cruise ship. She met a handsome young man. She and the young man developed mutual feelings, and in an empty cabin, the two did unspeakable things. However, just after they finished the most wonderful thing, the cruise ship was about to sink into the ocean. The young man wanted the snake woman to survive, so he gave up his only hope of living and handed a wooden plank to the snake woman. After the snake woman was saved, she felt very touched and regretful. Why didn't she give the plank to the young man? Snake woman, what are you doing? The monkey was fighting intensely with Gao Xiang, only to see the snake woman standing there crying. This woman must have lost her man in the illusion again. The minotaur glanced at the snake woman, then swung his large axe towards the back of Gao Xiang's head. A married woman sneaking around with other men, and it has actually made you unable to extricate yourself, always unable to walk out of the illusion. Gao Xiang shook his head lightly, no longer paying attention to the snake woman. His body turned ethereal, and the next second, he appeared beside the minotaur. The minotaur's axe swung into empty air. He looked sharply to his right, only to find Gao Xiang's axe swinging towards his stomach. The seemingly ordinary axe thrust forward, but in reality, it was like a high-speed train hitting an unlucky person on the tracks, instantly turning him into a mist of blood. Monkey, your turn. After Gao Xiang dealt with the minotaur, he strode towards the monkey. Hee. The monkey rubbed the back of his head, hunched over, took a few steps back, put his bamboo pole behind his back, and squatted on the ground. He only prayed that the opponent would be decisive and not let him suffer too much pain. Hoochie. Gao Xiang finished off the monkey with one axe strike. With the minotaur, and the monkey dead one after the other, the body of the snake woman, who was still standing there crying, also disappeared. Clearly, her consciousness had fallen into an endless abyss, becoming a soulless body. Before long, the minotaur and the other two appeared before Gao Xiang again. Too terrifying. I just gave up treatment towards the end. The monkey rubbed his head, put away his bamboo pole, and said to Gao Xiang with a smile. He was a sentient life form. After the system determined his win rate was 0%, he gave up continuing the fight, only praying not to be in too much pain before death. Your Highness Gao Xiang, your illusion is too realistic, it's just like the real thing. The image of her lover dying for her still echoed in the snake woman's mind. Gao Xiang's consciousness left the primitive celestial mountain. He boarded the shuttle ship leaving Primordial Chaos City, preparing to leave Primordial Chaos City temporarily. At the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation, inside the reception palace at the entrance of the passage connecting to the primal universe. Gao Xiang did not leave the reception palace but instead had the staff arrange a cultivation chamber for him. He was going to break through to World Lord here, and then quickly return to Primordial Chaos City. Your Highness, this is the chamber we have prepared for you. The World Lord staff member Icy led Gao Xiang into a spacious cultivation chamber. This place is very safe, no one can disturb you. After Gao Xiang entered the chamber, Icy, who had been very polite just moments ago, suddenly turned cold. He entered the virtual network with his consciousness and sent a greeting to a friend who was also a World Lord. However, this seemingly ordinary message, after being forwarded hundreds of times on the Virtual Universe network, was finally delivered to an underground chamber in a remote region of human territory. A human undying powerhouse looked at the decrypted barcode in his hand and muttered to himself, the last time number 1 left Primordial Chaos City, it was to break through to Domain Lord. Could it be that this time he is preparing to break through to World Lord? Breakthrough. For Gao Xiang, breaking through to World Lord was as simple as drinking water. Gao Xiang's mind was like a blade, the golden sphere within his body rapidly shrank until it turned into a hard core. At the same time, above the entire palace, the law of space began to fluctuate. Inside Gao Xiang's body, a space gradually formed, and a large amount of universe crystals formed within this space. At the same time, these universe crystals rapidly decomposed, gradually expanding this space. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers. World Lord Level 1, Gao Xiang's internal world had already reached an astonishing 1,000,000 kilometers. The moment Gao Xiang stepped into World Lord, the fire feather in his sea of consciousness changed, gradually turning into a painting. In the painting, a massive, unidentifiable exotic beast was burning with flames all over its body. The flames burned ceaselessly, distorting the surrounding space. At the same time, the flame beast was charging violently forward, and behind it, countless celestial bodies were retreating wildly, as if time were flowing backward. This was a moving image that was constantly in motion. I see fire, light, time, and space in this flame beast image. Gao Xiang was overjoyed. It seems that with the assistance of observing the flame beast image, his speed of comprehending the law of light and law of time would be very fast. Congratulations, Your Highness, on successfully stepping into World Lord. After Icy discovered Gao Xiang had come out of the cultivation chamber and confirmed that Gao Xiang had achieved a breakthrough, he congratulated him with a smile. However, behind his back, he quickly wrote an email in the Virtual Universe network and sent it to a friend, the content of which was also just some simple chat. When this email was forwarded through layers and deciphered through special means, its content soon became, Number 1 has become a World Lord. Chapter 126, 2 Treasures. This guy has finally become a World Lord. It seems he will be going on adventures in the outside territory battlefield or the universe secret realm next. Requesting superiors to formulate an assassination plan. Assassinating a superhuman genius is never a spur-of-the-moment decision, it requires planning years, or even millennia, in advance. After Gao Xiang became a World Lord, he did not linger in the primordial universe. He turned around, boarded a transport ship, and flew toward Primordial Chaos City. Icy watched Gao Xiang's transport ship depart and muttered to himself, this guy is truly cautious, he isn't willing to leave Primordial Chaos City for even a moment. Gao Xiang sat on the transport ship and began to reflect on where he hadn't been careful enough. The safest place was undoubtedly Primordial Chaos City. As long as one was in the primal universe, no one could guarantee whether there were alien spies nearby. He only had one life. If he died, he would truly be dead, so he had to be careful, and then careful again. Primordial Chaos City, City Lord's Mansion. Stop. Gao Xiang appeared at the entrance of the Chaos Ruins, only to be stopped by two Undying. They both recognized Gao Xiang and knew that Gao Xiang had some fame in Primordial Chaos City, but it was their duty not to let him in. Please report my arrival. When the Master of Void Gold had guided Gao Xiang, he said that once he broke through to become a World Lord, he should go to the Chaos Ruins to find the primordial Chaos City Lord. The two Undying were puzzled. Seeing that Gao Xiang did not seem to be joking, they said, "Wait here, I will ask." Before long, a man dressed in a red battle robe walked out from inside. "Greetings, Venerable Gui Yi." Gao Xiang had met Venerable Gui Yi once before. "Gao Xiang, my teacher already spoke to me just now. You may go in now." Venerable Gui Yi was very polite to Gao Xiang, which left the two Undying guards very surprised. Venerable Gui Yi was a universe overlord and also a disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord. His status in primordial Chaos City was transcendent. After entering the Chaos Ruins, Gao Xiang saw the final boss of primordial Chaos City. A huge metallic tail scraped against the ground, making a sizzling sound, as if resonating with the corpses of the thousands of alien powerhouses around, making one involuntarily feel awe. "Gao Xiang, not bad. You were already a world lord." The primordial Chaos City Lord had originally intended to take Gao Xiang as a named disciple, but somehow, the Master of Void Gold had suddenly contacted him. Master of Void Gold also said that the Great Axe founder wanted to take Gao Xiang as a named disciple. He was not only willing to let Gao Xiang remain in the Virtual Universe Corporation but was also willing to provide many benefits to the Virtual Universe Corporation. This time, the Great Axe founder's acceptance of a disciple was in his personal capacity, not representing the Great Axe battleground. After careful consideration, the primordial Chaos City Lord agreed. "Since you have already become a world lord, you are destined to go to the outside territory battlefield or the universe secret realm in the future." "I plan to go to the outside territory battlefield." "Very well. Great Axe has a treasure for me to pass on to you, but I think I have a treasure that is actually more suitable for you." The primordial Chaos City Lord brought out both treasures. The first was a pair of huge shoes. They were 170 meters tall, like two small hills. The second was a suit of armor. It lay flat on the ground, and its height still exceeded 80 meters. These cloud-stepping space-time boots are a very powerful treasure. Once you put them on, few people below the level of an exalt will be able to catch up to you. This is the Overlord armor, a very good piece of armor. One focused on escape, the other on defense. Both were excellent treasures. They are both good things. I want both. However, why don't I see the Shiwu wings? Gao Xiang muttered in his heart. The primordial Chaos City Lord watched the troubled Gao Xiang with a smile. He did not speak, but silently watched the other make his choice. It was rare for the human race to produce a genius comparable to Qidi. This was not only the good fortune of the Virtual Universe Corporation but the good fortune of the entire race. It was precisely for this reason that the Great Axe founder would take Gao Xiang as a disciple in his personal capacity. Standing at their height, what they did was no longer just for the faction they belonged to, but for the entire human race. "I choose the cloud-stepping space-time boots." Gao Xiang might have protection from a King Peak-level cloud-caressing vine in the future, so what he lacked right now was a means of escape. Good. Since Gao Xiang had decided to choose the cloud-stepping space-time boots, the primordial Chaos City Lord put away the Overlord armor. These cloud-stepping space-time boots have 3 forms in total. You need to dual cultivate space and time to unleash their power, so Great Axe has specially prepared a secret technique for you. A secret technique appeared in the primordial Chaos City Lord's hand. Cloud-stepping space-time. Cloud-stepping space-time is a movement and escape secret technique for dual cultivation of space and time. It can not only be used in conjunction with the cloud-stepping space-time boots but can also be used independently. I suggest you master the first layer before going to the outside territory battlefield. Okay. Gao Xiang put away cloud-stepping space-time, and then heard the primordial Chaos City Lord say, "You are a genius cultivated by our Virtual Universe Corporation. This Overlord armor is gifted to you by me." As soon as the primordial Chaos City Lord finished speaking, he took out the Overlord armor he had put away not long ago. The cloud-stepping space-time boots and the Overlord armor are both excellent treasures, and neither has been made public. If a universe exalt sees them, they might try to snatch them. I have conveyed everything. You may leave now. After bestowing the treasures, the primordial Chaos City Lord waved his hand gently, and the space-time of the Chaos Ruins shifted. Before long, Gao Xiang appeared outside the chaos ruins. The harvest this time is not small, I actually obtained 2 treasures. Given the status of the Great Axe founder and the primordial Chaos City Lord, it is impossible for them to merely bestow heavy treasures that are not considered valuable to them. 9 times out of 10, they are supreme treasures. It was a pity that Gao Xiang did not see the primordial Chaos City Lord take out the Shiwu wings. Gao Xiang returned to his small building, sat cross-legged on the terrace, and separated a wisp of consciousness to enter his internal space. The range of his internal space was far greater than that of an ordinary world lord. The internal world had just been perfected, and there hadn't been time to create any mountains or rivers. It was still empty, with only magma churning on the ground. Gao Xiang looked at the endless churning magma below, which stretched as far as the eye could see. He waved his hand gently, and the vast world, which had been magma just a moment ago, instantly churned like a stormy sea. A huge magma continent rose from the ground, occupying almost 80% of the entire world. The area surrounding the magma continent was quickly covered by seawater, and islands gradually formed around the central continent. The magma on the magma continent cooled down and gradually hardened into ordinary rock. I believe it won't be long before life can gradually evolve here. At Gao Xiang's level, creating life was a very simple matter. As long as he was willing, he could instantly fill the entire internal world with various animals and plants. In the very center of the central continent, a 999-story building suddenly appeared. On the roof of the 999-story building, the 2 treasures Gao Xiang had just obtained were placed. Both treasures have 3 layers of law secret patterns. To fully unleash their power, one must comprehend the corresponding secret patterns. Chapter 127, I Have to Wrong You. Gao Xiang was multitasking. Within his internal world, he began to comprehend the secret patterns of the 2 treasures while simultaneously cultivating the secret techniques corresponding to the cloud-stepping space-time boots, while in the outside world, he slowly comprehended the law of time. Gao Xiang peacefully comprehended the laws in primordial Chaos City. Unknowingly, 600 years had passed, while about 2,000 years had passed in the outside world. Finally, it's done. Gao Xiang opened his eyes. An axe appeared in his hand. He swung it gently, and the solidified air in front of him, like tofu, actually shattered into colorful fragments. The second form of the 7 sky collapsing forms was complete. Now, I have comprehended the complete minor branch of regional spatial lockdown, and my comprehension of the law is already comparable to a marquee-level immortal. It seems it is time to prepare to go to the outside territory battlefield. Before going to the outside territory battlefield, Gao Xiang had to make sufficient preparations. Master, Master, woof woof woof. The 3 monsters, including 9-eyed cobra, appeared before Gao Xiang. Spike Ring Centipede and Silver Moon Fierce Wolf had already comprehended the complete lower-level laws in Primordial Chaos City over 100 years ago. However, Primordial Chaos City is located in the Primal Universe, and the 2 monsters had not yet had the chance to enter the Primordial Universe, so they were still temporarily World Lords. Once they entered the Primordial Universe, their souls and bodies would undergo a transformation, becoming undying divine bodies, and from then on, they would step into the undying spiritual God realm. 9 Eyes, I am preparing to go on an adventure in the outside territory battlefield. Is your comprehension of the lower-level laws almost complete? 9-eyed Cobra felt some regret. She knew this day would come sooner or later. She could not disobey her master's orders and could only obey. She wanted to comprehend more supreme laws while in the World Lord stage so that she would be more powerful after becoming undying. My comprehension of the lower-level laws is nearing perfection. I believe I will be able to fully comprehend them in a few years. I will give you 1 year. You must become undying for me. In Gao Xiang's eyes, a World Lord powerhouse with strength comparable to an undying was of no use. Cloud-caressing vine. Gao Xiang's consciousness was communicating with the cloud-caressing vine in his internal world. It had been nearly 1,000 years since the cloud-caressing vine received a large amount of resources, and now it had become a powerful World Lord lifeform with 360 vines. Vines covering the mountains and plains had turned the area within 1,000,000 kilometers into the cloud-caressing vine's range of activity. A single one of its vines was a full 100 meters thick. If it were placed on a life planet, it would be enough to instantly cover the entire surface of the planet. Master, the cloud-caressing vine is all ready. What happens next depends on luck. Sandus had queried quite a bit of data and reached a conclusion. For a cloud-caressing vine with 360 vines to achieve a breakthrough to undying, the difficulty was even greater than that of the golden horned beast achieving a breakthrough to undying. Tell me the probability of a breakthrough. Gao Xiang had already prepared resources worth 15 billion points, crazily pouring them into the cloud-caressing vine, hoping it would not disappoint him. A 40% chance. So low. Master, it is already not low. If we hadn't used a large number of treasures, if we had let the 360 vine cloud-caressing vine attempt the breakthrough on its own, the success rate would likely be so low it could be ignored. Sandus paused and continued, fortunately, it completed its total evolution during the World Lord stage. If it were to evolve from 216 vines to 360 vines after becoming undying, it would likely cost at least hundreds of billions of points, and the success rate would be even lower. Fine, then let the cloud-caressing vine begin the breakthrough. The cloud-caressing vine was Gao Xiang's greatest reliance on the outside territory battlefield. He would not risk going out until it became undying. Woo 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 tilde tilde tilde, the cloud-caressing vine conveyed its pain to Gao Xiang through telepathy. The cloud-caressing vine possessed 360 vines. For it to achieve a breakthrough to undying was too difficult, far exceeding the difficulty of the golden horned beast achieving a breakthrough to undying. Gao Xiang was helpless and could only continue to wait. During the wait, he began to comprehend the law of time. Years ago, he had already fully mastered the 108 essences of the law of time. He was taking the path of analyzing the essences of time. The early stages would be particularly difficult, but once he had fully mastered all the essences, his speed in comprehending the various minor branches of the law of time would be much faster than others. 10 years later, Gao Xiang heard bad news. Cloud-caressing vine, you don't need to be discouraged, I will give you another chance. When Gao Xiang learned that the cloud-caressing vine's breakthrough had failed, he was not too surprised. He did not have good luck like Luo Feng. For Luo Feng, no matter what kind of plant-type lifeform it was, regardless of how difficult the breakthrough was, it could always succeed 100%. Sandus, help me order a batch of treasures to increase the cloud-caressing vine's breakthrough success rate. Okay, my master. After the discount, it totals 3 billion points. We currently have 1 billion points left. Shouldn't we order some treasures to promote the recovery of the cloud-caressing vine's injuries? After the cloud-caressing vine's failed breakthrough this time, its body had suffered significant damage. To attempt a breakthrough next time, it had to recover from its injuries. Not for now. Master, if we rely on the cloud-caressing vine to recover from its injuries on its own, it will probably take over 10,000 years to fully recover. Sandus worried. That long? Gao Xiang rubbed his forehead, very distressed. Yes, my master. If we adopt the best recovery plan, it can fully recover within 100 years. How many points will that take? I've calculated it. You are a member of the primitive mystical region, so many treasures can be bought at a 20% discount. After the discount, it will take about 2.5 billion points. That much. Gao Xiang only had 10 points left now, he was already a pauper. There is a 1 billion point plan, but the recovery time will be delayed to about 3,000 years. That's still too long, I can't wait. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of someone. Panshi. Panshi from the Qiulong Star domain of the Ganwu Universe country. Let's go, let's take a trip to the Ganwu Universe country. Panshi secretly hoarded a massive amount of locked divine water, worth over 6 billion Hunyuan units. Gao Xiang originally did not want to go and trouble Panshi, but he was really tight on money, so he could only wrong Panshi a little. Master, are you really going to leave Primordial Chaos City? With your current talent, you have likely already been targeted by alien races. Once you leave the primal universe, assassination attempts could occur anywhere. I am ready. Gao Xiang could not hole up in Primordial Chaos City for his whole life, he would have to enter the primordial universe sooner or later. 9 Eyes, you stay in this small building of mine for now. You continue to comprehend the law of space, and I will leave for a while. Gao Xiang let Nine-Eyed Cobra out, and after giving instructions, prepared to leave. Master, what if you encounter an assassination by an alien race on the way? It would be better if I were by your side to protect you. Nine-Eyed Cobra looked at Gao Xiang with some reluctance. Nine-Eyed Cobra had already comprehended one type of lower-level law. Once she entered the primordial universe, she could quickly transform into an undying spiritual god. At the same time, she had mastered the 108 essences of space and the basics of some minor branches, and possessed 10 times the life gene. Once she became undying, she could completely unleash strength approaching that of a marquis. With such strength, on the outside territory battlefield, her ability to protect herself would be very strong. Having Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and Spike Ring Centipede by my side is enough. Chapter 128, A Trade of Over 100 Million Slaves. They are both trash. Nine-Eyed Cobra truly looked down upon Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and the other one. Nine Eyes, rest assured, I will protect Master well. The foolish Spike Ring Centipede opened and closed its massive mandibles, emitting a metallic sound. Nine Eyes, don't you underestimate me. Once I become undying, I will be a high-level immortal general. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf said, feeling quite unconvinced. Let's go. Gao Xiang took Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and the foolish Spike Ring Centipede into his body, then turned and left. Greetings, Your Highness Gao Xiang. At the entrance of the passage from the primal universe to the primordial universe, I saw Gao Xiang emerge from the transport ship, immediately put on a smile, and walked up to greet him. Icy was a staff member here, responsible for receiving important personnel coming out of the primal universe. He did not need to enter the primal universe, so he had been lurking here for many years without ever being discovered. Your Highness, are you preparing to go to the outside territory battlefield this time? Icy greeted him with a chuckle, while trying to pry for some information. Gao Xiang frowned, looking at the fawning Icy. He did not answer, but instead flew to the tarmac and released his spaceship. It was a massive biological spaceship over 1,500 meters in length. The exterior of this biological spaceship looked like a mosasaur, with a small but extremely ferocious head, and 4 fin-like limbs that swayed back and forth as it flew. Its body was streamlined, with a deep blue layer on top and snow-white underneath. It's actually an F1 grade biological spaceship. After seeing Gao Xiang's biological spaceship, Icy guessed inwardly, this Gao Xiang is very likely going to the outside territory battlefield, or returning to the Gamu universe country. Under Gao Xiang's continuous feeding over many years, this biological spaceship had gradually grown from a D9 grade biological spaceship into an F1 grade biological spaceship. Gao Xiang boarded the biological spaceship and piloted it away from the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Sandus shouted, "Spaceship entering light speed." Before long, the spaceship accelerated to light speed and entered the dark universe. After the spaceship entered the dark universe, its speed continued to climb, accelerating from 1 times the speed of light to 40 times the speed of light. Master, are we returning to the Carol Empire this time? Sandus knew that Gao Xiang was from the Carol Empire and wanted to ask if Gao Xiang intended to return. The Carol Empire was now a medium-level universe country just like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Apart from not having an undying spiritual god stationed there, it possessed an entire complete star domain. Silver Moon, place your divine kingdom here. Gao Xiang ordered Sandus to bring the biological spaceship out of the dark universe. In a stretch of starry sky 10 light-years away from the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, a mosasaur-like biological spaceship suddenly appeared. The hatch opened, and there was 1 human and 2 monster race members on the spaceship. Hee, Master, wait for me, I'm going to go settle my divine kingdom now. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf flew toward the distant starry sky with a chuckle. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and Spike Ring Centipede had been staying in Gao Xiang's internal world. After Gao Xiang left Primordial Chaos City and entered the Primordial Universe, the 2 of them had stepped into the undying rank within Gao Xiang's internal world. Outside, there was no sign of any abnormalities that usually appeared when stepping into the undying rank. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf raised a front leg, revealing a sharp claw. He slashed lightly, and the space that had been very solid just a moment ago was instantly torn open. After standing up, he used his 2 front legs to tear open this spatial rift and crawled inside. Right here, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf chose a spatial fragment with an area of fully 50 million square units and released his divine kingdom from his body. The divine kingdom quickly merged with this huge spatial fragment, becoming a whole. After settling the divine kingdom, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf slashed again at the space that had already healed, and a spatial rift appeared. He crawled out from the spatial rift, looked at Gao Xiang in the distance, and transmitted his voice, "Master, I have settled my divine kingdom. Let's go." The biological spaceship entered the dark universe once again. When the spaceship had flown for 350 million light-years, Gao Xiang ordered Spike Ring Centipede to settle its divine kingdom. Gamu Universe Country, Qiulong Star Domain. Before entering the Qiulong Star Domain, Gao Xiang had passed by the Carol Star Domain. He had let both Spike Ring Centipede and Silver Moon Fierce Wolf leave behind divine power imprints to facilitate teleportation of their divine kingdoms later. Panchi might not necessarily be in the Bane asteroid cluster right now. After arriving at the Qiulong Star Domain, Gao Xiang began to think about how to find Panchi. Panchi was the boss behind the scenes of the Fire Wind group. He did not like to enjoy himself, nor did he like money, he only liked to cultivate. Soon, he thought of a method. BC Planet. A massive spaceship slowly docked above BC Planet. This spaceship was over 10,000 meters long, square in shape, with short wings on the left and right sides. It was clearly a spaceship very suitable for transporting personnel. However, the spaceship docked above BC Planet today was a giant slave trading spaceship. My God, it's actually a D-grade transport ship. Kelechi looked up at the giant transport ship above and said with great admiration. Such a large transport ship, and it was a D-grade spaceship, the price must be extremely expensive. Just 10 days ago, Gao Xiang had engaged someone to contact Kelechi. Kelechi was a well-known slave trader and was very famous in the Qiulong Star Domain. At the same time, he had a special identity, one of the 18 directors of the Fire Wind group. Kelechi was not only treacherous and cunning, but he was also extremely cautious. He knew that being a slave trader was a profession that couldn't see the light of day, so he had long established his own network in the Qiulong Star Domain and surrounding star domains. This included the 7th Prince of Black Dragon Mountain. "Ha, Xiang, you've finally come." Kelechi saw a tall man walk out of the spaceship. He greeted him warmly and walked up to give him a bear hug. "Kelechi, we've finally met. This time, I'm counting on you to help me make a fortune." After Gao Xiang finished speaking, he pointed at the giant spaceship behind him. "This batch of slaves was carefully selected by me, it will certainly satisfy you. Let's go, let's inspect the goods first." Gao Xiang pulled Kelechi's arm and walked toward the spaceship hatch. When Kelechi walked inside the spaceship, he, a major slave trader, was actually frightened by the scene before him. The first level of the huge transport spaceship was packed with a dense crowd of people. Looking out, there were at least 100 million people. So many. After Kelechi opened his mouth, he couldn't close it again. There are more on the 9 levels above. Gao Xiang explained with a smile, "This time, I have prepared 100 million planetary-level slaves, 10 million astral-rank slaves, and 10,000 universe-rank slaves. With so many slaves, I'm afraid I cannot come up with that much money for the time being." Kelechi had already negotiated with Gao Xiang beforehand, only because the other party said they would give him a very low price did he agree to meet Gao Xiang. Rest assured, the price is absolutely conscientious. After all, I am the most conscientious planet owner. Kelechi was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. All right, let's go to the office to talk. Chapter 129, Two-Peak World Lord Plant Lifeforms. In reality, he was complaining wildly in his heart. A merchant who could bring out hundreds of millions of slaves at once had the nerve to claim he had a conscience. I'm afraid he had captured all the young and able-bodied people on an entire planet. He really only cares about money. Gao Xiang followed Kelechi into his office, feeling nothing but disdain in his heart. Kelechi's office was actually a secret chamber. Once it was closed, it would be impossible to leave easily. At the same time, the interior of the office was equipped with quite a few high-tech products. For example, automatic laser weapons. When Gao Xiang entered the office, he instantly released his world force, isolating the entire office, while simultaneously releasing the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf also used its undying divine power to isolate the entire office. Invade their system. Sandus began to attempt to hack into their system. This system is trash, I cracked it in no time. Before long, Sandus clapped her hands in satisfaction. Xiang, you are actually a slave of the monster race. You were an alien spy. After seeing the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf appear, Kelechi was so scared that his legs went weak. Haha, I am the one who is the master's slave. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf had already shrunk its size, and after standing up, it looked like a werewolf. He looked down at the tiny Kelechi below. Little guy, don't resist, it will be over soon. Attack for me. Kelechi frantically pressed the buttons in his hands, only to discover that this system was no longer responding. He wanted to use his communicator to call for help, but the network had already been cut off. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf grabbed Kelechi's head with its hand, its undying divine power completely binding the other, and began to invade his soul. Before long, Kelechi gave up resisting. He looked at the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf with worshipful eyes. Master. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf looked at this slave with great satisfaction. Tell me, where is Panchi now? On Chang'an planet, I went there to see him just last month. Why isn't he on the little planet of Bane? Panchi has built a total of 18 artificial asteroids, and he changes his residence every so often. He is certainly careful enough. The Chang'an asteroid belt was located in a very inconspicuous place in the Qiulong Star domain. It was surrounded by 9 artificial high-tech satellites, which together defended the Chang'an asteroid. At the same time, this entire star system had been modified, with hundreds of millions of inconspicuous surveillance satellites surrounding it, and millions of laser cannons and tracking cannons deployed. This was a star system armed to the teeth. However, there were 18 such star systems. When Gao Xiang's biological spaceship entered the star system where the Chang'an asteroid was located, no surveillance device detected it. It was like a ghost, arriving without a shadow and leaving without a trace. All of you, get in. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf emerged from the spaceship and, using its undying divine power, took the entire Chang'an asteroid belt into its divine kingdom. Inside the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's divine kingdom, a steel planet and a group of surrounding satellites appeared simultaneously. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf shouted, Old Man Panchi, come out. Who dares to come to my territory and act wildly? At this moment, Panchi had just emerged from the steel planet. He saw a colossal beast in front of him, its strength unfathomable. Soon, he began to feel fear. The aura released by the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf made his heart tremble. He was already a peak world lord powerhouse, yet he was still trembling. This meant that the other party was an undying powerhouse. Your name is Panchi, right? At this moment, Gao Xiang suddenly appeared. Who are you? Panchi had a slight impression of Gao Xiang. He recalled quickly and soon remembered, are you Gao Xiang, the #1 in the genius competition from our Ganwu Universe country? Gao Xiang was the #1 from the genius competition from the Ganwu Universe country and was almost a household name throughout the entire Ganwu Universe country. Panchi naturally recognized Gao Xiang. But why was Gao Xiang looking for him? At this moment, Panchi did not yet know that he had been taken into the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's divine kingdom. Panchi, you are now inside a divine kingdom. You have nowhere to run, and I will give you one chance. What? Panchi knew the terror of a divine kingdom. As a world lord, it was impossible for him to break through the other's divine kingdom. Soon, Panchi calmed down. What are the conditions? Fight me to the death. If you win, you can leave. Fine. Panchi saw that the other party was also a peak world lord, and he knew even more that the other party was a peerless genius. But Panchi was not without his own fortuitous encounters, he also possessed powerful trump cards. Panchi struck out with his blade, slashing toward Gao Xiang's neck. However, just as his blade was about to reach Gao Xiang's neck, it was frozen in place. Panshi was greatly shocked, knowing that the other party must have comprehended a powerful law of space. He retreated violently, and realizing he was no match, he hurriedly released the two peak world lord plant lifeforms from within his body. Dense vines swarmed out from Pengzai's body, surrounding the area for tens of thousands of kilometers in front of him. The iron vine grass and Sha Luo flower separated a portion to protect him, while all the remaining vines and branches headed toward Gao Xiang. The two peak world lord plant lifeforms surrounded the area within 1,000,000 kilometers around Gao Xiang. They simultaneously shrank the spatial scope. 1,000,000-kilometer range. 100,000-kilometer range. Haha, with two peak world lord plant lifeforms strangling you simultaneously, even if you are an undying powerhouse, I'm afraid you will fall. As he spoke, the range had already shrunk to less than 1 kilometer. Panshi narrowed his eyes, he could no longer sense Gao Xiang's life aura, and he laughed out loud. Didn't expect that, did you? You actually flipped over. No one would have expected that he would actually have two peak world lord plant lifeforms. Panshi, you idiot, if my master dies, then I will surely die. The silver moon fierce wolf cursed. Rip. Gao Xiang held his combat blade and struck out. The tens of thousands of kilometers of densely intertwined vines ahead were like gauze, being easily sliced open, while simultaneously emitting a crisp sound. My peak world lord plant lifeforms were actually sliced open so easily. Panshi looked at all of this in disbelief. However, this was indeed happening in reality. He saw that after Gao Xiang's single blade strike, the area of tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly sliced open. Before long, his two peak world lord plant lifeforms were severely injured. I am not convinced. Why, even though I have been so cautious, was I still targeted by you? Panshi knew that his days were numbered, and he was very unwilling. It is fated, it is not up to you. Gao Xiang responded coldly. I have a precious treasure, I will give it to you now, just begging for a way to live. Panshi felt very helpless and bitter. He was prepared to hand over the magical liquid he had treasured for many years. Panshi was extremely cautious. He dared not search in the virtual universe to see what the magical liquid he possessed was. He only dared to use a tiny bit each time, and the interval between each use was very long. Relying on the magical liquid, he, who had mediocre talent, was now a peak world lord and had also cultivated two peak world lord plant lifeforms. Chapter 130, Sudden Enlightenment. Even so, he had only used a tiny bit of his treasured magical liquid. What you have treasured is Loch Divine Water, Gao Xiang replied with a smile. Loch Divine Water. Panshi whispered the name. After so many years, he finally knew the name of this magical liquid was Loch Divine Water. How did you know? I clearly hid it very well, no one else in the world knows about it. Your fate has already been sealed. Even if I don't kill you, someone else will kill you for the treasure in the future. Who is it? I want to know, before I die. Luo Feng. After Gao Xiang finished speaking, he destroyed the opponent's life core completely with one strike. Hee, master, these are Pengzai's belongings. The silver moon fierce wolf handed a ring to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang forcefully broke through the ring's seal and sent his consciousness inside to investigate. There was no Loch Divine Water inside. After searching around, he found a very inconspicuous ring in a corner of the ring's internal space. After entering this ring, he was startled by the scene before him. An entire lake of cold liquid was actually all Loch Divine Water. This was a treasure worth over 6 billion Hunyuan units. Silver Moon immediately returned to the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters via God Kingdom teleportation. After Gao Xiang boarded the transport ship to Primordial Chaos City, he split off a wisp of his consciousness and began contacting the auction department of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Given his status and position, while Loch Divine Water worth over 6 billion Hunyuan units was extremely valuable, it was not enough to cause trouble for him if he brought it out. Respected Your Highness, I will personally come to Primordial Chaos City to collect this Loch Divine Water in 10 days. Once it is auctioned off, we will transfer the funds to you immediately. When the person in charge of the auction department learned that Gao Xiang actually had so much Loch Divine Water, he was very curious about where this Your Highness had obtained such a large amount of Loch Divine Water. However, Gao Xiang did not explain anything, and he did not dare to ask too much. After Gao Xiang sold the lock divine water and bought 2.5 billion worth of treasures, more than a month had passed. He stood in front of the cloud-caressing vine and gently stroked its vines. "O cloud-caressing vine, I hope you can successfully break through to undying next time." In order to cultivate an undying cloud-caressing vine, Gao Xiang was on the verge of bankruptcy, having squandered nearly 30 billion points. If it failed again next time, he would no longer have the ability to provide resources to help the cloud-caressing vine break through. Woo woo woo. The cloud-caressing vine made a pitiful sound. It had already tried very hard, really very hard. Luo Bin King. After Gao Xiang returned to Primordial Chaos City, as long as Luo Bin King had a public lecture, he would definitely go to listen. Luo Bin King had once gifted a complete set of Reflections on Time to Gao Xiang, which had been of great help to him. Luo Bin King looked with satisfaction at this student sitting in the first row. By convention, those sitting in the first row were usually the teacher's personal disciple. Before this, Luo Bin King had invited Gao Xiang to sit in the first row several times, but after being declined by the other party, he could only give up. As the thousands of students left one after another, Gao Xiang followed Luo Bin King's group of disciples into the back door. Every time Luo Bin King finished a public lecture, he would take a group of personal disciples into a small room to provide detailed answers to each disciple's questions. A handsome man with a golden sword mark between his eyebrows said respectfully, "Teacher, the 68 essences of time for time acceleration." This world lord named Jin Jian was a famous genius in Primordial Chaos City, with the level of the 17th floor of the Heavenly Bridge. After reaching the 18th floor of the Heavenly Bridge, one could obtain permanent residency in Primordial Chaos City and could also establish a sect and give lectures in Primordial Chaos City. From this, one could see how remarkable Jin Jian's talent was. Luo Bin King nodded with a smile. After listening to Jin Jian's question, he looked in Gao Xiang's direction. "Gao Xiang, tell us, how would you solve this?" "Teacher, I believe the 68 essences of space for time acceleration should be streamlined to 48. Once the small branches of time acceleration are gradually mastered, the remaining ones can be used to slowly refine it. The specific operation is like this." Jin Jian was initially very disdainful, thinking that Gao Xiang was merely good at the law of space and had no qualifications to help him answer questions about the law of time. But as he listened, he felt something was off. The doubt that had plagued him for several years was suddenly resolved, as if he had been constipated for 7 days and finally received a glycerin enema. He had a sudden enlightenment. "Does anyone else have questions?" Seeing that Gao Xiang had fluently answered Jin Jian's doubt, Luo Bin King looked at the other disciples. The small lecture after each public class was a special session Luo Bin King held for his group of disciples. Gao Xiang often came to listen to his public lectures. When Luo Bin King asked some questions during class, he had asked several students, but they were unable to answer. But Gao Xiang was different. There wasn't a single question that Gao Xiang couldn't answer. "Teacher, I hope to receive your answer." A winged human race man in a white robe stood up. He was Bo Lang, a genius who entered the corporation in the same batch as Kaluo through the Strongest Warrior tournament. He was born with a proud spirit and extraordinary talent, and was #1 wherever he went. When he participated in the Peak Genius competition, he was too young, which led to him not achieving good results. Failing to take first place in the Peak Genius competition caused damage to his Tao heart, and he vowed to take first place in the Strongest Warrior tournament. For this first place, he had cultivated at the universe rank for tens of thousands of years. Luo Bin King had once said that with his powerful talent, if he had chosen to enter the 2 giants directly after the Peak Genius competition ended, he would likely have already become a marquee-level immortal by now. Gao Xiang also had to admit that if he didn't have his cheat, his talent would definitely not be able to compare to even 100 millionth of Bo Lang's. After Bo Lang entered the Virtual Universe Corporation, he quickly break through to World Lord. His next goal was to take first place in the qualification tournament during the World Lord rank qualification tournament. "Bo Lang, you can state your doubt first." Luo Bin King frowned. He did not like Bo Lang's arrogant personality, he preferred students like Gao Xiang who were flashy but had a sense of propriety. Bo Leng was a genius of the Tao of time, and it just so happened that Luo Bin King was also a top king rank master of this path. When the former participated in a public lecture for the first time, he chose Luo Bin King. Naturally, Bo Leng became a disciple under Luo Bin King. Teacher. Bo Leng looked at Luo Bin King seriously. The arrangement of the 235.6 billionth essence of space of the small branch of time suspension. As soon as Bo Leng opened his mouth, it was a heavy blow, causing the several senior brothers and senior sisters who wanted to ask questions to fall into confusion. Let alone answering, they couldn't even understand the question Bo Leng raised. This guy has actually started to touch upon time suspension, no wonder he insisted on me answering. Luo Bin King was surprised in his heart, but immediately felt very gratified. Although this disciple was a bit arrogant, he definitely had the capital for that arrogance. Gao Xiang sat on the side, listening quietly, patiently being an audience member. I asked teacher to clear my doubts. After Bo Leng finished speaking, his eyes remained fixed on Luo Bin King. Luo Bin King already had the answer in his heart, but he couldn't help but want to look at Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang, have you encountered this question before? Chapter 131, King Peak. I have dabbled a little in this problem. Gao Xiang stood up. Since Luo Bin King had already asked him, he shouldn't hide anything anymore. Tell me about it. Half a day later, Gao Xiang explained his doubts regarding Bo Leng in detail. It's actually so ingenious, why didn't I think of that? Bo Leng was shaken inside, but on the surface, he remained unmoved. He said, it still sounds hard to understand, please teacher, explain further. Ahem. Luo Bin King had already seen through Bo Leng's issue with face. He picked out 3 minor flaws in Gao Xiang's explanation and improved upon them. The days of enlightenment in primordial chaos city were just that simple and fulfilling. It wasn't until the cloud-caressing vine's injuries had completely healed and everything was ready that it was about to have a breakthrough into an undying. Cloud-caressing vine, come on. A wisp of Gao Xiang's consciousness entered his internal world, looking at the giant plant life form in the central continent. At this moment, the cloud-caressing vine was very manic and excited. Its 360 main vines were like the tentacles of a crazed giant octopus, flailing wildly in the air. At the same time, tens of thousands of tiny side branches covered the entire central continent, wrapping the central continent into a giant spiderweb. Rumble. The cloud-caressing vine, anxious to achieve a breakthrough, fell into a state of absolute mania. It used hundreds of vines to smash wildly against the ground, shattering the massive central continent into countless lands and islands of varying sizes and shapes. Gao Xiang clenched his fists tightly, watching the suffering cloud-caressing vine. At this time, the vines of the cloud-caressing vine were still growing longer. They extended toward the continental shelf of the central continent, and before long, they had completely merged into the ocean. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire world space. Gao Xiang watched helplessly as the central continent he had built became fragmented and slowly sank into the vast ocean. Gao Xiang didn't have time to worry about his shattered internal world. These were all minor problems, he only needed a single thought to form an entirely different world. When the cloud-caressing vine reached its limit of madness, its giant vines fell downwards simultaneously, and after a while, there was no movement. Gao Xiang could no longer even feel its life aura. Could it be that it failed again? Gao Xiang looked at the cloud-caressing vine in this state, finding it hard to accept. For a 360 vine cloud-caressing vine to achieve a breakthrough to undying not only took time, but also cost money. The consumption of tens of billions of points was something perhaps only a king-level immortal would be willing to invest. What is this? Gao Xiang had clearly felt that the aura of the cloud-caressing vine had almost disappeared, but soon, an even more powerful aura followed. Moreover, this aura was purer and more powerful, worlds apart from the cloud-caressing vine of the past. Master, I succeeded. After the successful breakthrough, the cloud-caressing vine possessed a simple consciousness, it was no longer the ignorant entity it once was. Not bad, not bad. Then let's head to the outside territory battlefield. Aside from the cloud-caressing vine, Gao Xiang was all prepared. Primordial Universe, the entrance to the passage leading to Primordial Chaos City. Icy saw Gao Xiang flying out from the shuttle ship. He bowed respectfully while muttering to himself, Gao Xiang is out. Could it be that this time he is going to the outside territory battlefield? Gao Xiang did not know that Icy was a spy. He flew to the tarmac and released his biological spaceship. Master, the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters has a direct passage to the outside territory battlefield. Sandus reminded Gao Xiang. That's perfect. Gao Xiang ordered Sandus to have the biological spaceship fly toward the passage leading to the outside territory battlefield. A giant biological spaceship slowly docked on a spacious plaza. On this plaza, there were fully over 1,000 such massive spaceships. At the same time, there were spaceships taking off or preparing to land in the sky one after another. These were space passages that the Virtual Universe Corporation had spent a great price to build. There were over 100 in total, and each passage was created by an undying spiritual god contributing their own divine kingdom to be modified. The Virtual Universe Corporation achieved the goal of rapid transport by building 2 passages, connecting the 2 ends of the Divine Kingdom respectively, using the Divine Kingdom as a transfer station. Wow, so big. Any one of these passages is enough to let over a dozen spaceships enter and exit at the same time. Sandus looked at these giant passage entrances, her little mouth wide open. Master, the staff is asking which outside territory battlefield we are heading to. Sandus received an inquiry from the staff. Let me contact Marquis 7 Stars first and see. Gao Xiang remembered that when he was in the Gamu secret realm, Marquis 7 Stars had told him that when he went to the outside territory battlefield, he could join the squad Marquis 7 Stars was in. Your Highness. Marquis 7 Stars saw Gao Xiang on the screen and greeted him with a chuckle. Haha, it has been less than 3,000 years, and your Highness is already preparing to come to the outside territory battlefield. Gao Xiang had stayed in Primordial Chaos City for a total of over 700 years, while more than 2,000 years had passed in the outside world. Teacher Marquis 7 Stars, is your squad still looking for people? Marquis 7 Stars was suddenly in a difficult spot. He became somewhat dejected. I might as well tell you. My squad encountered a death tribulation in the outside territory battlefield. Out of 7 members, only 2 survived. I have now left the outside territory battlefield to recuperate. I'm afraid the next time I go to the outside territory battlefield will be after 100,000 eras. What happened? Is it convenient to talk about it? Gao Xiang frowned, becoming somewhat worried. Marquis 7 Stars was a marquis-level powerhouse, yet he had actually encountered a death tribulation. It doesn't hurt to tell you, treat it as an early warning. You must maintain a heart of reverence. Marquis 7 Stars' squad had a total of 7 people. He was the vice-captain, the captain was also a marquis-level immortal, and the remaining members were all ordinary immortal generals. Such a squad belonged to the very powerful teams in the outside territory battlefield, yet they were still ambushed and surrounded by the automaton race. The automaton race marquis-level powerhouse Wei had set up a 9 Tribulation Thunder prison ambush in advance. The squad Marquis 7 Stars was in mistakenly entered it and was completely surrounded, unable to leave. After a bloody slaughter, Marquis 7 Stars and another member were lucky enough to escape with their lives. The rest of the squad members all perished. How about this? I will help you contact a squad that has a good relationship with me. Marquis 7 Stars had roamed the outside territory battlefield for many years, making many mortal enemies, but also getting to know quite a few good friends. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Teacher Marquis 7 Stars. However, please do not leak my identity. Haha, Marquis 7 Stars nodded heavily. I understand this. You are the precious treasure of our human race. If your identity is leaked, it would be a big problem. The outside territory battlefield was a disaster area for alien races assassinating geniuses. Keeping a genius's identity confidential was very important. Wait a moment, I will go contact them now. After finishing, Marquis 7 Stars ended the call. 10 minutes later, Marquis 7 Stars called Gao Xiang again. Your Highness Gao Xiang, I have already contacted a squad for you. This is his virtual universe number. Just say that I referred you. All right, thank you for the trouble, Teacher Marquis 7 stars. No trouble, no trouble. Chapter 132, Marquis Level Immortal Squad. After Gao Xiang ended the call, he quickly tried to dial the virtual universe number sent by Marquis 7 stars. You must be Xiang, right? On the screen appeared a 10-meter tall, muscular man with messy hair, wearing only a pair of animal skin shorts, looking just like a savage. Judging by his physique and attire, one could tell at a glance that he was from the god race. Yes, I was introduced by Teacher Marquis 7 stars. Ha. My name is Tara, you can call me by my name or Captain. Captain. Seeing that the other party was very enthusiastic, Gao Xiang felt pretty good. In the future, he might have to spend a long time with Tara and the others, so finding a team that got along well was very important. You haven't arrived at the outside territory battlefield yet, right? Tara looked at Gao Xiang's background, which was the teleportation base camp of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and quickly guessed that Gao Xiang probably hadn't arrived at the outside territory battlefield yet. Go directly to the 4th battlefield, and I will send someone to the recruit camp to pick you up. Okay. At the entrance to the 4th outside territory battlefield channel, Gao Xiang had already changed his physique and appearance in advance. After privately giving the squad leader guarding the channel a tip, he easily obtained the qualifications to enter the 4th battlefield. Captain, I have arrived. When Gao Xiang reached the recruit camp of the 4th battlefield, he sent an email to Captain Tara. All right, I have received it. Enchantress will come to pick you up in a while. Just wait here and don't go anywhere. In the World Lord activity area of the recruit camp, more than 100,000 World Lord experts were gathered. Gao Xiang looked at the dense crowd of World Lords and sighed, I didn't expect there to be so many World Lords. Generally speaking, a universe country only has about 1 million World Lords. However, he had already learned in advance that the World Lords among humans mainly came from secret realms and god kingdoms. The World Lords living in the territory of the primordial universe were, after all, a minority. You must be Xiang, right? A graceful woman appeared in front of Gao Xiang. Her eyes were sharp, and one could tell at a glance that she had spent years wandering in danger, honing a great set of skills. You must be Enchantress, right? Gao Xiang carefully sized up the woman in front of him. Enchantress wore her hair in a large, emerald green ponytail, was dressed in emerald green armor, and carried a staff on her back. Her curvy figure was extremely alluring. Yo, staring at me like that, are you interested in me? Enchantress, who had just had sharp eyes, instantly blushed. She lowered her head and looked at Gao Xiang shyly, like a newly graduated college student. Your figure is really nice, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Gao Xiang replied casually. Really? Enchantress looked up at Gao Xiang, her eyes seeming to discharge electricity. Before Gao Xiang could react, she was already holding his hand and leaving. We are going to base 036 now. By the way, you are a World Lord Combat General, right? The minimum standard for our team to recruit newcomers is to be a World Lord Combat General. When Enchantress and the others first joined Tara's squad, they were also World Lord Combat Generals. As the team members constantly fought and went through layers of life and death eliminations, they eventually all stepped into the undying rank. That goes without saying. Then what is your military merit quota? From the military merit quota, one could also roughly judge the strength of a World Lord Combat General. Exactly 1 billion. Enchantress opened her mouth wide and stopped in her tracks. She stared intently into Gao Xiang's eyes and found that he didn't seem to be lying. So much. Haha, then we've found a treasure. I believe you will quickly get through the newcomer phase, adapt to our team's rhythm, and strive to step into the undying rank as soon as possible. A World Lord Combat General with a 1 billion military merit quota was very popular among newcomers. Base 036. Captain, we've found a treasure. Enchantress stood by Tara's side and said with a smile. The foundation is not bad, but we are, after all, a squad led by a Marquis-level immortal, and the teams we will face are also Marquis-level squads. Your strength as a World Lord is a bit insufficient. You should stay by our side for now, don't make a move yet, and focus on staying alive. Gao Xiang was a student introduced by Marquis 7 Stars, and Terra and Marquis 7 Stars were good comrades, so Terra felt it was necessary to cultivate this newcomer well. HMPH. Just as Terra finished speaking, a handsome man in a white robe crossed his arms, seemingly very unwelcoming to Gao Xiang's addition. Jun, Xiang is a newcomer. Is this how you treat newcomers? Enchantress saw that Jun was very unwelcoming to Gao Xiang's addition, so she walked up to Jun with a straight face and pinched his nose. Jun swatted away Enchantress's fingers with his hand and said with his back to the others, "We could have recruited an undying team member, but just because he has connections." Jun was a very arrogant person. To show off, he chose to wear a very eye-catching white robe on the outside territory battlefield. However, he had the capital to be arrogant. He was the team member closest to being a marquee-level immortal and was the well-deserved core powerhouse. All right. Since Xiang has already joined our team, we must all trust each other from now on. The peacemaker Jia patted Gao Xiang on the shoulder, very kindly. "I am Jia, you must work hard in the future." "Definitely." Gao Xiang nodded heavily. Terra pointed to the two people in the team who hadn't spoken. "These are the brothers Zhongyu and Zhongpeng. They don't like to talk much, but they are very reliable in their work." Gao Xiang looked at the brothers Zhongyu and Zhongpeng. These two brothers looked very similar to Earth humans, but they were definitely not Earth humans. "Since we have all met, let's set off now." Seeing that Gao Xiang had met all the team members, Terra decided to return to the battlefield. "Xiang, our team is currently adventuring in a place called Orange Island on the edge of the Tianxin continent. Experts are as numerous as clouds there. You must follow us closely and don't try to be a hero." Enchantress kindly reminded Gao Xiang. "Okay, definitely." Gao Xiang clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, "Outside territory battlefield, here I come." "Indeed, do not let your guard down." Terra nodded and said seriously, "Although Orange Island is only over 10 million kilometers in range, there are hundreds of marquee-level squads on the island, and the number of undying squads is uncountable. Battles will start at any time. You are just a world lord combat general. The first thing you must learn is how to save your own life." Enchantress and Terra both felt that Orange Island was too high level for Gao Xiang and was a very dangerous place. "Get on board." Terra released his spaceship from his world ring. It was an F9 class spaceship only over 300 meters long. Small spaceships are more conducive to flying in the outside territory battlefield, are not easily discovered, and are also more flexible. "Haha, this spaceship is not bad, right?" Terra lay on a comfortable sofa, crossing his legs. "Back when I was just an ordinary undying, the spaceship I traveled in was only E9 class, and only the rest cabin was made of F9 metal. Living in it was so stifling." Gao Xiang looked around the interior of the spaceship and found that it was indeed very spacious. "Xiang, do you want to go relax with me?" Enchantress walked in front of Gao Xiang with a smile, and without waiting for his agreement. She had already taken the initiative to hold Gao Xiang's hand. Chapter 133, The First Layer of Testing. Gao Xiang was left with no choice but to follow the Enchantress into the lounge. "This is my lounge. Isn't it big?" The Enchantress led Gao Xiang into her lounge. She walked to the bedside, leaned back, and fell onto the bed. Gao Xiang saw that the Enchantress's lounge was hundreds of square meters in size. The walls were painted purple, and many decorations were placed on them. The entire room looked like a young girl's boudoir. Right then, the Enchantress cast an illusion. She was the strongest illusionist in the team, usually responsible for controlling enemies. That's it. Gao Xiang immediately discovered the other party's illusion. He didn't break it, but instead followed the flow of the illusion and successfully entered it. Holy shit! Gao Xiang saw that the Enchantress in the illusion was actually stark naked. "Xiang, am I beautiful?" The naked Enchantress slowly walked toward Gao Xiang. She opened her arms with a pitiful look, wanting to embrace him. "This probably isn't a good idea. After all, this is an illusion," Gao Xiang pointed out directly. The Enchantress, who just a moment ago wanted to do something indescribable with Gao Xiang, proactively released him from the illusion. "I didn't expect you to realize you'd entered an illusion. It seems your willpower is quite good. You've passed our team's first layer of assessment." The enchantress believed that although Gao Xiang couldn't break her illusion, he could at least realize he was in one. This was enough to show that Gao Xiang's willpower was top tier even among World Lord combat generals. To tell you the truth, I'm actually an illusionist too. Really? After finding out Gao Xiang was an illusionist, the enchantress naturally felt closer to him. However, a World Lord rank illusionist doesn't have much of a role in our team. You still have a lot to learn. While Gao Xiang was being tested in the enchantress's lounge, Jun in the common area was somewhat dissatisfied. Captain, Xiang hasn't come out for so long, he's probably already drowned in the enchantress's illusion. Tara knew that Jun didn't like having an extra dead weight suddenly join the team. But as the captain, Tara felt he should say something. Didn't you all start as World Lord combat generals and step by step reach the undying level? Xiang was introduced by a good friend of mine, who said Zhang's talent is extraordinary and he definitely won't hold us back. If the member introduced by Marquis 7 Stars really was someone getting in through connections or a dead weight, Tara certainly wouldn't have agreed. He had to be responsible for the entire team. Rumble. Right then, the entire spaceship vibrated violently. Warning, warning. The spaceship is under attack in the dark universe. At that moment, the ship's alarm blared. Xiang, stay on the ship. We're going out to fight. Ever since Tara's spaceship left Base 036, it had been in full view simulation mode, so the surroundings could be seen clearly. A spaceship followed closely behind, continuously firing laser cannons. The intelligent system of Tara's spaceship adopted a circuitous flight mode, actively dodging the laser cannons from behind. Tara gave the order, slow down the ship, exit the dark universe. All members, attention, prepare for battle. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Gao Xiang. Xiang, this is your first battle. Just watch from inside the ship. Okay, Gao Xiang replied. The ship's speed plummeted, and before long, it was kicked out of the dark universe. The spaceship behind also followed out of the dark universe. The 6 of them, including Tara, emerged from the ship simultaneously, holding their respective weapons, and began to fight. The enchantress instantly released an illusion attack. The illusion attack quickly penetrated the enemy's ship, successfully pulling an undying powerhouse into an illusion. Good job, Enchantress. Jia, who was holding a large hammer, was the first to charge toward the enemy's ship. At this time, 5 undying powerhouses flew out of the enemy ship, one of whom was a Marquis-level immortal. When Captain Tara's ship left Base 036, it immediately turned on the full-view simulation. Gao Xiang watched the battle outside through the full-view simulation. The opponent was also a small F9 spaceship. After slowing down and exiting the dark universe, 5 undying quickly flew out, one of whom was a Marquis-level powerhouse. The Enchantress controlled one of their undying. It seems this team has 6 members in total. Wait, no. Gao Xiang soon frowned. Through his small detector, he quickly discovered that there was actually another undying hidden inside the enemy's ship who hadn't come out. While traveling through the dark universe earlier, Gao Zhang's detector hadn't been very useful. But once they left the dark universe, the number of powerhouses on the other side and their strengths were clearly known to him. It seems this battle might not be as simple as imagined. Gao Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the 2 sides in combat. The fact that they dared to strike in the dark universe showed they were very confident. It's the Chushi race Marquis-level powerhouse, Zappa. Tara recognized the identity of the Chushi powerhouse. Zappa was quite famous throughout Orange Island and was a very difficult opponent to deal with. Kid, get lost. Zappa, whose body was as massive as a small mountain, gave a light swing of the battle blade in his hand. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, causing Jia, who was the first to attack, to slow down drastically. Jia's movement speed was instantly reduced to only 50%. Instead of being afraid, Jia was quite excited. He swung his large hammer toward the opponent's battle blade. Jia, back off for now. Leave it to me. Tara was shocked. He knew Jia was the most reckless person in the entire team, always being the first to charge ahead in every battle. Such a reckless man was very likely to fall on the outside territory battlefield. Fortunately, he had a good captain who had saved him several times. Haha, you're really courting death. Zappa was no ordinary Marquis-level powerhouse. Among the marquises of Orange Island, he was at an above-average level. Rumble. The air within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly ignited like gunpowder, and at the same time, violent air expansion occurred due to the high temperature. Too strong. Jia was instantly knocked flying. A 10,000th of his divine body was destroyed by that one move. Zapasi, your opponent is me. Seeing that Jia wasn't seriously injured, Terra let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that Jia really was a handful. Ha, kill them all, kill them all. The other Chushi Undying, Zappa Nan, pressed his thick, toad-like legs together and then suddenly charged, aiming for the enchantress, who was preoccupied with controlling her illusion. The enchantress was already exhausted from controlling a high-level immortal general and had no time to worry about Zappa Nan of the Chushi race jumping toward her from a distance. At that moment, a golden sword abruptly appeared in front of Zappa Nan, plunging fiercely into the ground ahead and forming a giant golden barrier 1,000,000 meters high. The flashy young man in white robes, Jun, looked toward the enchantress. Enchantress, focus on controlling their undying. I'll protect you. After Jun finished speaking, another spirit weapon appeared in his hand. His spirit weapon split apart, turning into 9 giant golden swords, each over 10,000 meters high. Chapter 134, A World Lord Comparable to an Undying. Zappa Nan narrowed his eyes, his snake-like vertical pupils emitting a dark green glow. He swiped a claw, and 5 blood-colored light curtains appeared before him. The 2 brothers, Zhang Yu and Zhang Peng, were fighting the remaining alien undying and could not break away for the moment. Ha. Just then, a high-level immortal general flew out from the enemy spaceship. He had found the perfect opportunity to strike. The enchantress. The enchantress was alarmed. She hurriedly split off a portion of her consciousness to cast an illusion on this sneaking alien undying. However, the opponent quickly broke free from her illusion. The opponent held a 100-meter-long spear and thrust it towards the enchantress. The spearhead seemed as if it had countless bombs strapped to it. As it moved forward, it kept exploding continuously. Enchantress. Jun discovered that the enchantress was in danger, and a Thunder Sky Shuttle appeared in his hand. Under Jun's control, the speed of the Thunder Sky Shuttle surged, and it flew towards the spear of the sneaking alien. The spear was knocked off course and happened to strike the ground right beside the enchantress, causing the land within a 100-kilometer radius to be instantly blasted into powder. Because she was too close, the enchantress was sent flying by the blast. The opponent's strength was clearly superior to the enchantress, causing her to sustain significant injuries this time. The retreating enchantress dared not easily lose focus and could only continue to control the illusion. As she flew backward and was about to crash into the ground, a teammate caught her. The enchantress looked at this person and discovered it was actually Gao Xiang. She was alarmed. Xiang, quickly go back to the spaceship, it's too dangerous here. Everyone present, except for Gao Xiang, was an undying powerhouse. There were even 2 marquee-level immortals. Any stray attack could instantly kill hundreds of world lords. As a member of the team, how can I stay out of it? Just as Gao Xiang finished speaking, a spear suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was the spear from the alien who had just launched the sneak attack. The spearhead was aimed at the 2 of them. Careful. The enchantress leapt and blocked the path in front of Gao Xiang. She had the protection of marquee-level immortal armor. If struck by the opponent's spear, she would at most lose some undying divine body, but she wouldn't die on the spot. But Gao Xiang was different. The enchantress believed that if Gao Xiang were hit, he would undoubtedly die. Gao Xiang transmitted his voice to the enchantress, "You need to focus on controlling the illusion, leave this guy to me. Can you handle it?" The enchantress didn't have time to think too much. She continued to use her body to block the opponent's spear. At this moment, the battle blade in Gao Xiang's hand slashed against the opponent's spear, knocking it off course. Rumble. The power capable of instantly destroying a star was deflected by Gao Xiang. Junior, get out of the way. At this moment, Jun finally had the opportunity to control the 9 giant golden swords. He glanced at Gao Xiang, who appeared to not be heavily injured, and with a thought, the 9 giant golden swords flew horizontally toward the spear-wielding alien. The alien knew he could not be the opponent's match, so he hurriedly withdrew his spear and retreated repeatedly. He quickly targeted Jia, who was holding a large hammer. And now, the task of dealing with Jun and the enchantress was handed over to Zappa Nan. I didn't expect you to actually dare to take the opponent's spear head on. I guess you must have powerful armor on you, otherwise, the power of that spear would have been enough to shatter you. The enchantress roughly deduced Gao Xiang's trump card. The enchantress's judgment was very accurate. Although Gao Xiang had profound insights into the law, and the ultimate techniques he learned were peak ultimate techniques, his physical body was very weak. A world lord's physical body could not withstand a full-strength blow from an undying unless they were wearing powerful armor. In reality, Gao Xiang had the dual protection of the overlord armor and the cloud-caressing vine on his body. Against a mere ordinary undying, even if he stood still, the opponent would not be able to break his skin. You guessed right. So, can I go up and fight now? Gao Xiang chuckled. He pinched the enchantress's cute nose, placed her on the ground, and then, like a cannonball, quickly joined the battle. The enchantress witnessed Gao Xiang joining the battle involving Jia. Jia, I'm here to help you. Gao Xiang discovered that among the team, Jia was the most passive. His opponent's strength was far superior to his own. Good. Just before, Jia had also seen Gao Xiang take the opponent's spear head on. Realizing that Gao Xiang had some skills, at least he wouldn't be instantly killed by an undying. A mere world lord dares to come. I was holding back just now. You're courting death. The spear-wielding alien held the spear with both hands and smashed it down towards Gao Xiang's head. If he couldn't kill a world lord, he would be laughed to death by his other teammates later. Your opponent is me. Jia swung his large hammer and charged up. Enter the illusion. Gao Xiang cast an illusion. The invisible and colorless illusion attack quickly landed on the spear-wielding alien. Where is this? The spear-wielding alien suddenly discovered that the place he was in had changed. He suddenly snapped back to reality and was greatly alarmed. I've been caught in an illusion. But very quickly, he understood. In this human race team, only that woman was an illusionist. Who else had the ability to make him fall into an illusion? Fortunately, after entering the illusion, he reacted immediately, which was enough to show that the opponent's illusion was not very advanced. This guy actually didn't completely sink into it. Gao Xiang thought to himself. He was not an illusionist, his ability to cast an illusion was only because his willpower was strong, so he could only make a part of the opponent's soul fall into the illusion. Now was the time. Jia discovered that the opponent was momentarily motionless, so he swung his large hammer and smashed it down towards the opponent's head. Break! The spear-wielding alien roared angrily and quickly broke free from the illusion. He glared at Gao Xiang, who was not far away. It was this little world lord insect that had actually made him fall into an illusion momentarily. After returning this time, he would definitely be mocked by his teammates for 10,000 years. Rumble. Jia's large hammer landed on the spear-wielding alien's head. The opponent's helmet instantly neutralized 80% of the damage, but 20% of the damage still landed on the opponent's head. The head inside the helmet was instantly turned into pulp by the aftermath. Damn world lord. The spear-wielding alien, having recondensed his head, discovered that his body had instantly lost 5%, and he was furious, vowing to slaughter Gao Xiang. Not bad, I didn't expect you to actually be an illusionist. Jia was very satisfied with Gao Xiang's stunning performance. A mere world lord combat general was able to make an undying fall into a momentary illusion. During battle, even a delay of 1 millisecond could change the final outcome of the fight. Can you continue to use the illusion? Jia thought of a very good method. Of course I can. Gao Xiang nodded confidently. Just now, he was merely hiding his strength. If he could unleash 3,200 times mental power amplitude, let alone the spear-wielding undying before him, even the Chushi race Zapasi would fall for it. Damn it. The spear-wielding alien knew that he could not withstand the opponent's illusion attack 100%. If he continued to fight Jia, he might really fall. If Jia fought him alone, it was almost impossible to kill him. But with a powerful illusionist assisting from the side, the risk of him falling was very high. He couldn't care about so much. A seed appeared in his hand, and he threw it directly into his mouth. Not good, he ate a fruit similar to a strength-enhancing potion. Jia had seen this kind of fruit before. Chapter 135, Golden Sword, Saving a Life. This is a type of fruit similar to human potions. After eating it, one can briefly erupt with the strength of an entry-level marquee-level immortal, but after the medicinal effect ends, it will cause immense damage to the body, requiring several hundred years to recover. After eating the fruit, the body of the spear-wielding alien instantly doubled in size, dark red stripes appeared on the scales of its body, and its aura surged several times over in an instant. Its long spear turned crimson and burned with flames, the surrounding air sizzling due to the high temperature. Gao Xiang, be careful, see if you can control the opponent. Jia gritted his teeth and charged forward. Jia believed that since the spear-wielding alien had consumed an explosive fruit, its willpower would also be briefly boosted, and Gao Xiang's illusion would likely be useless. Okay, Gao Xiang answered seriously. This was his first time fighting on the outside territory battlefield, and even though he was the #1 genius in the primitive mystical region, he dared not lower his guard. He always kept in mind the advice others had given him: a powerhouse should hold a heart of reverence toward the universe. You die first. The spear-wielding alien decided to kill Gao Xiang first. It raised the long spear with one hand and, like a javelin thrower, hurled it out. Seeing the long spear flying toward him, Gao Xiang immediately turned and fled. The opponent's long spear seemed to have grown wings, as it was able to follow Gao Xiang the entire way. Jia noticed that his opponent no longer had a weapon and prepared to seize the opportunity to smash the opponent's divine body with his large hammer. After losing its long spear, an axe appeared in the spear-wielding alien's hand, and it hurriedly moved to block Jia, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack. If I don't use my cloud-stepping space-time boots, I'm afraid I won't be able to dodge the opponent's long spear. Gao Xiang realized that the speed of the opponent's long spear was too fast, he couldn't possibly dodge it. Forget it, I'll just take it head-on. Gao Xiang suddenly stopped, preparing to use his combat saber to meet the opponent's long spear head-on. And his actions, in the eyes of Terra and the others, were no different from suicide. Haha, kid, have you given up? When the spear-wielding alien realized that Gao Xiang had nowhere to escape and was about to face death, it felt that eating the enhancement fruit had been worth it. Just then, 9 giant golden swords flew over and knocked the long spear away. Because Jun was distracted by controlling the golden swords to save Gao Xiang, its arm was instantly blasted apart by Zappa Nan's weapon. Jun let out a painful wail. Not caring whether Gao Xiang was safe or not, it violently retreated and hurriedly recondensed its arm. Losing an arm caused its divine body to instantly lose 3% of its mass. I didn't expect that. Although this Jun speaks harshly, its heart is not bad. Gao Xiang had the ability to protect himself, but before he could unleash it, he had been saved by Jun. Jia, let me try to control the opponent. Gao Xiang did not want to appear too heaven-defying, lest he be targeted by the alien race, so he unleashed 1200 times the amplitude of his mind power, and an invisible, colorless illusion attack instantly landed on the spear-wielding alien. Damn it, I've actually entered an illusion again. The spear-wielding alien was terrified. Its willpower had clearly been raised by several levels, so why had it still fallen into the opponent's illusion? The spear-wielding alien let out a painful wail, and by the time it reacted, a hole had instantly been blasted through its back. This time, it instantly lost 10% of its divine body. Gao Xiang, not bad. It seems your illusion is already on par with the enchantress. At this moment, Jia finally identified Gao Xiang as a world lord genius. Comparable to an undying escape. The spear-wielding alien knew that once Gao Xiang and Jia coordinated, it would likely be unable to escape its fate today. Having made its decision, it turned and fled. Don't run. Seeing that the opponent had actually run away, Jia followed in pursuit. It was rarely possible to kill an undying in ordinary times, and since there was an opportunity this time, he naturally could not miss it. It was not easy to defeat an undying of equal strength, but killing the opponent was extremely difficult. They usually had formidable means of escape. For example, flight-type weapons, briefly explosive drugs, or throwing out servants to die as decoys, etc. Damn it, I've actually entered an illusion again. The spear-wielding alien, which had been fleeing frantically a second ago, suddenly went still the next second, merely continuing to fly forward by inertia. Jia quickly appeared in front of the spear-wielding alien, holding his large hammer in both hands, and smashed it fiercely toward the opponent's head. Whirlwind 18 hammers. It was just a single hammer strike, yet it could simultaneously unleash the power of 18 strikes, dealing a frenzied assault against the opponent from every angle. Boom, 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 18 consecutive earth-shattering roars echoed, with artillery fire filling the sky. Terra and the others, as well as Zapasi and the other aliens, all looked toward Jia's side simultaneously. What is going on? Zapasi had clearly planned everything well, so how had a change occurred? Soon, his gaze landed on a world lord. A mere world lord combat general who can briefly influence an undying that is comparable to an entry-level marquee-level immortal after erupting. This is definitely a genius cultivated by the 5 great human giants. Haha, killing this world lord combat general is definitely worth more than killing this Terra. Zapasi quickly locked onto a new target. The points for hunting a super genius were much higher than killing a marquee-level immortal. Space strangulation. As a marquee-level immortal who had insight into the law of space, Zapasi's greatest specialty was space strangulation. He could only strangle a small area. It was very difficult to instantly kill an ordinary undying, but it was enough to kill a world lord. Crack, crack, crack. Gao Xiang discovered that the air around him had turned into solid lead, instantly locking his body in place, while at the same time, over a dozen invisible large hammers were smashing toward him from all directions. However, Gao Xiang was unharmed. The cloud-caressing vine, one of the 360 vines, easily helped him withstand it all. He didn't die. Zapasi looked at Gao Xiang's direction in surprise. At this moment, Terra seized the opportunity to attack. Zapasi had no choice but to retreat and dodge, thereby losing the opportunity to launch another space strangulation at Gao Xiang. The spear-wielding alien in the distance could no longer care about so much. Its body had been severely damaged this time, and it dared not linger any longer. It didn't have time to repair its chest, which had been pierced through, and it had already thrown the long spear in its hand, which landed right in front of Jia. The long spear split into 10,000, constructing a high wall in front. If one wanted to catch up to it, one had to break through its long spear. By that time, it would have already entered the spaceship and would be perfectly safe. So cunning. Jia was furious, but there was really no other way. He could only forcibly break through the high wall formed by the opponent's long spear. This time, don't think about getting out. Gao Xiang continued to raise the stakes, instantly erupting with 2,400 times the amplitude of his mind power. The spear-wielding alien, which had just been rejoicing that it was finally safe, stopped in its tracks, motionless. This time, the spear-wielding alien could not immediately realize that it had fallen into an illusion, so it would take longer to break free. In battles between powerhouses, even controlling someone for a millisecond could very likely cause them to fall. In less than the blink of an eye, Jia completely broke through the opponent's long spear. He had assumed the opponent had already escaped into the spaceship, yet the opponent was still standing there motionless. Chapter 136, Alien Race, Summoning Help. When Jia's great hammer landed on the head of the spear-wielding alien, the opponent finally broke free from the illusion. It was too late. His head was instantly shattered, even with a helmet for protection. After Jia's hammer struck, he did not stop, continuing to strike wildly. I am not reconciled. The spear-wielding alien shouted with his soul, having already made the most insane decision. Self-destruction. Jia immediately realized the opponent wanted to self-destruct, so he changed direction and flew towards Gao Xiang. He grabbed Gao Xiang's hand while a shield appeared in his other hand. Whether Gao Xiang could survive the self-destruction of an undying powerhouse would depend on his own abilities. Jia had already done enough. They were only 20-some kilometers away from the explosion point. If an undying powerhouse did not use powerful defensive treasures, death was almost certain. Cloud-caressing vine. Gao Xiang instantly released his peak world lord rank cloud-caressing vine. The cost of cultivating an imperfect peak world lord rank cloud-caressing vine was easily affordable for Gao Xiang, and he had already prepared to in advance. The massive body of the cloud-caressing vine wrapped tightly around the two of them, forming a giant protective sphere with a diameter of over 12 kilometers. After the explosion ended, 90% of Gao Xiang's peak world lord rank cloud-caressing vines were lost. If not for the massive size of the cloud-caressing vine, which was able to absorb the vast majority of the explosion's power, an ordinary undying would likely have perished. I didn't expect you to have a peak world lord rank cloud-caressing vine, and a top-tier variety with 216 vines at that. Jia swallowed, feeling great admiration after realizing Gao Xiang was actually a wealthy tycoon. Even though he was an undying, he couldn't afford to play with a 216 vine peak world lord rank cloud-caressing vine. Retreat. Terra, we will remember this blood feud. Seeing one of his team members fall, Zapasi knew that they had no chance of winning this ambush. The few aliens flew towards their spaceship one after another. Don't chase them, other aliens might come over later, and we might be in trouble if that happens. Terra watched them leave and did not intend to pursue. Terra's F9 spaceship entered the dark universe once again. Terra leaned back on the sofa, one arm hooked around Gao Xiang's head, and laughed heartily. Who would have thought, Xiang, that you are an illusionist comparable to the demoness? In reality, in his eyes, Gao Xiang's illusions were still a bit inferior compared to the demoness. The demoness could trap ordinary undying in an illusion for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. But Gao Xiang's performance had already gained Terra's affirmation. He had already accepted that Gao Xiang was an illusionist on the same level as the demoness. Gao Xiang is a top-tier genius with 1 billion contribution points, and his strength is comparable to an undying. The demoness took the initiative to sit beside Gao Xiang, grabbing his hand and interlocking her fingers with his. Tisk, 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 demoness, this is the first time I've seen you be so proactive. Jia watched the demoness actively holding Gao Xiang's hand, and he drooled uncontrollably. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, the demoness was a top-tier beauty. Although they, as undying powerhouses, had long since transcended physical desires, it was impossible not to feel something when seeing a beauty. Is that so? Gao Xiang was a bit surprised. He had mistakenly thought the demoness was that kind of promiscuous woman. Not to mention female undying, some female powerhouses of the territory lord rank and world lord rank had thousands of men around them for their pleasure. Xiang, the demoness is indeed a very reserved woman. Jun nodded slightly towards Gao Xiang, while revealing a faint smile. Jun was usually stern and rarely smiled, but this time, it was because he recognized Gao Xiang's strength that he made such a gesture. Sai Tilda, Zhang Yu and Zhang Peng, the two brothers, sighed. Ha ha, Xiang, how about you and the demoness become partners? Terra felt that the demoness and Gao Xiang were a very good match. Two illusionists could not only communicate physically but also communicate on a soul level. The demoness blinked at Gao Xiang, and her face actually turned red. She secretly transmitted her voice to Gao Xiang. Brother Xiang, I am still a virgin. After the transmission, she rested her head on Gao Xiang's shoulder. My aspirations lie in the four corners of the world. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Gao Xiang transmitted back to her. Oh, then I will work hard. The demoness knew that a super genius like Gao Xiang could not possibly lack women around him, so she decided she would work hard. Gao Xiang did not continue to say anything, but instead closed his eyes and began to slowly comprehend the law. Women would only affect the speed at which he drew his blade. Although Terra and the others talked about the two of them being together, they didn't take it to heart, instead seizing the time to repair their injuries. During the battle with the aliens just now, their divine bodies had suffered quite a bit of loss. Every battle not only caused some loss to their divine bodies but also consumed quite a few treasures. If they failed to kill the opponent, this battle would be a huge loss. Fortunately, they had successfully killed one undying just now. This undying was a total pauper. After his items were divided among Terra's team, it wasn't even enough to compensate for the losses of Terra and the others. A month later, an F9 spaceship docked around Orange Island. We have a safe house on Orange Island, let's go there and get settled first. With Terra's order, he was the first to get off the spaceship. He activated the large and small detectors and found that there were no alien teams active within a radius of 30 million kilometers. Terra's team's safe house was located 10,000 meters underground around Orange Island. It was a 300 square meter F9 pure metal safe house. Xiang, even after entering the safe house, we still cannot be careless. There might be powerhouses nearby using detectors of a higher grade than ours. Terra, being experienced, began to explain the precautions for Orange Island to Gao Xiang. Orange Island had 12 major peak marquee-level powerhouses, all of whom were not to be trifled with. Terra said that as long as the team did not encounter the 12 major peak marquee-level powerhouses, their team's safety on Orange Island was guaranteed. Damn Terra's team. After returning to the spaceship, Zapasi cursed Terra and the others viciously. Big brother, don't be anxious, we still have hidden means. Zapanan took out a sensor and stared at the sensor's screen. Hee, didn't expect this, did you? Zapasi recognized this thing. I didn't expect you to have left a hidden trick on Limey's items. A tracker had been planted on an item on the spear-wielding alien, Limey. At this moment, the tracker showed that the opponent was stationary on Orange Island, clearly recuperating. Big brother, shall we go and kill them? Zapanan looked at his big brother, Zapasi. Yes. That human genius definitely has many treasures on him. Killing him will yield a large amount of contribution points. Furthermore, if we don't kill Terra and the others, I will not be reconciled. Zapasi narrowed his eyes and said viciously, I will contact our clansmen now. To ensure the next assassination would be foolproof, Zapasi decided to call for reinforcements. He thought of a clansman powerhouse who also happened to be on Orange Island. While Terra and the others were still recuperating in the safe house, an F9 spaceship quietly flew towards Orange Island. Master, 2 spaceships flying in. Synchronization have appeared within a range of 100 million kilometers. Sandus suddenly appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder. Chapter 137, The Revenge of the 2 Marquee Rankers. The large-scale detector Gao Xiang had ordered was top tier, capable of scanning a range of 100 million kilometers. There are 12 people in total across the 2 spaceships, with their specific strength and identities unknown. Good, keep observing. Gao Xiang believed that at such a vast distance, the other party was most likely just passing by. He had already activated the small-scale detector, so the probability of the other party discovering them was practically negligible. As the 2 synchronized spaceships continued to fly, Sandus soon discovered an anomaly. This is bad. Their direction hasn't changed at all, they are heading straight for us. Soon, Sandus reached a conclusion. Master, the possibility that they have discovered us is low. Since we ordered the highest grade detector from the company, unless they are using a restricted level custom detector used by human race venerables, the probability of them finding us is extremely low. Gao Xiang seemed to realize something. In other words, they might already have our location. Correct. There are many ways to track someone's location. The most common method is to plant a tracker inside a treasure. Gao Xiang let go of the enchantress's hand and looked at Terra, who was in the distance, unwilling to disturb him and the enchantress. Terra, do you think the Chushi race might have hidden tracking methods? It's very possible. Terra wasn't surprised. He continued, the alien races often use these despicable tactics. However, before we distribute resources, I always check them one by one using divine power and detectors. That possibility exists, but there's no way around it. We can't just refuse all loot, can we? Are we just here to twiddle our thumbs in the outside territory battlefield? Since that was the case, Gao Xiang decided to tell everyone the reality of the situation. Just a moment ago, my detector discovered that there are 2 spaceships approaching us from 50 million kilometers away. Gao Xiang didn't want to reveal the full details of his powerful detector to avoid causing panic. 50 million kilometers. That far. Terra was somewhat skeptical of Gao Xiang's words. Captain, let's prepare for battle. Jun stood up and said seriously. He chose to trust Gao Xiang. Let's fight. The enchantress stood up as well, very excited, because with Gao Xiang there, she believed they could definitely defeat their opponents again. Zhang Peng, who was usually quiet, spoke up. What if we just throw away the loot? How can we do that? Zhang Yu immediately stood up to object. That method won't work. Terra shook his head. My loot is stored inside my world ring along with my other items. We can't just throw away all the treasures I've accumulated over the years, right? Me too. Jia rubbed his forehead. Sigh, you guys. Jun felt a bit exasperated. He was very cautious. Whenever he obtained new loot, he would keep it separate from his other treasures for a period of time. Then, Xiang, what is the strength of the other party? Terra most wanted to know who these experts were. I don't know yet, they need to get a bit closer before I can tell. In the sky above the safe house, Terra's F9 spaceship was hovering. The spaceship was ready to go. If they determined they couldn't defeat the enemy, they could escape immediately. As the two opposing spaceships approached rapidly, Gao Xiang soon learned their strength. The enemy has 2 marquis rankers and 10 immortal generals. They're that strong. Terra had already prepared for battle, but upon discovering that the enemy had 2 marquis rank experts, he shouted for the safety of his teammates, "We need to leave, fast." They were training in the outside territory battlefield not just for the sake of slaughter, but to earn military service points, loot, and to hone themselves along the way. If a battle had a very low chance of success, or if winning it wouldn't yield any benefits, Terra would definitely leave decisively. Captain, let's retreat quickly. Jun was also a very steady person and was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Terra's F9 spaceship had already been primed, so after determining the enemy's strength, it launched quickly. Not good, we've actually been discovered. Zapasi stared at the tracker in front of him and gave an order, chase them down. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to his Chushi race clansmen in the other spaceship. Zapachi, we've been discovered. They're preparing to run. Received. Then let's chase them and shoot their ship down. 2 F9 spaceships pursued from 2 different directions simultaneously, their laser cannons activating at the same time. Warning, warning. The spaceship has been locked onto by laser cannons and is about to be attacked. Terra's ship emitted a piercing alarm. Just then, 2 laser cannons fired simultaneously. Laser cannons have a charging time. This moment was the best opportunity to increase the distance between them. Return fire. Terra roared, ordering the spaceship's AI to initiate a counterattack. The laser cannons on the tail, top, and wings of the ship suddenly shifted direction, all aiming toward the rear. 3, 2, 1. 4 laser blasts fired toward the 2 spaceships respectively. However, the ships behind had anticipated this. They adopted a maneuvering flight mode, capable of dodging 90% of the laser blasts from the front. You missed. Keep firing. Terra's spaceship was more advanced than the 2 enemy ships, so he wasn't worried about being unable to hit them. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A laser blast hit the flank of one of the ships behind perfectly. Warning, spaceship flank damaged. Zapasi, who was piloting the ship, felt a pang of heartache seeing his beloved spaceship damaged. For them, as a vassal race, the difficulty of obtaining an F9 spaceship was several times higher than for a human race member of equivalent strength. Zapasi cherished his spaceship exceptionally. Activate the planet-destroying cannon. Zapasi decided to go all out. Once the planet-destroying cannon was activated, 1/3 of Zapasi's ship's stored energy would be consumed. Furthermore, the ship was currently flying at near light speed, so the energy consumption was also staggering. The real outside territory battlefield was far more realistic and cruel than in the original story. For a spaceship to maintain light speed flight, it not only required massive amounts of energy but also caused wear and tear on the ship's protective shields and secret patterns. Therefore, every so often, the ship had to return to base to replenish energy and repair damaged protective shields and secret patterns. Warning, warning. The spaceship has been locked onto by the enemy's planet-destroying cannon. Warning, warning. The spaceship has been locked onto by the planet-destroying cannons of 2 ships. Terra frowned and cursed, those sons of bitches. They're actually willing to use planet-destroying cannons on us. Captain, why don't we go out and fight them head-on? The Enchantress appeared behind Terra. Since getting to know Gao Xiang, the Enchantress had discovered that Gao Xiang was not as simple as everyone imagined. She always felt that Gao Xiang's strength was not merely comparable to an undying. However, this was just her intuition, she couldn't be 100% sure. How can we do that? Terra was unwilling to let his teammates take risks. Their ships can fire the planet-destroying cannon at most once. Once we dodge it, we'll be safe. Chapter 138, Strong Alliance. Terra did not choose to enter the dark universe, instead keeping the spaceship at a state very close to the speed of light. At such a speed, the energy consumed is several hundred times that of entering the dark universe. There are no obstacles in the dark universe, so the energy consumption is very low. As long as the opponent fires the planet-destroying cannon, it won't be long before they have to slow down due to insufficient energy. Call for rescue. Terra knew they were outmatched, so he decided to call for rescue on the virtual network. The cost of calling for rescue is very high. Unless absolutely necessary, Terra was unwilling to call for it easily. Soon, several emergency distress emails were forwarded to all nearby powerhouses of the human race faction. Rumble. A massive beam of light, over 100 meters wide, shot out from the planet-destroying cannon in the rear. The super-high temperature, surpassing that of a star, instantly melted the land 10,000 meters below. Terra's spaceship's intelligent system, through the time the opponent activated the planet-destroying cannon and the aiming direction of the cannon, actively predicted the opponent's flight trajectory. It shifted its orbit in advance and quickly dodged a terrifying beam from the planet-destroying cannon. However, the super-high temperature and the powerful impact of the particle beam still caused serious damage to the side wings of the spaceship. Warning, warning. The spaceship's side wings are completely destroyed, and 30% of the thruster functionality is lost. Captain, let's go out and fight. The Enchantress was already anxious. She didn't want to watch the spaceship that the captain had accumulated many years of military merit to exchange for be destroyed in vain. No. Terra knew that they could not possibly be the opponents of two marquee-level immortals. Ha ha ha. Die. The planet-destroying cannon on Zapace's spaceship followed closely. Behind. The planet-destroying cannon, like the Grim Reaper, carried no emotion. It was impartial to all living things, overwhelming and unstoppable. Even ordinary undying would be instantly vaporized if hit. Terra's spaceship's intelligent system once again predicted the planet-destroying cannon from behind, and it abruptly warped. The particles from the planet-destroying cannon instantly destroyed the tail of Terra's spaceship. Warning, warning. The tail of the spaceship is damaged, and 30% of the propulsion system is lost. Damn it, why hasn't anyone come to help yet? Terra felt unwilling. He had clearly requested aid in advance, and there were two marquee-level squads very close by, yet they wouldn't come. The two marquee-level powerhouses on the other side are both Chushi race with decent strength, and the bounty is too low. It's not enough to compensate for our losses. Not going, the bald man said to his companion. After glancing at the distress email, he decided to ignore it. Although this bounty tempts me, the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. I'm afraid there won't be any good outcome from this battle. Not going. The enchanting woman, Futila, shook her head and also decided to ignore it. None of the powerhouses who could survive on Orange Island until now had a saintly heart. They had no obligation to rescue their own kin. Captain, if we had known, we should have left earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive. At this moment, Zhang Yu blamed Terra a little. Yeah, we clearly had time to leave. Zhang Peng also started blaming Terra. Terra kept a straight face, knowing that he had been overconfident this time. He gritted his teeth. Let's go, we'll go out and fight. At worst, we die in battle. Terra had been on the outside territory battlefield for so long. He had encountered danger of this level no less than 10 times, and in the end, he had still survived. Set up the 7-section chain formation. As soon as Zapace flew out of the spaceship, he ordered his subordinates to set up the formation. The two Chushi race spaceships surrounded Terra's spaceship, one in front and one behind. Several Undying each held a huge automaton race device, surrounding Terra and the others from 7 different angles. Relying on the energy supply from the two spaceships, the 7-section chain formation was quickly activated. Ha, an inescapable net has been laid here. You are doomed. Zapace laughed loudly. He had paid a huge price this time to kill the human race genius. The price of a set of 7-section chain formation was frighteningly expensive. Unless absolutely necessary, Zapasi would not be willing to take it out. Oh no, it's actually the 7-section chain formation. Tara knew this type of mechanical treasure. The surrounding space has been locked. To leave, we must break the 7-section chain formation. The defensive power of the 7-section chain formation is astonishing. It will take quite some time to break it. Within this time, they have plenty of time to completely annihilate us. Then let's fight. At this moment, Jun was not afraid at all. Instead, he was even more excited. Fight, fight, fight. Jia also raised his big hammer, and he was the first to rush up. Cloud-caressing vine. Gao Xiang smiled, thinking that these teammates were really cute. They weren't afraid at all even when death was imminent. Perhaps this was the fine tradition of professional soldiers. How did this guy's cloud-caressing vine recover so quickly? Zapasi looked at Gao Xiang's cloud-caressing vine strangely. Not long ago, Gao Xiang's peak world lord cloud-caressing vine had clearly suffered significant losses. To fully recover, it would take at least several hundred years, unless a large amount of treasure was used, but even then, it would still take several years. However, soon, Zapasi realized something. It seems that your status in the human race is even higher than I expected. The terrifying aspect of a peak world lord cloud-caressing vine mainly lies in its body being too huge. Even if an undying encountered it, it would be very troublesome. Don't be stingy right now, drink all the enhancement potions for me. Tara gave an order and was the first to drink the potion to boost his strength. Although combat enhancement potions are very expensive, they are indispensable hot commodities on the outside territory battlefield. At this moment, Jun, the Zhongyu brothers, and the enchantress all drank a bottle of enhancement potion. Xiang, here is one for you. The enchantress handed a bottle of enhancement potion to Gao Xiang, who knew that Gao Xiang would push it away, while simultaneously sending a voice transmission. I don't need this kind of thing. The effect of ordinary enhancement agents is limited and provides little help. Those with good effects often have significant side effects. Gao Xiang had legacies like Shuiluo Power, Dragon Blood Tyrant Body Technique, and Demon Sound Divine General, so he did not need to use these enhancement agents. Xiang, let's work together to control one marquee level. At this moment, the enchantress suddenly had a bold idea. This was the first time the enchantress tried to use an illusion to influence a marquee level undying. Okay. The enchantress smiled. She took the initiative to hold Gao Xiang's hand, separated a wisp of consciousness to enter Gao Xiang's mind, and took the initiative to connect with the wisp of consciousness that the other party had also separated. In the original work, there was very little description of illusionists. In fact, illusionists are a very large category of psyker masters. The reason why the enchantress often wanted to hold hands with Gao Xiang before, and even did very intimate things, was to establish a spiritual resonance between the two illusionists. Gao Xiang and the enchantress's mental energy quickly gathered together, twisting into a thick and powerful mental attack. The enchantress's face turned red instantly. She discovered that Gao Xiang's mental energy was far thicker and stronger than she had imagined. It was the strongest she had ever seen. The mental attack formed by the two was like an invisible mountain, falling instantly onto one of the ordinary undying. Illusionists mainly have two means of attack. One is mental attack. The other is illusion attack. Rumble. Chapter 139, The Pressure of the Marquee-Level Monster Race Royal Family. The undying, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly found his mind blank. On the surface, his physical body appeared unharmed. In reality, his mental energy had suffered heavy damage, causing him to fall into a brief state of unconsciousness. Squelch. Jun seized the opportunity to control a massive golden sword and pierced through the undying. Haha, fairy, Xiang, not bad. I didn't expect you two to have such great chemistry. Tara laughed heartily. Tara believed that neither fairy nor Gao Xiang could have caused the opponent to fall into a brief coma on their own. HMPH. Zappachi didn't care at all. Wasn't it just the death of one ordinary undying? A golden sphere appeared in his hand. The golden sphere split into 999 pieces, forming a complex golden dome. At this moment, Zappachi also unleashed his strongest killing move. After the burst of power, he quickly restrained Terra. Terra was exhausted from running for his life and had no energy left to deal with Zapasi's golden dome. Soon, the golden dome covered Terra. Jia, Jun, and the Zhongyu brothers were all in a very difficult spot. Fighting 1 against 2 prevented them from utilizing the effects of their enhancement potions. Xiang, let's try targeting Zapasi. Fairy quickly locked onto the one among the marquee-level experts who seemed weaker. All right. At this moment, Gao Xiang decided not to hide anymore and completely unleashed 3,200 times his mental energy amplitude. Fairy, who had just been in shock, was suddenly stunned by a massive surge of mental energy. In front of Gao Xiang, her mental energy was like a chick encountering a rooster. Rumble. The mental attacks from both of them landed on Zapasi. Zapasi's head throbbed with pain, but he quickly reacted. He glared at Gao Xiang and the other. I didn't expect you to actually cause damage to my soul. Oh no, he doesn't seem to be hurt much. Fairy was horrified, realizing that this time they might truly be finished. Squelch. At this moment, Zhang Peng's body was instantly sliced into 30 large pieces. After piecing himself back together, Zhang Peng discovered that his divine power body had instantly lost 30%. Fortunately, his physical body had not been completely annihilated, otherwise, without an undying body, he would have truly died. Die. Zapachi commanded the special attack mechanism inside the Golden Dome, instantly shredding Terra's physical body. Before long, Terra's body condensed once again. He possessed an undying body, but he still lost 10% of his divine power body in one go. A few more times, and you, Terra, will fall. Zapachi found that this battle was actually too simple, making him feel it was worth it. Xiang, can you still control another undying? The severely injured Jun looked at Gao Xiang. He hoped Gao Xiang could control one more undying, so he could drag someone down with him before he died. Hee, little girl, die. At that moment, an alien illusionist launched a sneak attack on Fairy. Fairy had just unleashed mental and illusion attacks, which had overdrawn her mental energy, leaving her unable to resist. However, her mental energy was still connected with Gao Xiang's at this moment. This caused both her and Gao Xiang to enter the opponent's illusion simultaneously. Where is this? Fairy looked at the surrounding hell. The opponent's illusion. Gao Xiang quickly noticed the anomaly. Then what should we do? Fairy knew she no longer had the ability to leave this place. However, just at this moment, countless fish appeared on the surface of Gao Xiang's body. But these fish all had sharp steel teeth, and they looked tough to deal with at a glance. They numbered in the thousands, and they kept pouring out from Gao Xiang's body endlessly. This was an illusion, everything that defied common sense could be realized here. Various demons poured out crazily from all around. Some demons were like mountains, holding large machetes and wearing triangular iron hats on their heads. Some demons spat out long, sharp teeth from their mouths, like ghouls. Some demons had an arm resembling frosting growing from their backs, and one could even see the sight of a fairy squirming inside their stomachs. These demons had only one goal, to completely tear these two apart and devour them. Once they succeeded, the souls of the two people in the illusion would surely be extinguished, turning them into two soulless husks. However, the number of steel-toothed fish released by Gao Xiang was endless. They frantically gnawed at all the demons around them. The alien undying who was controlling the illusion held his head, in great pain. His soul and mental energy were both being rapidly gnawed away. A horror-type illusion. That's my specialty. Gao Xiang laughed. Gao Xiang's 10,000 Ghosts heart-refining method had long since reached the pinnacle. This set of soul-refining secret techniques was very unique. It wasn't some profound secret art, but its unique illusion structure was applicable not only to the Gao Xiang of the past but also to the Gao Xiang of the present. The so-called illusion, in reality, had a very simple principle. It was like the supreme law, requiring the comprehension of 108 essences. These essences were like atoms, they could construct any small branch of the supreme law, or even the three major branches, and ultimately the complete supreme law. Every horror illusion in the 10,000 Ghosts heart-refining method was similar to an essence of the supreme law. The supreme law only had 108 essences. But the 10,000 Ghosts heart refining method was different. It had hundreds of millions of different horror illusions. It was precisely by relying on these illusions that Gao Xiang could process and combine them, blending them into brand new, higher-level illusions. This was the benefit of analyzing the essence of illusions. However, Fairy did not know these profound things. She only knew that Gao Xiang's illusion was extremely powerful, capable of turning the tables. PFF'd. The alien illusionist's soul and mental energy were completely drained, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Zapachi looked at Zapaci beside him. Zapaci, go and kill that human world lord. I alone am enough to wear down Terra. At this point, Terra had already lost 20% of his divine power body, his strength was severely damaged, and he no longer had the ability to break free from the Golden Dome. Kid, you must be a world lord from the human primitive mystical region. Zapaci licked his lips, very excited. Judging by the abilities Gao Xiang displayed, he was 9 times out of 10 a top-tier world lord genius. If such a genius died, the points awarded by the insect race would definitely be astronomical. Time-Space 2 World Blade. What Zapaci excelled at most was a blade technique involving time and space. Fall back. Gao Xiang voluntarily disconnected from Fairy's mental energy. Okay. Fairy, who was already weak and breathless, knew that if she continued to fight, she would only drag Gao Xiang down. After witnessing Gao Xiang's vast and powerful mental energy, she knew he had hidden the vast majority of his strength before. 9 eyes. At this moment, Gao Xiang decided not to conceal his strength any longer. A supergiant snake over 100 kilometers long appeared. Her massive head was like a small mountain, and the scales on her body were smooth and hard, shimmering under the sunlight. The moment the 9-eyed cobra appeared, all the aliens present trembled. The pressure of the monster race royal family, originating from a 10-fold life gene. Chapter 140, Enslaving a Marquis Medium. If these alien races were from the monster race, it was highly likely that their legs would turn to jelly on the spot, creating an urge to kneel and worship. My God. Jia was stunned by this scene. Master. 9-eyed cobra lowered her head, looking respectfully at Gao Xiang. My God. This guy actually has a marquis monster race royal family 9-eyed cobra as a servant. The well-informed Zapachi was terrified by this scene. This is 10 times the life gene after being strengthened by Shuiluo power. The moment 9-eyed cobra appeared, the outcome of this life and death battle was destined to be rewritten. The eye in the middle of 9-eyed cobra's forehead suddenly opened, and an invisible, colorless spiritual attack instantly landed on an undying. Gao Xiang held his battle blade, and taking advantage of the opponent's unconsciousness, he stepped on his cloud-stepping space-time boots and appeared above the opponent in the blink of an eye. He had already comprehended the first layer of secret patterns of the cloud-stepping space-time boots, and his flight speed had reached the level of a peak marquis. Hoochie. A blade fell. 30% of the body was destroyed. Gao Xiang's blade swinging speed was extremely fast. In less than a breath's time, he slashed 3 times in a row. In an instant, 90% of the opponent's body was resolved. The opponent had even lost the chance to self-destruct. At this moment, the undying god weapon, Blood Edge god weapon, transformed into thousands of blade rains, instantly annihilating the opponent's remaining body completely. 9-eyed cobra's huge head moved slightly, quickly locking onto another undying. That undying's body trembled, instinctively wanting to run away, but as a result, he was instantly knocked into a brief coma by 9-eyed cobra's spiritual attack. Gao Xiang attacked again, instantly resolving the opponent with the same method. Resolving the 2 undying one after another seemed like a long time, but it took less than 5 seconds in total. 9-eyed cobra set her sights on Zapaci. Coil. The huge snake body instantly shrank by a full circle, coiling around Zapaci. The space-time 2 realms blade in Zapaci's hand erupted with fluctuations of time and space law secret patterns. The surrounding space began to distort, and time was even paused for a short while. Zapaci took the opportunity to escape from 9-eyed cobra's massive snake body. However, Gao Xiang, who was above, sneered at him. An invisible, colorless illusion attack fell down. Where is this? Zapaci discovered that he was trapped in an unknown area. Now, Nine-eyed cobra let out a low hum. Coil. Devour. Both of the two legacy secret techniques had been practiced by her to the second level. Among her peers, she was already a super heaven-defying genius. The insights from Primordial Chaos City and the Demon Sound Divine General Secret Technique, plus years of hard cultivation, were not for nothing. When Zapasi woke up from the illusion, he discovered that Nine-Eyed Cobra had completely coiled around him and was simultaneously using a secret technique to devour his vitality. 95% divine body remaining. 90% divine body remaining. 85% divine body remaining. ... Watching his own divine body being rapidly devoured by Nine-Eyed Cobra, Zapasi was truly afraid, and he begged, "Lord Nine-Eyed Cobra, spare my life, I am willing to become your servant." "Good," Nine-Eyed Cobra said. When Zapasi had only 30% of his divine body left, Nine-Eyed Cobra stopped devouring his vitality. "Haha, wanting me to be a servant, in your dreams." After Zapasi broke free from the restriction, without any hesitation, he immediately decided to self-destruct. Suppress. Nine-Eyed Cobra tried to use her legacy secret technique to suppress the opponent, not letting him self-destruct. At such a close distance, it was impossible for her to dodge. Once the opponent self-destructed, even if she didn't die, she would lose at least 80% of her divine body. Courting death. At this moment, a large hand landed on Zapasi's head. Shuiluo power and dragon blood tyrant body technique erupted simultaneously, and Gao Xiang's divine body instantly grew dozens of times larger, like a heavenly god descending. Just by grabbing the opponent's head, the massive and overbearing power instantly penetrated Zapasi's entire body. Zapasi's remaining 30% of his body was instantly forcibly annihilated. "You're next." Gao Xiang's gaze quickly fell on Zapasi. Zapasi had no choice but to release Terra, and the golden cover in his hand smashed towards Gao Xiang. At the same time, the golden cover instantly grew larger, with a radius exceeding 10 kilometers. The surface of the golden cover had dual secret patterns of space and time, and its flight speed far exceeded that of a marquee expert, so Zapasi believed that Gao Xiang could not dodge it. As long as he could trap the opponent, he could grind away the opponent's body. "Xiang, be careful." Terra had only 50% of his divine body left, and at this time his combat power was only at the ordinary undying level, so he could only go to deal with the other alien undying. Courting death. Gao Xiang's two major strengthening legacies erupted simultaneously. With 4 times life gene, he could now erupt with 1600 times the strength of a peak world lord. At the same time, the first layer of secret patterns of the Overlord armor had been comprehended, which could increase strength by 1000 times that of a peak world lord. In total, Gao Xiang could now erupt with 2600 times the power of a peak world lord. Zapasi was a medium marquee, with about 3000 times the power of a peak world lord. The strength of the two was already very close. "Nine Eyes, you watch from the side, don't interfere." Gao Xiang finally found the most suitable object for practice. "Good." Nine-Eyed Cobra replied. She knew her master's prowess was by no means what was on the surface data. "Why did you change your weapon?" Zapasi discovered that Gao Xiang had changed to another weapon in his hand. It was an axe, a champion-level undying god weapon. "It's a pity, it's not the Shadow Xuanhua axe," Gao Xiang thought to himself. Gao Xiang's Shadow Xuanhua axe was lent to his second senior brother, Dragon Whale King, to go on an adventure in the universe secret realm. 7 sky collapsing forms. Gao Xiang immediately unleashed the peak ultimate technique created by the great axe founder. Zapasi took the opponent's axe head-on, only to discover that whenever the opponent finished a move, he would lose 5% of his divine body. What a monster! Zapasi began to feel afraid. 7 sky collapsing forms. Zapasi discovered that no matter what ultimate technique he used, his divine body would be annihilated quite a bit by the opponent. Even though he had an undying body, he could not withstand such consumption from the opponent. After the complete 7 sky collapsing forms ended, Zapasi had lost 35% of his divine body. "If this continues, I will die." Zapasi began to feel afraid, and he started sending a distress signal to the leader of the insect race, Lord Nan Huang, "Save me. Zapasi, fall today." Gao Xiang continued to hack and slash. Gao Xiang simultaneously unleashed regional spatial lockdown and weak time deceleration, making Zapichi feel like he had fallen into a quagmire. He wanted to run, but couldn't. 35% divine body remaining, what should I do? Zapichi felt afraid in his heart, his face twisted, and he let out a hysterical scream. Lord Nanhuang will definitely avenge me. Having said that, he decided to self-destruct. Self-destruct my foot. Gao Xiang didn't wait for the opponent to self-destruct, his spiritual attack crashed down with a boom. The physical body and soul of an undying expert are fused, so having only 35% of the divine body remaining also meant that the soul had lost 65%. Zapichi could no longer resist Gao Xiang's violent soul attack. He was instantly knocked unconscious by the massive spiritual attack and fell into a deep sleep. Zapichi's strength was even quite a bit stronger than nine-eyed cobra's, making him a good servant. 10,000 heart-soul control method. 9 eyes, act as my protector. Gao Xiang attempted to soul-enslave Zapichi. Chapter 141, 10 trillion military merit. Good. Nine-eyed cobra's undying divine power had already enveloped the entire area, preventing the surrounding alien undying from approaching. Once Zapichi fell into a coma and Zapichi perished, the remaining aliens became nothing more than a disorganized mob. Terra and the others easily slaughtered the 5 undying. Zapichi's younger brother, Zappa Nan, escaped. Jia looked at the fleeing alien, feeling quite helpless. Their spaceship was damaged, and it was very difficult to kill all the aliens. Enough, we've already broken even, haha. Terra was very excited because both of the opponent's F9 spaceships had fallen into his hands, and the belongings of 2 marquee-level experts were very valuable. Success. Gao Xiang threw the still slumbering Zapichi into the internal world of the star-eating grass. Let's go, let's return to base 036 first. After cracking the opponent's F9 spaceship, Terra decided to return to the base to rest and regroup. Inside the spaceship in the dark universe, Terra began to distribute the spoils of war. Since Zapichi had become Gao Xiang's slave, all of his possessions naturally became Gao Xiang's. Zapichi was primarily killed by Xiang, so I have decided to let Xiang obtain 90% of Zapichi's spoils of war. Do you have any objections? No objections. Jun was the first to agree. I have no objections either. The enchantress responded with a smile. That works. Jia nodded. The brothers Zhang Peng and Zhang Yu both nodded without speaking. We brothers will split the rest. Xiang, you don't have any objections, do you? Terra looked at Gao Xiang again. The remaining ordinary undying were relatively poor and did not have many treasures on them. No objections. Gao Xiang did not care about these things, but he thought of Nanhuang, whom Zapichi had mentioned before falling unconscious. I wonder what kind of strength Nanhuang has. Captain, do you know? Terra stroked his chin and frowned. Nanhuang is one of the 12 peak marquee-level experts on Orange Island. She is a super powerful Zerg Queen Mother. Doesn't that mean it will be very difficult for us to operate on Orange Island in the future? Yes. Terra nodded heavily. He had already thought of a solution. After returning to base 036 this time, we will rest and regroup, then we will switch to another battlefield. There were several outside territory battlefields, and with Terra's abilities, switching to another battlefield was very easy. Haha, then we don't have to fear Nanhuang. Jia was very excited. His biggest worry was the retaliation of a Zerg Queen Mother. That goes without saying. The enchantress blinked at Gao Xiang, and her face suddenly turned red. She had once experienced a soul fusion with Gao Xiang, and that feeling was far more intoxicating than any physical intimacy. She took the initiative to link arms with Gao Xiang. Right, Xiang. This mission has ended, and I have already met the requirement of 1 billion military merit. I am preparing to leave. Gao Xiang felt it was necessary to make things clear to these teammates. That's true. Terra nodded, fully agreeing. If you stay with us, we might drag you down when you want to deal with marquee-level aliens in the future. And you wouldn't be interested in dealing with ordinary undying. Then, Xiang, are you planning to join a more powerful team? There are quite a few champion-level squads on Tianxin continent that require members to have at least marquee-level strength. The enchantress was somewhat reluctant to see Gao Xiang leave. Gao Xiang did not plan to join any team, but he did not want these teammates to worry about his safety, so he responded with a nod. Haha, it is our honor to be able to know a top-tier genius of our human race. I hope that one day in the future, we will all be able to know your true identity, Xiang. Terra looked at Gao Xiang with some reluctance. You all have my virtual universe number, so you can contact me if anything happens in the future. Once we have all survived and left the outside territory battlefield, everyone will naturally know my true identity. Gao Xiang looked at these teammates with some reluctance. Although they had only spent half a year together, in these 6 months, they had already become brothers who had faced life and death together. Xiang, I am a bit reluctant to let you go. The enchantress secretly sent a telepathic message to Gao Xiang. We shall meet again if fate permits. Gao Xiang sent a telepathic message back to her. The enchantress fell silent and did not continue to send messages. She knew that there must be many women around Gao Xiang who were stronger, more beautiful, and had better backgrounds than her. Knowing she was not their equal, it was better to give up early. When Terra's spaceship docked at Base 036, Gao Xiang took the initiative to propose separating from Terra and the others. Respected Your Highness, this is your exclusive manor at Base 036. The base staff respectfully led Gao Xiang into a private manor. Help me contact the purchasing personnel of the Virtual Universe Corporation, I want to sell some things. Understood. 3 days later, Gao Xiang had sold all of his spoils of war one by one. By eliminating Zapachi and Zapasi, he had obtained over 100 billion military merit, which converted to over 1 million points in the Virtual Universe Corporation. After selling the spoils of war, he obtained over 1 billion points. In total, he had obtained nearly over 1 billion points. Gao Xiang did not intend to keep so many points. Instead, he directly opened the Virtual Universe Corporation's treasury page and began to select treasures suitable for him. I already have a king-level immortal god weapon for force weapons, my telepathic weapon is still the Blood Edge god weapon, for defense I have the Overlord armor, and for flying treasures, I have the cloud-stepping space-time boots. Now, I am still lacking a soul defense treasure and a powerful telepathic weapon. Gao Xiang quickly analyzed his current weaknesses. I won't replace the Blood Edge god weapon for now. Although a champion-level telepathic weapon is not expensive, the increase in strength is limited, and it requires learning corresponding secret techniques to unleash its power. The cost-effectiveness is not high. Gao Xiang shook his head and closed the page for telepathic weapons. Currently, his strongest aspect was as a martial artist, followed by an illusionist, and finally as a controller. Soon, Gao Xiang was attracted by the screen in front of him. Medium Fire God Source Crystal, Model V2114, priced at 10 billion points, capable of instantly killing a peak marquee level expert. After Gao Xiang placed an order for 1 V2114 Fire God Source Crystal, he used all the remaining points to exchange for materials for the evolution of the star-eating grass. The potential of the star-eating grass far exceeded that of the cloud-caressing vine, and it was a very powerful attack-type plant life form. The remaining points and materials are enough to evolve the star-eating grass into a peak world lord with 260 vines. Gao Zheng's goal was to evolve the star-eating grass into 1,000 vine undying. By then, it would be able to unleash strength at the limit of the marquee level, enough to assist him in dominating the entire outside territory battlefield. After ordering these materials and treasures, Gao Xiang quickly entered the military merit system. His mission of 1 billion military merit had been completed, and he was eligible to retire. However, the Virtual Universe Corporation stipulated that he needed to complete 10 trillion military merit, which was still far from enough. Respected World Lord Combat General, you have already completed the military merit requirements of the military system. You may choose: 1. Retire immediately. 2. Continue fighting. Continue fighting. Welcome to continue. Staying on the outside territory battlefield to contribute to the border security of the human race. You still have 2 choices now. 1. Operate independently. You can freely choose to form a team with other free soldiers or act alone. 2. Lead an army. You will possess an army that belongs to you, and you can lead them to battle against the other armies of the aliens. Chapter 142, hunting a mid-level champion squad. I choose to operate alone. The conversation ended, and Gao Xiang closed the military merit system page. One day later, Gao Xiang received the treasures he had ordered. The treasures Gao Xiang ordered were not rare items, and it just so happened that the Virtual Universe Corporation had stock at base 036, so the goods were delivered to Gao Xiang very quickly. Let's set off. Gao Xiang appeared on the tarmac of base 036, and a huge spaceship appeared before his eyes. After Gao Xiang's continuous feeding, his biological spaceship had now reached F3 rank and could reach 43 times the speed of light in the dark universe. On Orange Island, in the southeast, in an area covered by ice and snow spanning tens of millions of kilometers, a woman whose appearance was indistinguishable from a beautiful human race woman sat on an exquisite ice-crowned throne, looking at the communicator in her hand. A magnetic, melodious voice came from her mouth. For a mere world lord to have the ability to kill a mid-level champion, it seems he must be a genius from the virtual universe primitive mystical region level. She was not of the human race, but the insect race Zerg Queen Mother Nan Huang, whose name alone made people tremble, the leader of the 12 peak champion powerhouses on Orange Island. Every Zerg Queen Mother is a great master of soul-type and illusion-type techniques. She fights by controlling insect race legions and powerful slaves, making her a very terrifying and troublesome opponent. Such geniuses are generally granted powerful life-saving means by super-existences of the human race. Although I can easily defeat this world lord, I am not necessarily capable of killing him. Although Nan Huang was very conceited and confident, she knew that the life-saving means of super geniuses of the human race were absolutely not something that vassal races like the Chushi race could imagine. Soon, she activated her communicator. The insect race and other peak races also have a virtual network, but their virtual network structure is simple, and the transmission distance is not far. However, they can use bridging methods, transmitting layer by layer, to spread the virtual network to the heartland of their race. Great Dominator. Nan Huang connected the communication to an insect race venerable. She bowed respectfully and told this insect race venerable the information she had just obtained in detail. I am already aware. Recently, several super geniuses from the human race's 5 great secret realms, the first secret realm of the 5 major forces, have come to the outside territory battlefield for trials. This world lord should be one of them. The news of Gao Xiang leaving the primitive mystical region had already been conveyed to his superiors by IC. Therefore, Gao Xiang was also on this insect race venerable's list. Since we already know the other party's whereabouts, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. The great insect race venerable's expression suddenly turned cold. Nan Huang, continue your operations on Orange Island. That human race world lord shouldn't just leave like this. Nan Huang crossed her hands over her chest to show respect. Nan Huang understands. I will send a champion servant to hide in your world ring. Once that world lord appears, you must kill him immediately. The great dominator is wise. With the help of a champion powerhouse, no matter how capable that human race world lord is, he will surely die in an instant. Nan Huang was very excited. For a human race genius who required a champion powerhouse to assassinate, the corresponding reward points would definitely be an astronomical figure. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I will have that champion servant soul enslave that human race world lord. If enslavement fails, I will have the servant bring him back to our insect race heartland. The insect race's assassination methods are mysterious and unpredictable. As long as they can bring the human race world lord back to the insect race heartland, there are many ways to ensure the other party cannot be resurrected. Gao Xiang, who was flying towards Orange Island, did not know that he had already been targeted by an insect race venerable, who had even dispatched a champion servant. Master, I encountered quite a few E-rank alien spaceships in the dark universe. After they saw the rank of our spaceship, none of them dared to make any rash moves. Sandus told Gao Xiang about the anomalies she had discovered. Ignore them. He no longer had any interest in some ordinary alien squads. His current goal was to hunt champions on Orange Island. When Gao Xiang's biological spaceship emerged from the dark universe and landed on the edge of Orange Island, no blind alien squads appeared to pursue him. From now on, this will be my residence. Gao Xiang chose an underground area to be his residence. A small F9 rank safe house was placed underground. Under the scan of his large detector, Gao Xiang could easily discover any alien squads approaching nearby. Master, 20 million kilometers to the southwest, there is an alien spaceship. Should we take action? Sandus quickly locked onto the target. Let's go, let's check the other party's strength first. Under the concealment of the small detector, Gao Xiang's spaceship quickly approached the other party's spaceship. Master, the other party's strength has been confirmed. 1 Starlight Race Early Stage Champion, 1 Kawu Race Mid-Level Champion, and 4 Ordinary Undying. It seems to be a pretty strong squad. The configuration of this champion squad could easily crush Terra's champion squad. Pan Gang, an F-rank biological spaceship has appeared ahead. Starlight Race powerhouse Li Si looked at the captain, Pan Gang. Should we make a move? Kawu Race Pan Gang chuckled. Make a move, naturally we must make a move. This spaceship was not the spaceship of any of the 12 peak champions of Orange Island, which meant the other party was not one of the 12 peak champions. Since that was the case, naturally, they couldn't let this opportunity slip by. You discovered me, and yet you didn't run. Gao Xiang emerged from his spaceship and looked at the massive spaceship ahead. Oh no, it's the human race World Lord Xiang. Both the Starlight Race and the Kawu Race were vassal races of the insect race. Pan Gang and Li Si had both received orders from the Zerg Queen Mother Nan Hulong. Once they encountered a world lord named Xiang on Orange Island, they were to call her immediately. Zhang's appearance had long been transmitted to Nan Hulong by Zappa Nan via the virtual network. Therefore, Pan Gang and Li Si were able to recognize Gao Xiang immediately. I didn't expect you to actually know me. At this moment, Gao Xiang did not realize that a great disaster was imminent. Li Si, we don't need to kill the human race world lord, but we can hold him back. Once Lord Nan Hulong arrives, we will have still made a great contribution. Pan Gang said via telepathy to Li Si. Good. You all come out. Gao Xiang did not hide anything and quickly released the 3 monsters, Nine-Eyed Cobra and the others. This guy is really rich. Pan Gang was very envious when he saw Gao Xiang release 3 undying monster race royal slaves in one go. He believed that this world lord must not have the ability to catch and enslave monster race royals himself, so these monster race royals must be ready-made products exchanged from his race. Haha, battle, battle. Spike Ring Centipede was very excited. He had not been to the outside territory battlefield for a very, very long time, and this time he was determined to fight to his heart's content. Don't look at him as only a peak immortal general. In reality, with his 10-fold life gene burst, his strength was completely comparable to an early-stage champion. Woof woof woof. I was captured in the outside territory. Battlefield back then, and this time I must take revenge. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was equally excited. Back then, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was only at the Territory Lord rank and had come to the outside territory battlefield early. After suffering a huge loss, he became what he was today. Chapter 143, Dao Heart Shattered Because of a Woman. Fortunately, he had already successfully stepped into the Undying Realm, and his strength was even more unfathomable. Thorn Ring and Big Dog, you two deal with those ordinary Undying. Nine-Eyed Cobra quickly assigned tasks to Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and the others. Master. Nine-Eyed Cobra looked at Gao Xiang beside her. I will deal with that Starlight Race expert. Good. Gao Xiang responded, then immediately locked his gaze onto the Kawu race member. Li Si was of the Starlight race, an energy life form, immune to soul attacks and illusion attacks. But Nine-Eyed Cobra's methods were not limited to just illusions and soul attacks. Human World Lord Kid, you are not bad, to actually have the strength of a mid-level marquis. Pan Gang of the Kawu race did not rush to make a move, but instead tried to stall for time. He was not confident in being able to kill the opponent. Too much nonsense, let's fight. The axe in Gao Xiang's hand was already hungry and impatient. HMPH. Pan Gang shouted angrily. Since the opponent had seen through his stalling tactic, he would no longer hold back. Pan Gang was a rock life form, his entire body covered in hard rock. His physical body strength was several times that of a human's, so the power he erupted with was terrifying. Standing over 20 meters tall, a sharp axe appeared in his hands. The axe was heavy, its surface smooth, emitting a blood-red ominous light. Its surface was filled with evil qi, distorting the surrounding air. 7 Sky collapsing forms. Gao Xiang knew that the outside territory battlefield was ever-changing, and he had to finish the battle quickly, otherwise, accidents might occur. There were always other races passing by, or those specifically coming to provide reinforcements. Crack. The axe, carrying heaven-shaking power, slashed into Pan Gang's waist, yet it only entered halfway and was firmly stuck. This guy's defensive ability is actually this strong. Gao Xiang finally witnessed what natural defensive power was. If an attack of this intensity had hit his slave's apoche, his body would definitely have exploded on the spot. Haha, our Kawu race's physical body defense is comparable to Overlord armor, wanting to kill me is a dream. Panshi not only had powerful physical body defense but also a very formidable undying armor protecting his body. Unless he encountered a peak marquee expert, there was no way to break through his physical body without armor. It seems I must attack from the soul perspective. Gao Xiang thought to himself. Since his physical defense was strong, then he would use spell attacks. Soul and illusion methods were what Gao Xiang called spells. Go farm for me. Gao Xiang immediately cast an illusion, while simultaneously utilizing law of time and law of space methods. After all, Pan Gang was a powerful marquee expert. When Gao Xiang cast the illusion, he had already detected the fluctuations of the law of space and law of time. He flew violently toward the distance, not letting himself fall into the trap. Your speed is too slow. Gao Xiang discovered that although Pan Gang had astonishing defensive power, his movements were rather clumsy, and his flight speed was too slow. You guy can actually fly so fast. Pan Gang discovered that Gao Xiang had caught up very quickly, and even appeared in front of him. Suppress. Pan Gang used his most proficient axe technique. This axe of his had dual secret patterns of the earth law and the law of space. Under the augmentation of the secret patterns, it could produce effects of suppression and sealing on the opponent. At this moment, Gao Xiang felt an invisible mountain pressing down. Unlike the mountain of mental attacks, this one acted upon the physical body, smashing down in a very real way. Shuiluo power, dragon blood tyrant body technique. At this moment, Gao Xiang had to erupt with full power. 2,600 times the power of a world lord peak. My god, what kind of secret technique did this guy learn? Pan Gang discovered that Gao Xiang had actually turned into a giant, and at the same time, a pair of terrifying blood-red wings appeared behind him, his whole body emitting terrifying blood-colored evil qi. At this moment, Gao Xiang was like a demon lord descended from hell. Gao Xiang clashed head-on with the opponent, and in the end, he was still injured. The opponent was a mid-level marquee expert. His strength was several times that of an ordinary human, and the power he erupted with far exceeded Gao Xiang's. Fortunately, Gao Xiang had the dual defense of the peak champion cloud-caressing vine and the overlord armor, which offset the vast majority of the impact, otherwise, he would have already been smashed to pieces. You guy actually didn't die. Pan Gang was somewhat disbelieving. Haha, enter my illusion. Gao Xiang did not intend to rely on martial artist methods to kill the opponent. He was merely entering the game himself to keep the opponent from thinking about running away, so he could successfully cast the illusion. And now, the opponent had taken the bait. Pan Gang appeared on a farmland. He was shirtless, with the freshly plowed farmland beneath his feet, and he was holding a bundle of rice seedlings that he hadn't yet had time to transplant. He wiped the sweat continuously pouring from his forehead. His lips were cracked due to dehydration, and his skin was red and swollen from long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays. There are still so many seedlings left to transplant. If I don't work harder, I will definitely be whipped to death by the landlord's son. Looking at the boundless paddy fields that had not yet been planted, Pan Gang felt despair. He did not want to die so young. He had not yet had the chance to marry and have children. At this moment, a young master dressed in fine clothing appeared, holding a whip in one hand and a half-eaten peach in the other, with two beautiful women. Following behind him, the young master's appearance was exactly the same as Gao Xiang's. Xiao Hong, why are you here? The serf Pan Gang saw that the Xiao Hong he secretly loved had actually come out with the young master. Xiao Hong was the woman he secretly loved, a maid in the young master's household who had once secretly told him that she wanted to marry him and help him have a chubby son. You stinking farmer, just last night, I already became the young master's woman. Don't think about a toad-eating swan meat anymore, Xiao Hong said with a cold face, dealing a crazy critical blow to Pan Gang. Impossible. Pan Gang was furious in his heart, with the urge to vomit blood. Look. Xiao Hong took a blood-stained white cloth from her waist. This is the proof of last night between the young master and me. PFF'd. Upon seeing Xiao Hong's blood-stained cloth of chastity, Pan Gang could no longer hold it in, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. He was utterly devastated and wanted to crawl up and fight the young master to the death. Xiao Hong, take the whip and whip this slave to death. The young master chuckled and handed the whip in his hand to Xiao Hong behind him. Xiao Hong took the whip and looked coldly at Pan Gang. Xiao Hong, you wouldn't do this. Pan Gang believed that Xiao Hong must have had some unspeakable difficulty to be willing to submit to the young master's lewd power. But he believed that Xiao Hong would absolutely not use the whip to beat him to death. It was only natural for a master to use a whip to beat a serf to death. Xiao Hong took the whip and lashed down mercilessly at Pan Gang. Crack! Pan Gang's back was instantly torn open. Pan Gang collapsed on the paddy field, watching Xiao Hong continue to lash down with the whip. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. How could you bear to do this? Pan Gang's pure heart was now completely shattered. Bang! With a sound, Pan Gang's hard heart, like a glass cup, dropped on the ground, instantly shattered. Ah! Pan Gang finally woke up from the illusion. The previous illusion was too realistic, so much so that after he woke up, he still couldn't forget it. Chapter 144, 300,000 Peak World Lord Mantis King Insects. He muttered, Xiao Hong, why did you betray me? But soon, he realized that Gao Xiang was actually that young master. Xiang, you are despicable. Pan Gang roared in fury and threw his axe at Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang easily caught the axe. Your soul is shattered, and you have less than 1/10 of your strength remaining. Die. The technique Gao Xiang had just used was a soul-crushing illusion. If one could not wake up in time, the consequences would be dire. Gao Xiang grabbed the axe and leapt into the air, slashing down toward Pan Gang's head. 7 sky collapsing forms. Annihilation. Pan Gang's physical body was instantly split open like crumbling tofu. Rumble. A small-scale explosion occurred within Pan Gang's physical body. Possessing an undying body, he quickly reformed. My divine body is down to 65%. How terrifying. Gao Xiang's earlier use of the illusion had heavily damaged 25% of Pan Gang's soul in a single strike. Since his soul and physical body were in fusion, this was equivalent to a 25% loss of his divine body. Run. Pan Gang knew that if he didn't escape, he might fall today. You're courting death. Gao Xiang stowed away the axe and drew his own. The opponent's axe bore secret patterns that required full comprehension before their maximum power could be unleashed. Annihilation. After unleashing annihilation once more, Pan Gang's divine body was reduced to 45%. Don't run, die. Gao Xiang needed to end the battle quickly, for he had detected a spaceship approaching at near light speed from 3,000 kilometers to the west after Pan Gang had emerged from the illusion. I didn't expect Pan Gang to be so cautious as to call for reinforcements in advance. At that moment, Gao Xiang did not realize that the opponent's reinforcements far exceeded his expectations. No. The Starlight Race powerhouse Li Si looked at the nine-eyed cobra in terror. He had mistakenly believed that his immunity to soul-based techniques would allow him to easily deal with the nine-eyed cobra, a natural-born soul great master. Little did he know, the opponent's physical body was far too formidable, far exceeding his expectations. When the nine-eyed cobra unleashed her full power, she could demonstrate mid-level champion strength, making it naturally easy to deal with a low-level champion. Thorn Ring, big dog. How have you two still not finished off your opponents after all this time? The nine-eyed cobra looked at the spike ring centipede and the silver moon fierce wolf with dissatisfaction. I don't want to be this slow either. The spike ring centipede replied, sounding very aggrieved. He could have clearly delayed becoming undying to comprehend more of the supreme law, but it was his master who had made him become undying so early. 9 eyes, you God-forsaken creature. The master is biased, we don't get such good treatment. The silver moon fierce wolf sent a telepathic message to the 9-eyed cobra, venting frantically. The silver moon fierce wolf believed that Gao Xiang was extremely biased, not only bestowing a vast amount of treasures upon the 9-eyed cobra but even allowing her to comprehend the supreme law in peace. Meanwhile, he and the spike-ring centipede could only obediently become ordinary immortal generals. HMPH. Who told you I'm pretty? The 9-eyed cobra smugly sent back a telepathic message to the silver moon fierce wolf. Forget it, let's go. Gao Xiang felt that something was amiss. His intuition told him that the spaceship pursuing them was definitely something he could not handle. Oh no, master. The owner of this spaceship is Nan Huang, one of the 12 great King Peak powerhouses. The 12 great King Peak powerhouses were almost all lone wolves. They didn't need teammates, for they were at the peak all on their own. Nan Huang, is it? I actually want to see what you're capable of. After confirming that the opponent was Nan Huang, Gao Xiang decided to fight with everything he had. Mid-level champion opponents could no longer satisfy him. 9 eyes, chop up the rest of the scum. After giving the order, Gao Xiang stared at the dying Pan Gang. Rest in peace, I'll burn incense for you next year. Burn your. Before Pan Gang could finish, his divine soul was completely annihilated by Gao Xiang's axe. From that moment on, Pan Gang ceased to exist in this world. After annihilating Pan Gang, Gao Xiang was not entirely satisfied. My strength is still insufficient. It seems I need to advance the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body technique to the 3rd layer sooner so I can activate the 2nd layer of secret patterns on the Overlord armor. Activating the 2nd layer of secret patterns on the Overlord armor required 10,000 times the power of a peak world lord. Gao Xiang was still far from reaching 10,000 times the power of a world lord. To advance the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body technique, he had to use the Dragon Blood Charger. Only champion-level powerhouses could charge the Dragon Blood Charger. In other words, Gao Xiang had to hunt down champion-level undying. I didn't expect you to stay rather than run. Your courage is commendable, but you are also quite foolish. Once you fall, your human race will have no way to resurrect you. Nan Huang's spaceship appeared in the sky above. After she flew out, she looked down at Gao Xiang with a smile. Oh, you actually have 3 monster race royal servants. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the monster race? Nan Huang maintained her smile throughout, her voice sounding delightful. Had he not known her true identity beforehand, Gao Xiang would certainly have mistaken her for a stunningly beautiful woman of the human race. This is the outside territory battlefield. Why care about so many formalities? Gao Xiang's battle intent was already soaring. HMPH. Finding that Gao Xiang was completely unresponsive to her charms, she snorted coldly and decided to unleash her trump card. Human world lord brat, obediently become my soul slave. Suddenly, a powerhouse with an overwhelming aura flew out from Nan Huang's body. Master, quickly use the star-eating grass. It's a low-level champion. The 9-eyed cobra, having discovered the opponent's true strength, immediately sent a telepathic message to Gao Xiang. Master, this is definitely an assassination by the insect race. It seems they already know your true identity. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf also sent a telepathic message to Gao Xiang. They certainly didn't want Gao Xiang to fall just like that, only for them to be buried alongside him. A mere human world lord, yet I have to make a move. How demeaning. The king-level slave felt very displeased, but he dared not disobey his master's orders. He lightly raised his hand, preparing to suppress Gao Xiang. You've come at just the right time. Gao Xiang happened to be missing the corpse of a king-level powerhouse to charge his Dragon Blood Charger. At this moment, his trump card was completely exposed, a 360 vine, King Peak Cloud Caressing Vine. A King Peak Cloud Caressing Vine. The king-level slave was stunned. Before the opponent could react, the 360 vines of the Cloud Caressing Vine spread out in all directions, instantly enveloping a radius of 1 million kilometers. Entangle. Strangle. Spatial lockdown. Time slowdown. Devour. Annihilate. Ah, ah, ah. The king-level slave's divine body was being rapidly consumed. Illusion. Seeing the situation turn dire, Nanhuang did not flee immediately but instead attempted to use an illusion to affect her opponent. She dared not flee lightly, for otherwise, with the insect race venerable's methods of punishment, she would certainly be doomed to eternal damnation. However, the nine-eyed cobra suddenly appeared in front of Gao Xiang, blocking the illusion for him. Kill them. Nanhuang still refused to give up, and she released 300,000 peak world Lord Mantis King. Insects. They were a vast, black swarm with a terrifying aura and overwhelming power. Once they launched an attack simultaneously, even a king-level powerhouse would have to detour and flee upon seeing them. Thorn Ring, this is for you. Gao Xiang took out a ring containing a fire god source crystal and gave it to the spike ring centipede. Master, I will definitely complete the mission to perfection. The spike ring centipede knew that this time, he would no longer be able to accompany his master. Chapter 145, Activating the Second Layer Secret Patterns of the Overlord Armor. But he still went ahead without hesitation. Because he was Gao Xiang's slave, absolutely loyal. Gao Xiang stepped on the cloud-stepping space-time boots, his speed soared, and he quickly moved away. Master, thank you for letting me become an undying. The spike ring centipede swallowed the ring containing the fire god source crystal into its belly in one gulp and charged recklessly toward the 300,000 strong insect race army. The attack speed of the peak world lord hunting mantis king insect could not possibly be faster than the actions of an undying powerhouse. Therefore, just as the spike ring centipede arrived at the center of these insect race legions, the latter was about to finish gathering its strength. Nanhuang did not know that the spike ring centipede was carrying a fire god source crystal in its mouth. Rumble. The 300,000 strong insect race legion was instantly wiped out. My insect race legion, Xiang. Nanhuang was completely stunned. This was one of the foundations she had relied on to dominate Orange Island for many years. Thorn Ring, go in peace. After the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf confirmed that the spike ring centipede had fallen, tears actually streamed down his eyes. Being fellow slaves, having bickered for many years, and competing for cultivation resources, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf felt a sense of sorrow for his fallen comrade. The explosive power of the fire god source crystal was simply too great. Although Gao Xiang and the nine-eyed cobra had already moved far away and were protected by the last peak world lord cloud-caressing vine, they were still heavily injured. Facing the king peak cloud-caressing vine, the champion slave had no power to resist and eventually had to fall, without even the chance to self-destruct. Master, Nanhuang has already run away. After the insect race army was annihilated, Nanhuang did not hesitate any longer, she boarded her spaceship and fled directly. Want to run? Can you outrun my cloud-caressing vine? Gao Xiang ordered the cloud-caressing vine to split off 10 vines and attack the fleeing spaceship. The cloud-caressing vine quickly entangled the opponent's spaceship. I beg you, Gao Xiang, spare my life. We can meet again on Orange Island in the future. Nanhuang was afraid this time and hurriedly begged for mercy. It's too late. Gao Xiang ordered the cloud-caressing vine to entangle and constrict. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the F9 level spaceship caved in, and the internal materials vibrated violently. It wouldn't be long before this spaceship was completely scrapped. Self-destruct. Rather than being killed, it was better to self-destruct. Perhaps, after hundreds of millions of years, there might be a chance to be resurrected. Rumble. Nanhuang not only self-destructed, but she also triggered the spaceship to self-destruct. The powerful shockwave instantly shattered the 10 vines of the cloud-caressing vine. However, for the cloud-caressing vine, the loss of these 10 vines was not significant, and it would soon recover. Leave quickly. After resolving the battle, Gao Xiang decided to leave this place immediately. He did not hesitate at all and immediately decided to leave Orange Island. Not long after Gao Xiang's spaceship left, another spaceship landed here. A battle between king-level powerhouses just happened here. Since when did a champion appear on Orange Island? After confirming that the battle had ended, the alien had no choice but to leave. King-level powerhouses rarely appear on Orange Island. Once a king-level powerhouse starts killing indiscriminately on Orange Island, it will provoke retaliation from the king-level powerhouses of other races. Before Nanhuang died, she released Gao Xiang's secrets on the insect race virtual network, causing Gao Xiang's reputation to quickly spread throughout Orange Island. The monster race, automaton race, and human race also learned of this information through various means. From then on, Orange Island gained a legend nicknamed the Cloud-Caressing World Lord. It seems I cannot operate on Orange Island anymore. I must find a way to hide my identity and pretend to be an undying. Next stop, Tianxin continent. With a flip of his hand, a disc appeared in his palm. The disc displayed that it had been charged by 1 bar. Gao Xiang closed his eyes and began to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique. With Gao Xiang's current comprehension ability, cultivating the 3rd layer of the Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique was very easy. The difficulty lay in the lack of dragon blood support. When Gao Xiang's spaceship appeared at base 036, he had already raised the 3rd layer of the Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique to the elementary level. His power burst reached 8 times. Let me try to drive the 2nd layer of the Overlord armor secret patterns. Gao Xiang released the power of the Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique, and at the same time, his Shuiluo power also exploded completely. A few minutes later, Gao Xiang had to give up. Just now, he burst out with 3,200 times power amplitude, which was still a long way from the 10,000 times power amplitude. It seems I can only hope to fuse more blood river crystals. Wanting to drive the 2nd layer of the Overlord armor secret patterns was simply too difficult. However, the gains this time were quite good. Killing 1 elementary champion and 1 peak marquee level immortal, the rewarded military merits were already an astronomical figure. After Gao Xiang returned to base 036, he exchanged all his military merits for virtual universe corporation points. He was a named disciple of the Great Axe founder. His status and position were already far beyond that of a world lord in the primitive mystical region, and his authority was only below that of a champion. Respected Your Highness, your military merits and spoils of war, after being exchanged for points, total 6 billion points. Killing an elementary champion slave earned him 100 million points, but the opponent did not have any treasures on them. Killing Nanhuang and other marquee-level immortals, especially that little rich woman Nanhuang, after obtaining her relics, he gained 1 billion points. When Gao Xiang returned to the base, he entered the secret room and began to reflect on this operation. Although I have learned the peak ultimate technique, 7 sky collapsing forms, I was still stretched thin when facing the super defensive ability of Pan Gang from the Kawu race. A peak ultimate technique is indeed very powerful, but it also depends on the user's own foundation. Gao Xiang was merely a world lord. After using the burst secret technique and the legacy, he could only exert 3,200 times power amplitude, barely reaching the intermediate marquee level. If used in conjunction with the 7 sky collapsing forms, he could reach a level very close to the peak marquee level. But this was still far from enough. When my power amplitude is not yet 10,000 times, I had better not go to the main continent to take risks. Just on Orange Island, he could encounter an assassination by a king-level powerhouse. Once his world lord identity appeared on the main continent, Tianxin continent, who knows, it might attract even higher level assassinations. I must find a way to hide my world lord identity. Thinking of this, Gao Xiang decided to seek advice from the primordial Chaos City Lord. Although he was not a disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, he was still a core member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and he had received a gift from the primordial Chaos City Lord. He believed the other party would be willing to see him. Virtual Universe, Thunder Mountain. 5 figures appeared in front of a misty palace at the peak of Thunder Mountain. Thunder Mountain did not suppress the strength of powerhouses, so the powerful auras of these 5 people actually caused fluctuations in the surrounding law. They wore high-level armor, some had auras as vast as the sea, some had auras as sharp as blades, and others had theirs restrained like a janitor monk. Among them, 1 was from the human race, and the other 4 were from alien races. The 5 of them stopped in front of the majestic palace, looking at the giant gate ahead with worshipful eyes. The palace before them was the residence of the primordial Chaos City Lord, the top authority of the Virtual Universe Corporation today. You may enter. The voice of the primordial Chaos City Lord appeared in their ears. After entering the palace, the 5 of them stood respectfully, not daring to move. What is the matter? The leading human race powerhouse stepped forward. Great primordial Chaos City Lord, we are envoys of the Great Alliance. I am Dragon Blood King, and there is a matter I would like to confirm with you. Chapter 146, Top-Tier Ultimate Technique. These 5 individuals were all envoys of the Great Alliance and all king-level powerhouses. They had come here to confirm one thing. King Dragon Blood continued, just a short while ago, we received a notification from the Virtual Universe Network system stating that a world lord from the Virtual Universe Corporation had killed a king-level powerhouse. The Great Alliance was a powerful alliance dominated by the human race with the alien races as auxiliaries. The minimum requirement for entry was the status of a champion. By logic, anyone capable of killing a king-level powerhouse was generally a champion themselves. Yet, a world lord had appeared who possessed the strength to kill a king-level powerhouse. Therefore, King Dragon Blood and his group wanted to come here to confirm whether this was true and simultaneously ask if they could invite the other party to join the Great Alliance. That is indeed the case, the primordial Chaos City Lord smiled. It is a world lord from our Virtual Universe Corporation, though I am not at liberty to disclose exactly who it is. Very well. Since the identity has been confirmed, may this world lord join the Great Alliance. The primordial Chaos City Lord was one of the high-level members of the Great Alliance and had the authority to decide whether the other party could join. They may join. King Dragon Blood nodded heavily. Good, then we know. We will go and invite this world lord to join the Great Alliance now. Not long after King Dragon Blood and the others departed, the primordial Chaos City Lord received a report from his subordinate. After receiving permission from the primordial Chaos City Lord, Gao Xiang was able to enter the primordial Chaos City Lord's palace. The primordial Chaos City Lord before him was different from his clone in primordial Chaos City. He appeared similar to a human in appearance, with a gentle gaze. Greetings, primordial Chaos City Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord looked at this genius with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You have only entered the outside territory battlefield for a little over a year, and you have already killed a king-level powerhouse. Gao Xiang did not become arrogant because he knew this relied on external objects. It was not killed by my own hands, it was entirely the credit of the cloud-caressing vine. Not so, the primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. Whether it is external objects or your own strength, they are both manifestations of your power. For a world lord, no matter how astonishing their comprehension of the law, it is almost impossible to kill a marquee-level powerhouse relying solely on an undying divine weapon without any external object assistance or any amplification of power and spiritual force. Very well, Gao Xiang began to agree with the primordial Chaos City Lord's statement. Just now, the envoys of the Great Alliance, King Dragon Blood and the others, came to see me, and I have already agreed to let you join the Great Alliance under the identity of Xiang. Good. Gao Xiang was not surprised to learn that he could join the Great Alliance. Speak, what is the matter that you have come to see me about today? The primordial Chaos City Lord should know that my success in killing a king-level powerhouse this time was purely a coincidence. It must be that my world lord's strength was discovered by high-ranking members of the insect race, and they came specifically to assassinate me. That is true, the primordial Chaos City Lord nodded, feeling that what Gao Xiang said made a lot of sense. A world lord who could kill a marquee level, or even a king-level powerhouse, was absolutely a super genius of the human race. It would be illogical if the alien races did not attempt to assassinate him. Once you comprehend the second layer of the secret patterns on the Overlord armor I bestowed upon you, you will be able to conceal your World Lord aura, and those below the venerable level will be unable to discover that you are a World Lord. That is wonderful. The matter that Gao Xiang was most worried about had already found a solution. Do you have any other questions? I wish to create a peak ultimate technique here, I do not know if that is feasible. Gao Xiang knew that within the primordial Chaos City Lord's palace, there was an area that could simulate battles between powerhouses, which was very suitable for creating ultimate techniques. Oh, how did you know? The primordial Chaos City Lord became puzzled. He had not informed Gao Xiang of this beforehand. The powerhouses who knew that this palace had this function were very few. Logically, it was impossible for Gao Xiang to know. I believe that the virtual universe network can simulate any powerhouse. Good. Come with me. The primordial Chaos City Lord brought Gao Xiang into an area. This place will simulate one opponent after another. Once you kill an opponent, it will reorganize and present the next opponent. When you successfully kill 500 opponents, your ultimate technique will be a top-tier ultimate technique. When you successfully kill 1000 opponents, your ultimate technique will be a peak ultimate technique. When you successfully kill 2000 opponents, your ultimate technique will be a supreme ultimate technique. Very well, I understand. Gao Xiang had already learned this information in advance. He entered this area, and soon, a silver moon fierce wolf appeared in front of him. It possessed the royal bloodline of the monster race. Gao Xiang discovered that after entering here, he could not use secret techniques. The Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique and Shuiluo power were both useless, leaving only his purest physical body, with its strength remaining unchanged. Gao Xiang brought his axe down. The massive silver moon fierce wolf unleashed a sky-tearing claw, like a fully loaded pickup truck diving down a hillside, crashing toward Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang's physical body was instantly shattered. I actually failed against the very first opponent. Gao Xiang, having reformed his body, looked at the silver moon fierce wolf standing motionless ahead, feeling very unwilling to accept this. His strongest ultimate technique currently was the 7 sky collapsing forms, and what he had just used was also this set of ultimate techniques. Although this set of ultimate techniques was a peak ultimate technique, it was not originally created by Gao Xiang. Even though Gao Xiang had grasped the essence, he could not achieve the same level of power as the creator. Genius world lords of the primitive mystical region would all create their own ultimate techniques by the late stage. Only self-created ultimate techniques were 100% suitable for oneself. 1 month later, a massive silver moon fierce wolf fell. I have completely mastered the 7 sky collapsing forms. This silver moon fierce wolf is no longer a match for me. Next is the next opponent. Logically speaking, killing 500 opponents would mean the ultimate technique created was a top-tier ultimate technique. However, Gao Xiang's current 7 sky collapsing forms had only managed to kill the silver moon fierce wolf. It seemed that creating his own powerful ultimate technique was already a matter of urgency. At this moment, a giant, snow-white cicada, 100 meters in length, appeared in front of him. The Ice Snow Cicada, a race from the Thorn Ring Alliance, had a body covered in armor as hard as steel and a pair of transparent, thin wings on its back. It was most skilled at vibrating the thin wings on its back to emit dual sound waves capable of attacking both the soul and the physical body. 3 days passed, and Gao Xiang slashed the opponent in two, successfully clearing the level. 10 years later, Gao Xiang had already killed 100 opponents. After my modifications, the new 7 sky collapsing forms is almost complete. Next is to continue consolidating this brand new set of ultimate techniques. Gao Xiang's method of creating ultimate techniques was to first completely master a powerful ultimate technique, then attempt to modify it to suit himself. Once the modified ultimate technique had been thoroughly mastered, he began to formally create his own ultimate technique. The process of modifying an ultimate technique and mastering it completely seemed like an unnecessary extra step, but it was actually very important. The Axe Force technique had relevant suggestions regarding this. 200 years later, a god-devouring race member, with a pitch-black complexion, 9 meters in height, and 3 pairs of black wings on its back, fell. Gao Xiang looked at this god-devouring race member, feeling very satisfied. After more than 200 years of trials, he had finally killed the 500th opponent. At the same time, he had also created a top-tier ultimate technique that belonged to him. Chapter 147, Beast God Blood. I won't name it for now. I'll give it a title once I've elevated it to a peak technique. Following that, Gao Xiang continued to create 600 years later, Gao Xiang successfully slew a golden thread wolf king. The golden thread wolf king was not a member of the monster race, but a special life form with a life gene level reaching 300 times the norm. It was massive in size, its body covered in layers of golden threads, and its appearance resembled the wolf race, which is why it was named the Golden Thread Wolf King. It took Gao Xiang a full 100 years to finally slay this Golden Thread Wolf King. Not bad, not bad. In less than 1,000 years, you have already created the first form of a peak technique that belongs uniquely to you. When Gao Xiang successfully defeated 1,000 opponents, the primordial Chaos City Lord received the intelligence immediately. He appeared in front of Gao Xiang, looking at this genius with satisfaction. To be able to create a peak axe-style technique in a mere 1,000 years, no wonder this talent was favored by the great axe founder. Have you chosen a name? The primordial Chaos City Lord was somewhat curious about what kind of name Gao Xiang would choose. Gao Xiang thought to himself, my axe strike is mighty and domineering, like Pengu splitting the heavens and the earth. The moment of annihilation is also the beginning of creating new life. Open double angle bracket Pengu splits the heavens close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket Pengu splits the heavens close double angle bracket. The primordial Chaos City Lord frowned. He did not understand the meaning contained within, but the two characters, splits the heavens, were enough to show the extent of Gao Xiang's ambition. Gao Xiang thought for a moment and decided to name the first form of his self-created peak technique. Then, the first form shall be called heaven splitting. Good, a truly good splitting the heavens and opening the earth. The more the primordial Chaos City Lord looked at him, the more he felt that Gao Xiang resembled the great axe founder in his youth. During the 1,000 years Gao Xiang spent creating the technique, he did not focus solely on that. Instead, he split off a wisp of his consciousness to comprehend the law simultaneously. In this time, he had already fully comprehended the four minor branches: spatial lockdown domain, spatial rend, time acceleration, and time stasis. Next, it is time for the fusion of the blood river crystal. Gao Xiang stood in the secret room of the manor at base 036, a blood river crystal appearing in his hand. He had already fused 5 blood river crystals, but the last attempt at fusion was 1,000 years ago. Perhaps he could fuse the 6th one now. Ah, the intense pain made Gao Xiang very frenzied. He clenched his fists, which began to turn bright red while simultaneously emitting flames. He threw a punch at the wall of the secret room. In an instant, the entire wall vibrated. The secret patterns hidden on the wall emerged, neutralizing the vast majority of the power from Gao Xiang's fist. Otherwise, this secret room would definitely have been blown apart by Gao Xiang's punch. Is that it? Soon, Gao Xiang was not feeling as uncomfortable. After 1,000 years of sparring with powerful opponents, Gao Xiang had not only created a formidable peak technique but also honed a powerful fighting will. He quickly broke free from the pain of fusing the blood river crystal. When he no longer felt so much pain, fusing the blood river crystal became very simple. The 6th one is a success. He did not rest, but instead attempted to continue the fusion. 10 days later, Gao Xiang looked at the blood river crystal in his hand, his heart beating faster with anticipation. During the previous fusions of 4 blood river crystals, Gao Xiang's emotions had not fluctuated much. But the 10th blood river crystal was different. Once the fusion was successful, Gao Xiang would become the legendary black warrior of the Shuiluo continent. Ah, Gao Xiang's eyes were bloodshot. He spread his 10 fingers and clawed down at the hard metal floor of the secret room. His fingers were like hard steel. When they clawed at the metal floor, the two collided violently. Dazzling metal sparks exploded, and along with the high temperature, they scorched the surrounding floor red. Gao Xiang flicked his arm, and his entire arm shattered with a boom, turning into countless sparks. At the same time, 5 long claw marks appeared on the hard metal floor. Alert! Alert! F9 grade metal floor and law solidifying secret patterns have been damaged. The secret room emitted an alarm sound at this moment. Quiet! Gao Xiang ordered the intelligent system to quiet down. Alert! Alert! However, the alarm sound did not stop. At this moment, Gao Xiang was still in immense pain. He had no time to pay attention to so much. He continued to extend his sharp claws and began to frantically claw at the metal floor beneath his feet. If not for the protection of the law secret patterns, this secret room would likely have been dismantled by Gao Xiang long ago. Finally, it's a success. When Gao Xiang was completely clear-headed and comfortable, he did not see a blood river crystal beside him. This meant that he had successfully fused 10 blood river crystals. The legendary Black Warrior, achieved. Gao Xiang clenched one hand into a fist, Shuiluo power and the Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique erupting simultaneously, his power amplitude soaring instantly. 1 Devil Fruit increases life gene level by 1 times. 1 Bai Shen Fruit increases life gene level by 1 times. Fusing 10 Blood River Crystals increases life gene level by 10 times. Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique increases power by 8 times. 9,600 times power amplitude. If the first layer secret pattern effect of the Overlord armor is added, then he can unleash the strength of 10,600 times the peak of a World Lord. He is still 400 times power amplitude away from activating the second layer secret pattern of the Overlord armor. The power increased by the Overlord armor cannot be counted. Sandus, help me think of a way. What other methods can increase my power amplitude? Gao Xiang ordered Sandus to start searching for information. After Gao Xiang entered the Great Alliance, his permissions were upgraded once again. Many things that could not be checked before could now be accessed. Master, I have already searched. The intelligent life form Sandus's calculation speed is tens of thousands of times that of a human. It quickly found the desired result. The Dragon Blood Tyrant body technique is the best legacy secret method we can currently learn, so there is not much point in going to learn other secret methods. If you want to continue increasing power amplitude, currently you can only start by increasing your life gene level. Gao Xiang frowned. He knew that Blood River Crystal could increase life gene level, but he could not continue to fuse now. Who knew how long it would take until the next successful fusion? Master, I have searched the Virtual Universe Corporation treasury and found an extract of the Blood River Crystal, called Beast God Blood. It has no side effects, and after using it, it can increase your life gene level. Good, then help me exchange for it. Apologies, there is no exchange price in the treasury. There is only an application option. Then help me apply for it. Understood. However, Master, you must be prepared for failure. Why? The Beast God Blood is an extremely rare strategic resource and has a huge attraction to universe exalts. It is very difficult for a king-level powerhouse to apply for the Beast God Blood. Won't we know if we try? Gao Xiang believed that he had to try. 3 days later, Gao Xiang received a reply from the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Corporation. The application for the Beast God Blood failed. Why did it fail? Gao Xiang was somewhat puzzled, so he sent an email to the Master of Void Gold. The Master of Void Gold quickly replied with an email to Gao Xiang. Chapter 148, The Overlord Armor's Second Layer of Secret Engravings. Little guy, how did you find out about the Beast God Blood? Although the Master of Void Gold was not a member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, he was a high-level Universe Lord of the human race, and his permissions were no different from those of any Universe Lord in the Virtual Universe Corporation. He knew that Gao Xiang did not yet have the authority to query information on the Beast God Blood. I heard about it from my teacher, the Lord of Ganwu. Before this, I had already sent an email to the Lord of Ganwu to inquire about it. The Lord of Ganwu indicated that with Gao Zhang's current strength and status, if he wanted to successfully obtain the Beast God Blood, he had to get the approval of a human universe lord. So that's how it is. It doesn't matter much if you know about this in advance, sooner or later, you will step into the Peak King realm. The Master of Void Gold knew that Gao Xiang cultivated both time and space, and that he had already completely mastered several small branches under each supreme law. He had lived for less than 2,000 years now, calculated according to primal universe time during his stay there, yet his comprehension of the supreme laws had already reached an astonishing level. Stepping into the Peak King realm in the future was a guaranteed certainty. In fact, in the eyes of the Master of Void Gold, there was a very high possibility that Gao Xiang would become a universe lord. Do you know that it takes 100 blood river crystals to extract a single drop of Beast God Blood? A rare smile appeared on the Master of Void Gold's serious face. Gao Xiang answered truthfully, I am already aware. If it were really that simple, then the beast god blood would no longer be considered a precious cultivation resource. Given the master of void gold's immense strength and status, a cultivation resource that he deemed precious was by no means an ordinary item. Please enlighten me, teacher master of void gold. To extract the beast god blood, one must have blood river crystals. There are hundreds of millions of blood river crystals in the Qiulong continent, so logically, quite a lot of beast god blood could be extracted. But things are not as simple as you think. Extracting the beast god blood requires several kinds of heaven and earth treasures, and these heaven and earth treasures take hundreds of millions of eras to mature. Therefore, no matter how many blood river crystals there are, it still takes a very, very long time to extract the beast god blood. So that's how it is. Gao Xiang silently glanced at the more than 1 million blood river crystals inside the world ring in his internal world. However, with my authority, I can help you apply for some beast god blood in advance. Thank you, teacher master of void gold. Ha ha. The master of void gold stroked his pale beard, his body fading as he logged out of the virtual universe. Not bad, it actually succeeded. Gao Xiang had not been entirely certain of success when he requested an audience with the master of void gold. Since it had succeeded, he was naturally very excited. A month later, Gao Xiang met a king-level powerhouse at his manor in the outside territory battlefield base. King Layden, a high-level king-level powerhouse of humanity and a member of the Great Alliance, had received orders from the top beings of the human race to escort a batch of treasures to Gao Xiang on the outside territory battlefield. King Layden knew that Gao Xiang had now apprenticed under the Master of Void Gold. Although the Master of Void Gold was only a world lord, he had the record of killing high-level champions and was also a member of the Great Alliance, so King Layden was very happy to accept this errand when he received the mission. Greetings, King Layden, Gao Xiang said politely to King Layden. King Moyan, we finally meet in reality, King Layden replied, equally polite. King Moyan was Gao Xiang's champion title. Back then, relying on his King Peak Cloud caressing vine, he had successfully slain a low-level champion insect race servant, causing quite a stir in the Great Alliance. As a result, some people secretly called Gao Xiang, King Moyan. This name quickly spread, leading many members of the Great Alliance to address Gao Xiang as King Moyan. After entering the Great Alliance, Gao Xiang accepted this title. This is the cargo you requested. Use your Origin Force imprint to accept the delivery. Gao Xiang released a wisp of Origin Force imprint, stamping it onto the sensor on the surface of the black box. The box opened, revealing a spatial ring inside. After Gao Xiang claimed ownership of it, a thread of his consciousness entered the spatial ring. The vast spatial ring was empty, save for a single black box right in the center. Inside the box were 10 tubes. Each tube contained a drop of bright red blood. There were a full 10 drops of beast god blood here. I have confirmed the cargo. Thank you for your hard work, King Layden. After confirming the cargo, Gao Xiang thanked King Layden once more. Then my mission is complete, and I shall take my leave. See you in Hongmeng City. See you in Hongmeng City. Master, this is beast god blood. There won't be any physical discomfort after using it, Sandus said, hopping on Gao Xiang's shoulder in great excitement. The effect of the beast god blood was the same as that of the Bai Shen fruit and the devil fruit. They were all rare treasures that could improve one's life gene. However, the effects of the beast god blood could stack, and it would still be effective even after multiple uses. Therefore, compared to one-time use treasures like the Bai Shen fruit and the devil fruit, the beast god blood seemed far more valuable. Gao Xiang also could not hide his inner excitement. He took out the 10 tubes and stared at the bright red blood inside them. He fused the first drop of beast god blood. His body did not react much. Gao Xiang looked surprised. Although the beast god blood is an extract of the blood river crystal, the fusion reactions they display are worlds apart. Fusing the beast god blood caused very little discomfort. It was as if the beast god blood was specifically created for the countless races of the universe, naturally suited for fusion. In comparison, fusing blood river crystals was countless times more difficult. Gao Xiang fused the 10 drops of blood river crystals in one breath. Qiulong power. With a thought, Gao Xiang, who had completely fused the 10 drops of beast god blood, made the Shuiluo power secret engravings on the front of his chest emit a red glow. The secret engravings spread toward Gao Xiang's neck, abdomen, and other areas like boiling hot lava. The process was warm, with no other discomfort. Gao Xiang watched as faint, shallow Shuiluo power secret engravings appeared on his back and abdomen. In terms of structure and the power of laws, these newly appeared secret engravings were far inferior to the ones that had formed on his chest long ago. Our human race can fuse a maximum of 100 blood river crystals or 100 drops of beast god blood. I have now fused 10 blood river crystals and 10 drops of beast god blood, increasing my life gene by 20 times. Now, Gao Xiang's life gene had reached an astonishing 22 times. With a full power outburst, he could unleash 17,600 times the strength of a world lord, which was already enough to drive the second layer of secret engravings of the overlord armor. Inside the massive cultivation chamber, measuring 1,320 meters long, 655 meters wide, and 330 meters high, and constructed from pure metallic purple gold tungsten dark steel, protective secret engravings laid down by engraving experts were sufficient to protect the safety and privacy of any king-level powerhouse inside. After Gao Xiang finished fusing the beast god blood, his hands caressed his battle armor. And his legs dangled, keeping him in a very relaxed state. His body slowly floated up to the very center of the chamber. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at the hard wall at the very front. A great axe appeared in Gao Xiang's hand. The great axe was oval at both ends, like crescent moons, and was incomparably sharp, with red evil chi emanating from its surface. He lightly swung the great axe toward the wall in front of him. The first style of Pengu splitting the sky. Only a blood-red light suddenly appeared, flying toward the pure metal wall in front of him. Chapter 149, Million-fold World Lord Power. Rumble. After the blood-red light struck the metal wall in front, the surface vibrated while emitting a harsh humming sound, and at the same time, the secret patterns on its surface emerged immediately. Without the protection of these secret patterns, the pure metal wall in front would have already been completely destroyed by Gao Xiang. Let's try this again. Gao Xiang's thoughts stirred as he attempted to drive the overlord armor. The overlord armor was an incredibly powerful treasure, possessing a full 3 layers of secret patterns. The first layer of secret patterns only needed to be comprehended to be easily driven, capable of increasing world lord power by 1,000 times. The second layer of secret patterns not only required full comprehension but also necessitated reaching the minimum threshold of 10,000 times world lord power. 10,000 times world lord power meant reaching the level of a barely there champion. Gao Xiang wore blood-red armor, which was formed by the manifestation of the overlord armor. Under Gao Xiang's full force activation, the faint secret patterns on the surface of the blood-red armor gradually emerged. These secret patterns were like blood vessels on the armor. When the secret patterns emerged, they received a supply of blood and began to erupt with even greater potential. An expression of disbelief escaped Gao Xiang's lips. After driving the second layer of the overlord armor's secret patterns, it can actually erupt with 100,000 times world lord power. The first layer of the overlord armor's secret patterns could only increase world lord power by 1,000 times. Logically speaking, its second layer of secret patterns would already be quite remarkable if it could increase world lord power by 50,000 times. As it turned out, it actually increased world lord power by 100,000 times. 100,000 times world lord power had already reached the threshold of a high-level champion. I am now very much looking forward to seeing how much power will erupt after driving the third layer of the overlord armor's secret patterns. After successfully driving the second layer of the overlord armor's secret patterns, Gao Xiang quickly learned the requirements to drive the third layer. He needed to fully comprehend the third layer of secret patterns and reach 1,000,000 times world lord power. Gao Xiang's gaze narrowed, and he lightly swung the great axe in his hand. A blood-red light appeared once more, charging toward the pure metal wall in front. Rumble. This strike was different from before, it did not cause any damage to the wall. Crack, crack, crack. After the blood-red light vanished, the metal wall that had been vibrating just a moment ago suddenly fell silent, but its internal structure still emitted the sound of metal breaking, while the secret patterns covering its surface shone brightly. Clearly, these secret patterns were now exerting their most powerful effects. Just then, these secret patterns, as if they were hard sugar sculptures being lightly tapped by a small hammer, quickly disintegrated and turned into countless fragments of secret patterns. Without the protection of the secret patterns, the wall of the chamber, crafted from pure metal, quickly collapsed into countless metal fragments the size of fingernails. Gao Xiang looked at the huge hole that had appeared in front of him. He could already see the scenery outside the chamber. I didn't expect my strength to have improved this much. He knew that after successfully driving the second layer of the Overlord armor's secret patterns this time, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Respected Your Highness. After the chamber was destroyed, a short and stout undying hurriedly flew in from a distance. He appeared outside the chamber, looking at Gao Xiang inside the hole. He was the exclusive steward of the estate where Gao Xiang resided. When he discovered the chamber had been destroyed, his first thought was that it was an assassination by an alien race. After flying over and discovering that Gao Xiang was not in danger, he finally relaxed, looking at Gao Xiang with some confusion. Gao Xiang waved his hand, signaling the steward not to be nervous. I was just testing my blade earlier. I didn't expect this chamber to be so fragile. I accidentally punched a hole through it. Watching Gao Xiang speak so casually, the undying steward swallowed hard. Your Highness, the chambers here are quite difficult for an average champion to punch through. Being able to punch through the chamber wall was enough to prove that Gao Xiang currently possessed strength comparable to a champion, and not a low-level one at that. The steward knew that Gao Xiang was a super genius cultivated by the 5 super giants, but he did not have the clearance to know which genius Gao Xiang was. He thought to himself, to be able to erupt with strength comparable to a high-level champion with merely World Lord strength, he must possess some powerful treasure on him. He had received many World Lord geniuses from the 5 super giants. They often possessed strength comparable to a marquee-level immortal, but this was the first time he had heard of someone with strength comparable to a high-level champion. However, he also knew that the more powerful treasures a World Lord genius had on them, the more it proved their status and position within the 5 super giants. Once this Your Highness steps into the Undying Realm in the future, he will at least be a king peak, or even a peak king. I must establish a good relationship with him. This was the first time the Undying Steward had encountered such a talented World Lord. Beyond his shock, he had already made up his mind to establish a good relationship with the other party. Send the bill for the damages to the chamber to me when it's ready. Respected Your Highness, this chamber is intended for cultivate, and it is an honor for it to be damaged by Your Highness. No compensation is needed, no compensation is needed. The Undying Steward was already prepared to pay for the damages on his behalf. Although he was merely an ordinary undying spiritual god, he had worked at Camp 036 for many years and had accumulated quite a bit of wealth, enough to pay for the compensation. However, even so, the cost still made this undying spiritual god ache for a very long time. That works too. Gao Xiang nodded, then flew out through the hole. A moment later, he appeared in front of the steward. What is your name? Gao Xiang had lived in this estate for a long time and had seen that this undying steward had a good service attitude. He also knew that the other party intended to get closer to him. Turing. All right, see you next time. After saying this, Gao Xiang flew toward the estate's independent landing pad. Haha, next stop, Tianxin continent. Sandus lay on Gao Xiang's head, its limbs dangling around Gao Xiang's head, its head looking toward Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang was startled by this scene. He reached out and grabbed Sandus's slim waist, placing it on his palm. Have you finished collecting the information on Tianxin continent? To survive safely on Tianxin continent, one cannot go without collecting information about it. It has been collected. I will tell you one by one now. Tianxin continent is the main continent within the No. 4 battlefield secret realm. It is a supercontinent with a diameter of 210 million light-years. To traverse the entire continent, it would take 3 to 4 years. This continent is filled with powerhouses. Marquee-level immortals are merely the bottom-tier existences here, only champion-level powerhouses are the true mainstream here. Overlord armor, conceal my world force. The biggest difference between a world lord and an undying is that the nature of the power they use is completely different. World lords use world force. Undying use undying divine power. After driving the second layer of the Overlord armor's secret patterns, one can actively conceal a world lord's world force, converting it into undying divine power to achieve a deceptive effect. Master, according to the detector's check, you are already an undying spiritual god, but your specific strength cannot be detected. That's perfect. Gao Xiang was very satisfied with the special effect of the Overlord armor. After arriving at Tianxin continent, he would be considered an undying, so his identity as a world lord genius would be completely concealed, and the chance of being assassinated by alien races would be much lower. Chapter 150, High-Level Champion. HMPH. On the edge of the Tianxin continent, in an area near Orange Island, a human female clutched her chest, her breathing ragged. She stared at the two massive monster race powerhouses before her. A Qiulong pig demon and a Chilean bear demon. Just moments ago, they had ambushed King Yumi and King Yangsen as they passed through. The detectors used by King Yumi and King Yangsen were inferior to those of their opponents, so they had been discovered by the two monster race members early on. Both monster race powerhouses possessed strength superior to that of King Yumi and King Yangsen, and combined with their premeditated ambush, they were able to severely injure King Yumi immediately. After a brief clash, King Yumi, in order to protect his younger sister King Yangsen, had no choice but to choose self-detonation. After King Yumi self-detonated, King Yangsen attempted to escape immediately, but she was still caught by the two monster race members. Now severely injured, she had lost her chance to escape. Hand it over quickly, or die. The Qiulong pig demon, fully 50 kilometers in length, his eyes blood red, glared at King Yangsen, who stood before him like an ant. Ha ha, hand it over quickly, and we might spare your life. The Chilean bear demon opened his massive, blood-stained maw, emitting a cold voice. The two of them had prepared for a long time and paid a great price to ambush King Yangsen and her brother. It is easy to defeat a king-level immortal, but extremely difficult to kill one. To execute this operation, the Qiulong pig demon and the Chilean bear demon had spent 60% of their wealth to purchase several powerful treasures. What should I do? King Yangsen felt both anger and panic in her heart. She carried an item that she and her brother, King Yumi, had gone to great lengths to discover. She had thought they had hidden it well, but in the end, it was still discovered. Gritting her teeth, she stared fixedly at the two mountain-sized monster race powerhouses before her. I have already sent emails to the nearby Great Alliance powerhouses, they will come to support me immediately. When King Yangsen and King Yumi first encountered the ambush, they did not immediately call for help, but instead tried to break through on their own. As a result, King Yumi self-detonated and fell, and King Yangsen was forced to choose to call for help. The cost of calling for help was high, and there was no guarantee that the other party would come. Master, 8,000 kilometers ahead, a human race champion is calling for help and is willing to pay 10 billion Hunyuan units. That much. One rescue mission could earn 10 billion Hunyuan units. However, Gao Xiang quickly calmed down and stared at Sandus before him. Check the strength of the other party. Combining King Yangsen's distress email with the military merit system of the outside territory battlefield, Sandus quickly determined the strength of both sides. On the Great Alliance side was a human race high-level champion, King Yangsen. On the alien side were a monster race high-level champion, the Chilean bear demon, and a high-level champion, the Qiulong pig demon. Are they both high-level champions? This was the first time Gao Xiang had encountered high-level champion opponents. Master, should we accept? Let's observe first. Gao Xiang was not a saint, he was very interested in the 10 billion Hunyuan units, but he did not want to take risks easily. Through the military merit system, he discovered that there was one person closest to King Yangsen. But he did not know how many alien powerhouses were nearby. The Qiulong pig demon and the Chilean bear demon might have accomplices who had been lying in ambush in the distance, ready to strike at any moment. To obtain this item, I have already lost my brother. I absolutely cannot let them succeed. King Yangsen clutched her painful chest, feeling very unwilling in her heart. She and her brother, King Yumi, could have called for help the moment the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon appeared. That way, the two of them might have had a chance to escape. Hurry up and do it, delay leads to trouble. The Qiulong pig demon knew the terror of the human race's virtual universe. The network could cover the entire primordial universe, and by now, King Yangsen's distress call might have already been sent to the nearby Great Alliance champions. The Qiulong pig demon opened his massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs. As he opened it, his mouth spewed a dazzling white beam of light. Hee. The Qiulong bear demon also opened his mouth and spewed a black beam of light. This beam of light seemed to emerge from a black hole. It was actually able to attract nearby light and distort the surrounding space. A golden shield quickly formed around King Yangsen. Secret patterns emerged on the surface of the shield, and the power contained within the patterns erupted completely. Like golden ribbons, they twisted and turned, wrapping around King Yangsen behind it, transforming into a large golden cocoon constructed of golden ribbons. Rumble. The two beams from the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon struck the large golden cocoon simultaneously from the left and right sides. The large golden cocoon vibrated. After absorbing the power of the two beams, it reflected a large portion of the energy outward. Under the impact of the remaining light energy, spiderweb-like cracks began to form on its surface. This woman's treasure is truly powerful. Even with the two of us working together, we still can't break through her defense. The Qiulong pig demon transmitted his voice to the Qiulong bear demon on the side while continuing to spew the beam. The Qiulong bear demon's massive body stood as firm as a mountain. He squinted his small black eyes and stared fixedly at the large golden cocoon woven by King Yangsen's golden shield. Let's keep pushing, I can already see the cracks. The Qiulong pig demon was overjoyed. He also noticed the cracks on the surface of the large golden cocoon. Rumble. The Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon simultaneously exerted their full power and burned their divine power. With the burning of divine power, their power erupted several times over. Damn it, they are actually burning their divine bodies to kill me. King Yangsen struggled to hold on. To save her life, she had long since burned her divine body. If it continued like this, King Yangsen would sooner or later be worn down to death. Oh no. King Yangsen noticed something unusual about the golden shield. Crack, crack, crack. The spiderweb-like cracks had already spread all over every part of the large golden cocoon. When it reached its breaking point, only destruction awaited it. The moment the large golden cocoon shattered, the golden shield was also sent flying, causing King Yangsen to be knocked away as well. King Yangsen glared at the two monster race members before her, cursing inwardly, damn monster race. I would rather give this item to the human race than ever give it to you. Through the virtual universe, King Yangsen immediately discovered the closest person, Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang was wearing the Overlord armor, his world force was concealed, and it was replaced by undying divine power. However, King Yangsen did not find anyone named Gao Xiang in the Great Alliance network. In other words, it was unlikely that the other party was a champion. At most, he was a peak marquis. Soon, she locked her gaze on several champions further away. However, to her disappointment, when these champions learned that the opponents were the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon, they all chose to avoid conflict and did not respond to King Yangsen's call for help. 10 billion Hunyuan units was indeed very tempting to a champion, and it even exceeded the wealth of most low-level champions, but one had to consider if they had the life to take it. King-level Undying Zhan Miwang and King Jimmy have both refused this rescue mission on the grounds that they are in dangerous areas. It seems I can only hope for that guy. Chapter 151, Fen Now Token. The strength of King-level Undying Zhan Miwang and King Jimmy was between low-level champion and high-level champion. They did not have much confidence in dealing with the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon, so it was normal for them not to come. Master, that King Yangsen just sent a distress signal, saying that since we are all of the human race, she hopes Master can come to rescue her immediately. That 10 billion Hunyuan unit is already King Yangsen's entire fortune. With his arms crossed, Gao Xiang, who was observing from afar through the detector, curled the corners of his mouth. 10 billion Hunyuan unit is indeed most of your fortune, but the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon are both high-level champion powerhouses, and they are quite famous throughout the entire Tianxin continent. Their strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. Master, should we respond to her? Sandus looked at the image playing on the detector in front of her very anxiously. Help me ask if there are any other benefits besides this 10 billion Hunyuan unit. If the benefits were sufficient, Gao Xiang would not mind taking the risk to rescue King Yangtze. It was not that Gao Xiang was cold and ruthless, but the outside territory battlefield was treacherous and ever-changing. As freelance soldiers, Gao Xiang and his group had the right to choose whether or not to rescue soldiers from the same faction. This guy, he actually thinks 10 billion Hunyuan unit is too little. King Yangtze was furious inside. She was very unwilling, because this was already 90% of all her wealth. Rumble. At this moment, 2 more beams of light shot over. King Yangtze placed her hands in front of her, with the heels of her palms pressed together, forming a lotus-holding gesture. A white lotus appeared in her palms. This white lotus was a treasure that King Yangtze had obtained by chance many years ago. The white lotus bloomed, exposing the lotus seed pod. Inside, while dozens of petals fell off and floated away in all directions. Soon, these white petals began to split, turning into countless tiny petals, which together formed a beautiful, huge white lotus around King Yangtze. Break this human woman's white lotus. The Qiulong pig demon transmitted his voice to the Qiulong bear demon beside him. Good. A black ball appeared in the Qiulong pig demon's palm. This black ball was like a black hole. The surrounding light was distorted, and under this distorted state, the light was refracted out, forming a twisted rainbow. These twisted rainbows were attracted by the black ball and were actually crazily drilling into the small black ball. Black hole vortex. This was the Qiulong pig demon's self-created ultimate technique, and also his most signature one. The Qiulong bear demon stood up. His massive body, towering like a mountain, felt as if a great mountain had suddenly been uprooted from the ground as he stood up. He swung his 2 arms, slashing out a cross-shaped attack towards the front. In front of him appeared 2 intersecting beams of light, like an X. Cross profound annihilation /tilde. This was also the Qiulong bear demon's self-created ultimate technique. With this power, I fear I will fall today. After seeing her opponents simultaneously unleash their strongest ultimate techniques, King Yangtze was completely desperate. Rumble tilde. Sure enough, in the face of the formidable strength of the 2 monster race members, any defense was futile. The seemingly incredibly solid white lotus fell apart and completely dissipated at this moment. King Yangtze flew backward for more than 10 kilometers. Under this direct resistance against the opponent's strongest ultimate techniques, her divine body lost quite a bit in an instant. As long as you can save me, I am willing to share the Fen Now token with you. King Yangtze did not have the ability to teleport, and she had already discovered that the surrounding space had been sealed. For rescue to come in, they would have to fly. Therefore, she placed her last hope on Gao Xiang. What is the Fen Now token? Gao Xiang had Sandus hurriedly search in the virtual network. Soon, Sandus got the answer. The Fen Now token was the key to entering the Fen Now clan's legacy treasure grounds. The Fen Now clan was once the ruler of the Tianxin continent, and their clan was spread throughout the entire Tianxin continent. Later, the 4 great peak races chose to open the 4th battlefield on the Tianxin continent, which led to the massacre of the Fen Now clan members. The great beings of the Fen Now clan, in order to preserve the seeds of the Fen Now clan, built various legacy grounds in hidden places all over the Tianxin continent. To enter these legacy grounds, one must possess a Fen Now token. However, since the entire Tianxin continent was used as the 4th battlefield for hundreds of millions of epochs, almost all the legacy grounds had been carved up, and only a few missed legacy grounds had been discovered by some extremely lucky people. Master, this Fen Now clan was once a race at the level of Universe Overlord. In the legacy grounds they built across the entire Tianxin continent, some legacy grounds would contain treasures that even venerables would covet. However, the treasures in the vast majority of legacy grounds can only tempt Fenho or even champion-level powerhouses. Through analysis, Sandus quickly reached a conclusion. Gao Xiang nodded. He knew that while they were all legacy grounds, some were of high level and some were of low level. However, even if it was a champion-level legacy ground, the treasures inside would definitely far exceed the entire wealth of a champion-level powerhouse. Move out. Since he knew that King Yangtze possessed a Fen Now token, Gao Xiang could not just sit by and watch. Hold on, I am coming to support you right now. Gao Xiang quickly sent an email agreeing to the rescue to King Yangtze, who was still resisting desperately. A great alliance powerhouse is coming to support. The Qiulong pig demon quickly locked onto Gao Xiang, who was flying over at high speed, through the detector. This speed is actually so fast. Could it be a peak champion? The Chilean bear demon discovered that Gao Xiang's flight speed was astonishing. The reason Gao Xiang's flight speed was fast was that he had comprehended the second layer of secret patterns of his cloud-stepping space-time boots. With the enhancement of the second layer of secret patterns of the cloud-stepping space-time boots, Gao Xiang's flight speed was second only to venerables, and he belonged to an invincible level among champion-level powerhouses. King Yangtze, are you all right? Gao Xiang entered the space-sealed area without reducing his speed. He flew to King Yangtze's side and glanced at the already severely injured King Yangtze. King Yangtze knew that Gao Xiang was attracted by the Fen Now token, which was why he was willing to come over, but she did not hold a grudge against Gao Xiang. Instead, she was worried that Gao Xiang's strength was insufficient. Her detector could not detect Gao Xiang's specific strength. If a Finho peak or a low-level champion had come, then this rescue would have no meaning. King Yangtze believed that since Gao Xiang dared to come and help, he was at least of high-level champion strength. Help me kill these two guys together, and I will share the Fen Now token with you. King Yangtze glared angrily at the two monster race members in front of her. Just a moment ago, she and her brother had been ambushed by the two monster race members. In order to keep her and her brother's lives, the two monster race members spared no effort to use a fire god source crystal, a water god source crystal, and a set of one-time space-sealing treasures. After the space-sealing treasure was used, champions with teleportation abilities could not enter. After the water god source crystal exploded, its explosive power was not as rapid as the fire god source crystal, but it could cause large-scale spatial tremors in the surroundings, as if one had fallen into a quagmire, making it impossible to move quickly. Chapter 152, So It Was a King Peak. The fire god source crystal was a pure bomb. Once caught in the center of its explosion, even a king-level powerhouse would fall. Relying on these three treasures, the two monster race members had severely injured King Yangtze and her brother, ultimately forcing her brother to choose self-destruction. Good. Gao Xiang transmitted his voice to King Yangtze. Gao Xiang did not hesitate at all and immediately unleashed his full power. The Dragon Blood Tyrant Body technique and the Shuiluo power erupted simultaneously. Under the amplification of the Overlord Armor's divine power conversion effect, Gao Xiang easily unleashed the power of a world lord at 100,000 times capacity. In the outside world, he had barely reached the level of a high-level king-level powerhouse. Why is it only barely reaching high-level king level? Seeing that Gao Xiang was only at a high-level king level after unleashing his full power, King Yangtze felt a bit disappointed. It seemed she was destined to fall here today. To think it's just a little guy who barely reaches high-level king level. Aren't you afraid of death? After confirming Gao Xiang's strength, the Qiulong pig demon began to relax. Look. As his voice fell, over 300 thick vines surged from behind Gao Xiang. These vines, using Gao Xiang's internal world as their foundation, extended wildly outside his body. In just a moment, they had turned a range of over 100 kilometers into their controlled area. King Yangtze had thought she would surely die today, but she never expected a king-level immortal to arrive, possessing a cloud-caressing vine with strength comparable to a king peak. The opponent's plant life is just powerful. As long as we don't get controlled, we can easily kill King Yangtze. The Chilean bear demon quickly arrived at the best solution. In reality, that was indeed the case. The 360 cloud-caressing vines, each one incomparably thick and long, moved very slowly. It was almost impossible to control a champion with them. However, Gao Xiang didn't just possess a powerful cloud-caressing vine. his attainments in the two supreme laws of time and space were also terrifyingly high. What is going on? The surrounding time and space have actually been affected. The Qiulong pig demon was just about to dodge the thick, long vines coming his way when he discovered that the time and space around him had been affected. The result of the time and space being affected was that the movements of the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon were instantly slowed by 50%. World projection. After his life genes reached 22 times, the area of Gao Xiang's internal world had increased several times, already very close to the range of an ordinary undying divine kingdom. Under the conversion effect of the Overlord armor, Gao Xiang's world projection was converted into a divine power domain. This guy is extraordinary, he actually has law insights at the king peak level in the time and space domain. The Qiulong bear demon was greatly alarmed. He couldn't understand why this guy only had the strength of a barely high-level king level when he first appeared. Is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger fun? To think it's actually a king peak. King Yangtsen was also shocked by Gao Xiang's strength. In her eyes, Gao Xiang was not an ordinary king peak, but a super-existence whose own strength and his accompanying cloud-caressing vine had both reached the king peak level. Cloud-caressing vine, control and strangle. Under the dual amplification of Gao Xiang's time and space attainments, the Qiulong pig demon and the Qiulong bear demon felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire, their movement speed instantly dropping by 50%. They watched helplessly as the thick, long cloud-caressing vines rushed toward them. They wanted to dodge, but under the control of Gao Xiang's time and space laws, they could only passively be entangled by the cloud-caressing vines. Seeing the two powerful monster race powerhouses being controlled by the human race's cloud-caressing vine, King Yangtsen let out a long sigh of relief, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly relaxing, but she still stared unblinkingly ahead. It is not so easy to kill a high-level king level. Gao Xiang did not lower his guard. Strangle tilde. HMPH, wanting to kill me with the cloud-caressing vine. Keep dreaming. The Qiulong pig demon, already entangled by the cloud-caressing vine and in a strangling state, was not terrified. His body size began to swell rapidly to cope with the cloud-caressing vine's strangling. Boom. Ha, you want to trap me with just this. The cloud-caressing vine in the direction of the Qiulong bear demon suddenly exploded, and a massive body burning with firelight soared into the sky. The Qiulong bear demon broke through the encirclement, his scarlet eyes staring at the massive plant-type life form below. After the cloud-caressing vine's strangling was broken by the Qiulong bear demon, more than 30 newly grown vines quickly shot into the sky, intending to trap the Qiulong bear demon again. Having finally broken free from the cloud-caressing vine's entanglement, the Qiulong bear demon did not want to experience the feeling of being entangled and strangled by the cloud-caressing vine again. Just now, when the cloud-caressing vine was strangling, the opponent had clearly burned divine power. The main body of the cloud-caressing vine was a full 1,000,000 kilometers long and possessed 360 main vines. Its body was massive, far exceeding the Qiulong bear demon and the Qiulong pig demon by tens of thousands of times. The cloud-caressing vine could keep burning its divine body to wear the opponent to death. My divine body is only 60 kilometers, it cannot withstand such consumption from the cloud-caressing vine. The Qiulong bear demon's eyes were scarlet, and the white Y pattern on his chest suddenly turned blood red, creating a stark visual contrast with his brown fur. Damn it, finally out. At this moment, the Qiulong pig demon also broke free from the entanglement of the cloud-caressing vine. To think that a high-level king-level powerhouse could escape from the hands of a burning divine body king peak cloud-caressing vine, it seems I underestimated high-level king levels. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiang finally understood the clear gap between a high-level king level and a low-level king level. It wasn't just a small difference, but a chasm. I will help. Just during the moment of rest earlier, King Yangtsen had taken out a treasure to restore her divine body, recovering a little bit, and she quickly decided to join the battle. The space here had long been locked down, and under the influence of the explosive power of the fire god source crystal, even if King Yangtsen wanted to escape, her speed would be very slow. At this time, it was highly likely she would be caught by the Qiulong bear demon and the Qiulong pig demon. King Yangtsen gave up the idea of escaping alone. It wasn't that she was bad-hearted and wanted to abandon Gao Xiang and leave alone, but that the outside territory battlefield was extremely dangerous, and merely being able to protect oneself was already very difficult. She didn't leave. Gao Xiang was somewhat surprised to see that after King Yangxin recovered some of her injuries, she did not choose to escape but instead joined the battle. He had already mentally prepared himself for King Yangxin to run away. He was not afraid that King Yangxin would just run away and refuse to pay the 10 billion Hunyuan units and the treasures she had promised afterward. He only needed to forward the email where King Yangxin made the promise to the military merit system, and then King Yangxin would be marked as a soldier who went back on her word, then, who would dare to team up with her, let alone rescue her again. Open Sky tilde. The Qiulong pig demon had just broken free from danger when he saw a heaven-startling blood glow flying toward him. Dodge. The Chilean bear demon discovered that the blood glow that had appeared abruptly was terrifyingly powerful, having reached an astonishing level. The Qiulong pig demon also discovered the anomaly. He just wanted to move, but discovered he couldn't move at all. Damn it, I've been hit by a spatial lockdown. The Qiulong pig demon glared viciously at Gao Xiang in the distance and swung his axe. Chapter 153, So it was a heavy treasure. Devouring black ball. I will help you. The Chilean bear demon also realized that he had been subjected to spatial lockdown, and his movements had become exceptionally slow. At this moment, the cloud-caressing vine was not affected by the dual influence of space-time. Its vines did not attempt to entangle the two members of the monster race again, but instead spread in all directions, and in the already expanded area, it began to split into countless branches and leaves. These branches were also very thick, with a diameter of fully 6 or 7 meters. The leaves of the cloud-caressing vine were dense, and the hardness of each leaf was comparable to F9 grade metal. The branches and leaves were dense, blotting out the sky and sun. Oh no. The Chilean bear demon had already discovered the anomaly. This guy actually wants to use the cloud-caressing vine to control this area. The terrifying aspect of the cloud-caressing vine lies in the fact that its divine body is extremely massive, enough to shroud an area and form a sealed, God-country-like region. The boundary barrier of this area is at least 10 kilometers thick. Just think about it. F9 grade metal with a thickness of over 10 kilometers, how much time would it take for a high-level king-level powerhouse to destroy it? King Yangxin, go stop the Chilean bear demon. Gao Xiang transmitted his voice to King Yangxin, who was beside him. After hearing the transmission, King Yangxin shifted her gaze and shouted at the Chilean bear demon, who was flying towards the outside, Chilean bear demon, your opponent is me. Rumble. The blood-red radiance landed on the devouring black ball. The black ball exploded. Sky opening tilde. Just as the first blood-red radiance appeared, a second one followed immediately after. This guy is actually this strong. The Qiulong pig demon was in great pain. He discovered that he could not overpower the opponent head-on, but fortunately, although the opponent's power was indeed very strong, it was not enough to annihilate his divine body. The opponent's divine body actually has no damage at all. Gao Xiang was quite satisfied with his self-created peak ultimate technique, but after using it in actual combat, he discovered that he could not annihilate the divine body of a high-level champion with his self-created ultimate technique. It seems this set of ultimate techniques is not powerful enough yet. At this moment, Gao Xiang became even more determined to improve his ultimate techniques. How about this? Gao Xiang looked at the cloud-stepping space-time boots on his feet. These cloud-stepping space-time boots were handed over to Gao Xiang by the primordial Chaos City Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord said that these cloud-stepping space-time boots were bestowed by the Great Axe founder. Even the primordial Chaos City Lord could bestow the powerful Overlord armor, let alone the universe strongest, the Great Axe founder. It couldn't possibly be just an item for escaping or flying, could it? Ever since Gao Xiang completely comprehended the second layer of secret patterns on the cloud-stepping space-time boots, he discovered that these cloud-stepping space-time boots could not only increase flight speed but also make his legs more flexible. At the same time, because of the material's hardness, they could also be used to kick others. Kicking people, when extended, leads to leg techniques. There are many ultimate techniques that use the body as a means of attack, such as fist techniques and claw techniques. But leg techniques that use the feet as a means of attack are very rare. Gao Xiang had once searched for some powerful peak leg technique ultimate techniques, but found only a few. Devouring Black Ball. The Qiulong pig demon was beaten into a sorry state by Gao Xiang's blood-red radiance, but fortunately, his divine body was unharmed, which was enough to allow him to continuously unleash his strongest ultimate technique. However, just at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky. The Qiulong pig demon widened his eyes, watching this scene in disbelief. A human only the size of an ant was actually kicking towards his eye with one foot. The Qiulong pig demon waved his front paw, and a gale of wind struck, intending to swat Gao Xiang away. The Qiulong pig demon wore a set of powerful armor that could protect most areas of his body, but not including areas like his hands and feet. Ugh! The expression on the Qiulong pig demon's face twisted. He discovered with horror that the ant-sized human before him had actually kicked through his front paw with one foot. Furthermore, the opponent had even passed through his massive front paw. I didn't expect this guy's body to be so fragile. Gao Xiang easily pierced through his front paw using the cloud-stepping space-time boots. I didn't expect my divine body to lose 100,000th. The Qiulong pig demon was shocked, but soon, he realized the opponent's background. He transmitted his voice to the Chilean bear demon, who was still battling King Yangtze. This human guy definitely has a heavy treasure, this is a heavy treasure. The Qiulong pig demon belonged to a race with astonishing defensive power, with skin as hard as iron. When they entered the champion level, they would often choose to strengthen their front paws, which also resulted in their front paws having a hardness that was completely comparable to a champion-level defensive undying divine weapon. In the eyes of the Qiulong pig demon, only a heavy treasure could easily pierce through a champion-level defensive undying divine weapon. Haha, I didn't expect you, guy, to actually have a heavy treasure. Hand over the heavy treasure, and I will give you a way to survive. After discovering that the opponent possessed a heavy treasure, the Qiulong pig demon was only briefly shocked, but he soon recovered as usual. After all, he still had trump cards that he hadn't revealed. Heavy treasure. King Yangtze heard the conversation from afar, and she secretly transmitted her voice to Gao Xiang. Do you really have a heavy treasure? Gao Xiang ignored King Yangtze's inquiry and instead looked at the Qiulong pig demon with great interest, with a half smile. Have you never thought that this might be a supreme treasure? Supreme treasure. Haha, a supreme treasure that even the great universe lord would fight over. How could you possibly possess one? The Qiulong pig demon laughed heartily, then quickly stared at Gao Xiang with cold eyes, determined to win. Hand over the heavy treasure quickly, and I will let the two of you leave. In the eyes of the Qiulong pig demon, the value of a heavy treasure far exceeded that of a Fen Nao token. The Fen Nao token only represented the key to entering the Fen Nao clan's legacy land. As an outside territory battlefield, the Tianxin continent had rarely seen the discovery of the Fen Nao clan's legacy lands over so many years. Occasionally, a legacy land would appear, but the legacies discovered after entering were only at the champion level, with a value roughly 5 to 10 times that of a champion's assets. However, the value of a heavy treasure was tens of thousands of times that of a champion's assets. The Qiulong pig demon was not stupid and could not miss the good opportunity to obtain a heavy treasure. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Gao Xiang thought to himself. Back then, when Luo Feng used the Wu Wings, he used the wings as a weapon and successfully annihilated part of a champion's divine body, but it was not recognized by the opponent as a supreme treasure, or a heavy treasure. The opponent mistakenly thought it was just Luo Feng's high-level attack method. But now, the fact that he possessed a heavy treasure was easily identified. Calculated wrong, calculated wrong. Gao Xiang sighed in his heart. Kill. The Qiulong pig demon was determined to win. Once he possessed a heavy treasure, his strength would skyrocket, and entering the peak king level in the future would be a certainty. A heavy treasure cost at least 10 trillion Hunyuan units at its cheapest. With these resources, it would be enough for the Qiulong pig demon to forcibly raise his strength to the peak king level. If he chose not to sell it and entered the peak king level in the future, he would then possess the strength of an invincible king level. Just thinking about it, the Qiulong pig demon felt as wonderful as a dream. seeking death. At this moment, Gao Xiang finally discovered that his strongest means of attack was actually leg techniques. Although he had never practiced leg techniques, nor had he studied any leg technique ultimate techniques, he had learned numerous peak ultimate techniques and would soon be able to devise a complete set of top-tier leg techniques on his own. Chapter 154, Self-Destruction of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Relying on a top-tier leg technique practiced on the fly, Gao Xiang aimed at the Qiulong pig demon's head. Although the Qiulong pig demon was massive, the vast majority of his body, including his head, was already protected by armor. HMPH. The space-time around the Qiulong pig demon had already been affected, preventing him from dodging quickly, so he could only cross his arms to resist Gao Xiang's leg technique. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bones came from the Qiulong pig demon's arm. The portion of the opponent's armor extending to his arm successfully withstood Gao Xiang's attack. However, the aftermath of the attack still caused a certain amount of damage to the Qiulong pig demon. I didn't expect to lose another 1/200,000th of my divine body. The Qiulong pig demon exclaimed in shock. But soon, he relaxed. I have armor protection, I only lose 1/200,000th of my divine body per attack. So, I only need to use my armor to block the attacks every time, while seizing the opportunity to ambush the opponent, and I can wear him to death. Defending once only meant losing 1/200,000th of his divine body, which was completely within the acceptable range for the Qiulong pig demon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. Gao Xiang also noticed the opponent's anomaly, but he did not stop, instead using his leg technique to attack the extremities of the opponent's limbs frantically. The ends of the opponent's limbs were not protected by the armor extension, making them the most vulnerable parts. However, the Qiulong pig demon was very shrewd. He deliberately used his arms, chest, back, and other areas covered by armor to block. Each time, he only lost 1/200,000th of his divine body, which he could still endure. Hee. When Gao Xiang's leg technique landed on the Qiulong pig demon's back, the Qiulong pig demon, who had been defending all along, suddenly turned around, and a large axe appeared in his hand. He had never taken this large axe out before. Externally, his method of attack had always been releasing devouring black spheres, which led King Yangxin to mistakenly believe that the opponent was a psyker master. In reality, his strongest method was his martial artist axe technique. At this moment, the Qiulong pig demon's divine body was burning to its limit. The opponent's axe technique was definitely a peak ultimate skill. As a champion, it was very easy for the Qiulong pig demon to master a peak ultimate skill. Space-time domain tilde. At this moment, Gao Xiang unleashed all of his insights into the law. However, in the state of fully burning his divine body, the Qiulong pig demon had broken through the shackles, and his movements were only slowed down by about 20%. After his rocket-like speed was slowed down by 20%, his speed was still beyond imagination. The secret patterns on the surface of the opponent's axe had now materialized, becoming thick, raised existences like throbbing blood vessels. With the dual fusion of the law of Earth and the law of space, under the enhancement of the secret patterns, it not only had the suppression effect of space but also the imprisonment effect of the law of Earth. This also resulted in Gao Xiang wanting to pull away, only to find that he was half a beat too slow. This half beat was enough for the Qiulong pig demon to destroy Gao Xiang's divine body, causing a minimum loss of 30% of his divine body. However, when the opponent's large axe landed on Gao Xiang's abdomen, the Qiulong pig demon discovered that his large axe seemed to have landed in soft soil. Not only did it fail to break the opponent's armor, but the aftermath also did not penetrate the opponent's physical body. This was very wrong. A champion undying divine weapon did not have such powerful defensive capabilities. My God, you actually have a heavy treasure armor. The Qiulong pig demon soon understood what was happening. The Qiulong pig demon's analysis was indeed very correct. Just now, relying on the dual effects of the Overlord armor and the cloud-caressing vine armor, Gao Xiang successfully offset the vast majority of the opponent's damage, with only a small portion of the damage being withstood by his body. With his 22 times life gene, his physical body defense already far exceeded that of the monster race royal family, so this tiny bit of damage aftermath was as insignificant as a peanut to him. I didn't expect this guy to possess 2 heavy treasures. It seems he shouldn't have his eyes on my Fen Now token. After learning of Gao Xiang's trump card, King Yangtsen let out a long sigh of relief. Not only was she saved today, but she had also successfully preserved the Fen Now token. Oh no, it's too late. After the Qiulong pig demon discovered that he could do nothing to Gao Xiang, he knew that he would likely perish today. Because, at this moment, the cloud-caressing vine had already completely enveloped this area. Once the King Peak cloud-caressing vine burned its divine power with full force, frantically strangling and entangling, if the 2 monster race champions had no other life-saving means, they would likely perish today. Let's go, we are entering the body of the cloud-caressing vine. Gao Xiang transmitted to King Yangtsen. Okay. At the very bottom of the cloud-caressing vine, a large mouth suddenly opened. 2 figures were seen suddenly flying towards that large mouth. Don't let them enter. The Qiulong pig demon ordered the Qiulong bear demon who was near the large mouth. Get lost. A large axe appeared in Gao Xiang's hand. He swung the axe and slashed the Qiulong bear demon away. The Qiulong bear demon did not feel any damage to his divine body. From this, he could judge that the large axe in Gao Xiang's hand was not a heavy treasure. Cloud-caressing vine, burn your divine power to the extreme. Gao Xiang transmitted to the cloud-caressing vine. Under extreme burning, the power that the massive body of the cloud-caressing vine could produce was several times greater than before the burning. Let's go. Gao Xiang held King Yangtsen's hand and flew towards the opening that had already been opened. Wait. The Qiulong bear demon knew that if he could not successfully intercept Gao Xiang and the others, then only death awaited them. Once Gao Xiang entered the safe area, the cloud-caressing vine would burn its divine power without any scruples. Silver Moon, go out and self-destruct. Gao Xiang took out the world ring containing the Silver Moon fierce wolf and threw it in the direction of the Qiulong bear demon. Master Tilda, although the Silver Moon fierce wolf was unwilling, he could not disobey his master's wishes. It's actually a royal Silver Moon fierce wolf. When the Silver Moon fierce wolf came out of the world ring, he was already in the final stage of self-destruction. After the Qiulong bear demon saw the appearance of a royal of the monster race, he was slightly suppressed by the bloodline, but he quickly came back to his senses. What a sinister member of the human race. Self-destructing inside a world ring could completely reduce the opponent's vigilance. Once discovered, it would be too late to run. A self-destruction comparable to a marquee-level immortal, at close range, although unable to kill a high-level champion, was enough to severely injure the opponent. After Gao Xiang and King Yangtsen entered the body of the cloud-caressing vine, the cloud-caressing vine continued to increase the pressure, frantically entangling and shrinking the space. Rumble. The self-destruction, approaching that of a marquee-level powerhouse, combined with the enclosed space formed by the cloud-caressing vine, caused the self-destruction power to increase several times over. Rumble. The intense shockwave instantly formed a huge hole in the dozen-kilometer barrier of the cloud-caressing vine. Master, my divine power is severely damaged. I'm afraid I cannot continue to control the 2 monster race members. The cloud-caressing vine told Gao Xiang through telepathy, sounding a bit aggrieved. It's okay. Gao Xiang scanned with his divine thought and soon discovered that there was no aura of the Qiulong bear demon here, while the Qiulong pig demon in the distance was already severely injured. Damn it, I almost died. The Qiulong pig demon had just been annihilated by the explosion, but he quickly condensed his divine body again. Chapter 155, Prepared in Advance. He had just been on the edge of the explosion, and with the protection of decent armor, he had managed to save his life, though his divine body was less than 50% remaining. If the cloud-caressing vine had not completely enveloped this area, the self-destruction of a mere powerhouse comparable to a marquee level would not have caused him such great damage. Did that guy Qiulong actually fall? The Qiulong pig demon did not find any trace of the Qiulong bear demon. It was obvious that the Qiulong bear demon had been in the core area of the explosion, and his divine body had been completely annihilated. Run. The Qiulong pig demon was very decisive. he took a spinning top-shaped object out from his world ring. The spinning top-shaped object instantly turned into a huge spinning top with a diameter of 3 meters. At the same time, the Qiulong pig demon entered a world ring. This world ring was then picked up by the huge spinning top. The spinning top rotated wildly and flew toward the huge hole not far away. Cloud-caressing vine, block him for me. Gao Xiang hurriedly sent a telepathic message to the cloud-caressing vine. Okay. Although the cloud-caressing vine was already heavily injured, it was still easy for it to quickly repair the damaged hole. However, the huge spinning top was like an electric drill, easily piercing through the newly formed barrier of the cloud-caressing vine. What kind of treasure is this? It's so powerful. Gao Xiang did not recognize this treasure. King Sky Foot, I'll remember you. The Qiulong pig demon, having finally escaped, looked back at the huge cloud-caressing vine behind him and said viciously. There was no such king-level powerhouse as Gao Xiang in the monster race virtual network. The Qiulong pig demon saw that Gao Xiang's leg techniques were excellent, and their momentum was like a great mountain descending from the sky, so he gave Gao Xiang the nickname, King Sky Foot. I will let everyone in the outside territory battlefield know that King Sky Foot obtained a Fen Now token, as well as 2 heavy treasures. The Qiulong pig demon immediately opened the virtual network and released the battle video he had just recorded onto the monster race's virtual network at the fastest speed. Thank you for the rescue, champion. After King Yangtze was safe, she looked seriously at the powerhouse in front of her. She did not know Gao Xiang's title, so she took the initiative to ask, "May I ask what your title is?" Gao Xiang thought to himself, "My title in the Great Alliance is King Cloud Caressing, but I am not using the Xiang alias right now, but a brand new champion alias." Gao. King Yangtze became confused. Gao. She wanted to ask for the other party's title, not his name. However, since the other party was unwilling to reveal his title, King Yangtze would not ask further. Tell me your bank account number, and I will transfer the money to you now. King Yangtze sent a wisp of consciousness into the virtual universe. 5,684. A moment later, Gao Xiang received a transfer of 2 billion Hunyuan units from King Yangtze. Gao Xiang frowned, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him. She did not seem like the type to deliberately welch on a debt. King Yangtze's face flushed red. She lowered her head, her 10 fingers twisting back and forth. I only have this much cash on me. The rest are my weapons, armor, and several pieces of auxiliary equipment. Gao Xiang did not feel surprised. Although King Yangtze was a champion with a net worth of over 10 billion, all of this wealth had already been converted into combat power. As for cash, she hadn't kept much. Then give me all the valuable things you have on you. How can that be? Upon hearing Gao Xiang's request, King Yangtze refused directly. It was not that she didn't want to pay, but without these treasures on her, her combat power would be greatly reduced, and years of accumulation would be in vain. King Yangtze did not explain anything because she knew Gao Xiang must understand. Her voice suddenly softened, and she lowered her head, her pretty face turning red all of a sudden, red to the roots of her ears. Why don't you let me serve you? King Yangtze was a champion powerhouse who had lived for endless years. Although she looked like a beautiful mature woman on the outside, she was long past being an innocent girl, and she had seen as much as her age suggested. Without waiting for Gao Xiang's agreement, King Yangtze had already removed her armor. At this moment, she stood alone in front of Gao Xiang, took one of Gao Xiang's hands with both of her hands, and gently placed Gao Xiang's palm on her chest. Gao Xiang felt it was warm. Her body was very eye-catching and was definitely the most beautiful woman Gao Xiang had ever seen in his life. But soon, Gao Xiang pulled his hand back. He looked at King Yangtze coldly. Put your clothes on quickly. You can pay me back the remaining 8 billion Hunyuan units in the future. After a pause, he continued, when shall we use the Fen Now token? In a month. Okay, then let's part ways here. We'll contact each other in the virtual universe. King Yangtze watched Gao Xiang's back as he turned and left, her heart filled with complicated emotions. Virtual universe, Thunder Mountain, Primordial Chaos City Lord's Palace. Gao Xiang appeared behind the Primordial Chaos City Lord. Your performance in the outside territory battlefield this time was not bad. You successfully killed a high-level champion monster race member. I believe it won't be long before an envoy from the Great Alliance invites you to join the Great Alliance. The primordial Chaos City Lord was the actual person in charge of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Through the military merit system, he knew of Gao Xiang's latest battle record immediately. I hope the primordial Chaos City Lord didn't see King Yangtze naked, Gao Xiang thought to himself. The primordial Chaos City Lord suddenly turned around, and a faint smile actually appeared on his fierce face, looking exceptionally awkward. Speak, what brings you here this time? During this battle between two high-level champions, I discovered that the cloud-stepping space-time boots bestowed by Teacher Great Axe Founder can not only be used to increase flight speed but can also be used as an attack weapon. Hearing Gao Xiang's deduction, the primordial Chaos City Lord was not surprised. He nodded gently. Whether it is the Overlord armor I bestowed upon you or the cloud-stepping space-time boots bestowed by the Great Axe Founder, the materials are very special and their defensive power is astonishing. It is natural that they can be used as a means of attack. Gao Xiang was surprised. The Overlord armor can also be used to attack. That is of course. In our Great Alliance, there are some king-rank masters who use armor as weapons. The back, chest, abdomen, waist, and other parts can all be used as a means of attack. Therefore, in principle, one can develop ultimate techniques corresponding to these parts. However, using armor as a weapon is, after all, a niche method, and restricted by the particularity of the attack method, their attack capability is often much worse than normal attack methods. I specifically checked and found that there are several aliens in the Great Alliance who are good at armor-based attack methods. Before coming to see the primordial Chaos City Lord, Gao Xiang had already learned about attack methods using armor as weapons in advance. In the entire Great Alliance, the powerhouses most skilled at using armor as weapons are almost all aliens. From this, it can be seen how niche using armor as a weapon is. However, I specifically checked, and there are quite a few powerhouses in the entire Great Alliance who are good at leg techniques, Gao Xiang added. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. The material of the cloud-stepping space-time boots is special, far exceeding ordinary king-level immortal divine weapons. It is indeed a good choice as an attack weapon. After saying this, the primordial Chaos City Lord flipped his hand, and an ultimate technique appeared in his palm. This is a leg technique I have specially customized for you, named 9 Clouds Time Space. Gao Xiang's eyes lit up. Chapter 156, Practicing the Ultimate Leg Technique. 9 Clouds Time Space is a set of peak leg technique ultimate moves I deduced in my spare time. Since you have come to see me today, I will bestow it upon you. The primordial Chaos City Lord stood with his hands behind his back, his short, thick scaly tail brushing against the ground as he turned, creating a clicking sound. Gao Xiang held the 9 Clouds Time Space, not bothering to flip through the pages to examine it, as all the information within the ultimate move had already been transmitted to him via the Virtual Universe Network. Gao Xiang thought to himself, this set of ultimate moves consists of 9 forms, each of which has reached the level of a peak ultimate move and possesses a considerable level of mastery within peak ultimate moves. In the trial space, if one creates an ultimate move and can defeat 1000 opponents, it is considered a peak ultimate move. If one can defeat 2000 opponents, it is an ultimate level ultimate move. Those who defeat between 1000 and 1999 opponents also belong to the peak ultimate move category. But Gao Xiang understood that the actual power of a 1999 defeat peak ultimate move was definitely far superior to a 1000 defeat peak ultimate move. Teacher Primordial Chaos City Lord, I feel that this set of leg technique ultimate moves has the ability to defeat at least 1500 opponents. Gao Xiang did not start learning it yet, but instead made his own judgment based on his preliminary understanding of this set of ultimate moves. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded with satisfaction. He had not thought about this issue, as this set of leg technique ultimate moves was merely something he had created on a whim, and he did not pay too much attention to such things. I leave the trial space to you. After the primordial Chaos City Lord finished speaking, he disappeared entirely, leaving Gao Xiang standing alone in the trial space. The primordial Chaos City Lord's intention was very clear. He wanted Gao Xiang to stay and continue finding opponents in the trial space to hone his skills, polishing Nine Clouds time-space into a peak ultimate move of his own. Someone else's peak ultimate move is, after all, not as good as a self-created peak ultimate move. The 1001st opponent in the trial space. The time-space worm. This is a special life form with 360 times the life gene, born with an affinity for time and space, and is the favored child of the dual laws of time and space. They possess two major legacy secret techniques. One is Space Devour. The other is Time Devour. Once Space Devour is used, the surrounding space will completely collapse, forming a massive black hole that can annihilate everything nearby. Once Time Devour is used, the surrounding time will rapidly decay, causing the opponent's reaction speed to become abnormally slow. If I could get a time-space worm as a second clone, that would be amazing. Gao Xiang looked at the giant time-space worm in front of him, drooling with a bit of envy. Rumble. The time-space worm simulated by the virtual universe was not a living creature, but a cold simulation. It leapt up, its upper body standing tall, opening its mouth made of two curved mandibles. The white silk threads were set the moment they were sprayed out, spreading toward Gao Xiang's surroundings simultaneously and weaving together into a net of inescapable doom. The time-space worm used its most powerful move right from the start, without any hesitation. Before Gao Xiang could react, he was already covered by the opponent's net, and subsequently torn apart by the individual silk threads. Gao Xiang, having condensed his body once more, bent over with his hands on his knees, looking up at the motionless time-space worm in front of him. This is only the 1001st opponent, yet it is already this strong. It is truly unreasonable. Just now, the opponent didn't even use the two secret techniques of Time Devour and Space Devour. It simply used its silk-spitting attack to completely defeat Gao Xiang, leaving him with no ability to resist. Let's try out the Nine Clouds time-space set of ultimate moves. Gao Xiang had already made preliminary progress on the first form of Nine Clouds time-space. He only needed to continue practicing, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he could fully master the first form. 3 days later, the time-space worm's massive body appeared behind Gao Xiang in the blink of an eye, as if teleporting. Its fat body elongated, and it actually pierced through Gao Xiang's back with its head. Gao Xiang, having condensed his body again, was not annoyed but very excited. I lasted for 3 seconds in front of the time-space worm this time. I have fully mastered the first form of Nine Clouds time-space. Next is to practice the second form. A month passed. Gao Xiang condensed his body again and looked at his motionless old partner in the distance. This time is not bad. I have managed to last for a full half-minute. By now, the peak ultimate move Nine Clouds time-space, created by the primordial Chaos City Lord on a whim, had been thoroughly mastered by Gao Xiang. Although Nine Clouds time-space is a peak ultimate move, it was, after all, created by the primordial Chaos City Lord and is not completely suitable for Gao Xiang, so it cannot fully unleash the power of a peak ultimate move. Continue. Gao Xiang's determined gaze was like a raging fire. His legs, covered in a layer of blood-colored leg armor, bent, and the blood-red cloud-stepping space-time boots beneath his feet emitted a scarlet evil chi. With a boom, Gao Xiang exerted force with his legs. Once his explosive power reached its limit, his jumping speed was as fast as lightning, appearing in front of the time-space worm in an instant. The time-space worm deployed its net of inescapable doom once again. In this past month, it had fought Gao Xiang no less than 100,000 times. After each battle ended, Gao Xiang would not rush to continue the challenge immediately. Instead, he would sit on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, looking at the motionless time-space worm in the distance, and begin to review the fight. The speed of the time-space worm's net of inescapable doom was already very close to the speed of light. In the primordial universe, the maximum speed of any flying object can theoretically only approach the speed of light, but it cannot exceed it. Otherwise, once the speed of light is reached, one would enter the dark universe. HMPH. Gao Xiang let out a cold snort, and his entire body vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind the time-space worm. Gao Xiang kicked towards the back of the time-space worm's head. That was not teleportation, but an effect similar to teleportation that appeared after his speed reached a certain level. However, just as Gao Xiang was feeling proud, thinking he could kick the time-space worm's head into pieces with one blow, the fat time-space worm, which was the size of a small hill, suddenly turned around. Logically speaking, a body this massive should be very clumsy when turning, requiring quite a bit of time. However, in the eyes of the time-space worm, this was as simple as spitting out its net of inescapable doom, something it could do very easily. The time-space worm opened its large mouth, and a crazy suction force pulled Gao Xiang into its mouth, where it began to chew slowly. Crunch tilde. Gao Xiang, having condensed his body again, sat on the ground with a thud, looking at the motionless time-space worm. This is truly unreasonable, it is so strong, and despite its massive body, its reaction speed is actually faster than mine. King Sky Foot, we should set off. Gao Xiang opened the virtual call, and seeing the beautiful woman in front of him, he nodded gently. All right. King Skyfoot was the nickname the Shuangong pig demon gave to Gao Xiang after it fled, and it also told other monster race champions that Gao Xiang possessed secret techniques for two heavy treasures. Soon, the news that King Skyfoot possessed two heavy treasures spread throughout the monster race. Chapter 157, Golden Winged Pung King. In less than 3 days, this news spread through various channels to the human race, insect race, automaton race, and other camps. Finally, within the Great Alliance, everyone began addressing Gao Xiang as King Skyfoot. From then on, Gao Xiang acquired a brand new alias in the Great Alliance, King Skyfoot. A month ago, Gao Xiang rescued a human race champion who agreed to pay 10 billion Hunyuan units and share a Fen Nao token as a reward, and the two also agreed to go on an adventure to the Fen Nao clan legacy site a month later. Now, 1 month had passed, and King Yangtsen took the initiative to contact Gao Xiang. All right, we'll meet in a while. Gao Xiang ended the call, leaving a wisp of his consciousness to continue honing his leg techniques in the virtual universe trial space, while in reality, he remained on the Tianxin continent of the outside territory battlefield. This Fen Nao clan legacy site must be full of danger. Gao Xiang had made full preparations. He spent 10 billion Hunyuan units to purchase 2 Z85,697 model Fire God Source crystals. These Fire God Source crystals were enough to kill a high-level champion. If combined with the self-detonation of a marquee-level immortal and the space-locking ability of the cloud-caressing vine, their explosive power would double. Gao Xiang now had 2 marquee-level servants, one from the Chushi race and the other the Nine-Eyed Cobra. The Nine-Eyed Cobra was once Gao Zhang's capable assistant with an astonishing speed of law comprehension. She had recently become a marquee-level immortal, but as Gao Zhang's strength grew too rapidly, she could no longer keep up with her master's pace. He had received 20 billion Hunyuan units from King Yangtsen and heirlooms worth 10 billion Hunyuan units from the Chilean bear demon. After spending 10 billion Hunyuan units on the Fire God Source crystals, the rest was used to purchase materials to boost the strength of his star-eating grass. Gao Zhang's goal was to make the star-eating grass a 1,000-vine world lord, at which point it would break through in one go to become a champion, becoming a super existence with the strength of a peak king. King Skyfoot, we meet again. King Yangtsen lowered her head slightly, only glancing at Gao Zhang's eyes before quickly averting her gaze. Not long ago, she had been seen completely naked by him, and she had even offered herself to pay off her debt, only to be rejected. This made her start to doubt her own beauty. King Yangtsen, let's go. Gao Xiang was pressed for time and did not want to delay. Meanwhile, a wisp of Gao Zhang's consciousness was battling a time-space worm in the trial space. If he encountered a critical moment, Gao Xiang would immediately cut off the virtual universe connection and focus entirely on fighting in reality. As for now, he would just multitask. Gao Xiang sometimes felt it was a pity that he did not have a clone. If he had a clone, one could be used to peacefully comprehend the law or create ultimate techniques and secret methods, while the other could be used for training, adventuring, and fighting. With both working in tandem, his rate of progress would definitely be much faster than multitasking. Who is this? Gao Xiang saw a stranger standing behind King Yangtsen. King Skyfoot, we meet. The handsome man had a sunny smile that made people feel comfortable and could help bridge the gap between them. Gao Xiang did not recognize this person. There were over 100,000 human race champions in the Great Alliance, and he knew fewer than 100 of them. King Yangtze introduced him voluntarily. "This is the helper I found, the golden-winged Peng King, a peak king who is very good at flying and possesses the ability to teleport." Gao Xiang noticed the wings behind the golden-winged Peng King and discovered that the other party was not some monster race, but a genuine winged human race. The winged human race was a very powerful race within the human ethnic group, having birthed powerful champions like King Star Illusion and King Yechen. Gao Xiang did not object to King Yangtze inviting a peak king with teleportation abilities without his consent. But he had already started to be on guard against the golden-winged Peng King. Once rare treasures appeared in the Fen Nao clan legacy site, it was inevitable that the golden-winged Peng King would develop thoughts of keeping them for himself and attacking his companions. Don't look at the fact that they were all soldiers of the military merit system now. At a critical moment, the other party could immediately choose to retire. Once retired, the military merit system would have no right to interfere with individual actions, and whether or not they chose to attack their own race would depend on their self-restraint. Such things had not been unheard of in the original work. What made Gao Xiang even more vigilant was that the golden-winged Peng King's goal might not be the Fen Nao clan legacy site, but his two heavy treasures. 10 days ago, Gao Xiang had been drinking in Hongmeng City. Many king-level powerhouses had seen him along the way and stared at him with greedy eyes. If not for the fact that this was the virtual universe, Gao Xiang was certain they would definitely have attacked to seize them. Gao Xiang's strength on the surface was high-level champion, but relying on his law comprehension, the cloud-caressing vine, and the two heavy treasures, he barely reached the strength of a peak king. Such strength, within the Great Alliance, was akin to a weak child carrying a huge sum of money. King Yangtze. Gao Xiang sent a voice transmission to King Yangtze. King Yangtze looked in Gao Xiang's direction. "Please speak. Before we set off, I must know how the treasures will be distributed. Among the three of us, my strength is the weakest, but I possess the Fen Nao token, so I want to get 50% of the treasures." Then, King Yangtze continued the transmission. "The golden-winged Peng King is a peak king powerhouse who possesses the ability to teleport and can save both of our lives at critical moments. Although you can erupt with the strength of a peak king, you do not have teleportation after all, so I think the distribution ratio should be 3-2. Gao Xiang frowned. He felt King Yangtze's proposal was unreasonable and replied via voice transmission, "I risked my life to save you, so I think I should get 60% of the treasures. And the golden-winged Peng King's appearance was entirely your own suggestion, so the treasures allocated to him must come from your share." King Sky Foot. "Don't go too far." Suddenly, King Yangtze shouted angrily, her eyes turning red as she looked at Gao Xiang in front of her. At the same time, she transmitted what had just been said between her and Gao Xiang to the golden-winged Peng King standing nearby. The golden-winged Peng King swaggered up to Gao Xiang, his wings spreading out behind him in a posture ready to take flight at any moment. He glared at Gao Xiang. "King Sky Foot, it is your honor that I am able to join your team. I am a peak king powerhouse with teleportation, I deserve half of the treasures." He was not discussing this with Gao Xiang, but giving an order. "Damn it tilde." Gao Xiang was furious. He did not fear the golden-winged Peng King before him. The golden-winged Peng King's greatest advantage was his teleportation ability. Although Gao Xiang did not have teleportation, his comprehension of the law of space was not low either. If he wanted to teleport, Gao Xiang would lock down the space, making it impossible for him to teleport. A Peng bird without teleportation was just a flightless chicken without wings. "You're courting death." With his arms crossed over his chest, the 10-meter-tall giant-winged human race golden-winged Peng King looked down at the little shrimp below, his voice cold and devoid of any room for negotiation. "I'll let you learn a lesson." Gao Xiang was a normal human race, nearly 2 meters tall, so he was indeed a little shrimp in front of the winged human race. But he was not afraid of the guy in front of him at all. Chapter 158, Tentative Skirmish. His body instantly turned crimson, emitting terrifying evil chi, and a pair of fearsome fleshy wings sprouted from his back. Simultaneously, his height suddenly increased until he was as tall as the golden-winged Peng King. After Gao Xiang successfully slew the Qiulong bear demon, he obtained its soul essence, charging 1 unit of energy into his dragon blood reservoir. Relying on this unit of energy, Gao Xiang raised the 3rd level of his dragon blood tyrant body technique to an intermediate stage. With this, he could use the dragon blood tyrant body technique to increase his strength by 12 times. Now, when Gao Xiang unleashed his full power, he could reach 26,400 times the strength of a world lord, excluding the enhancement from the overlord armor. Is this your burst method? Although the golden-winged Peng King was inwardly shocked, he could tell that the other party's strengthening secret technique was extraordinary. He could not bring himself to admit defeat on the surface. He likewise unleashed an amplification-type secret technique. Flapping the wings on his back, he quickly shot into the sky, then immediately dove, charging straight toward the Gao Xiang below. Upon seeing the two of them actually fighting, King Yangtze hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the golden-winged Peng King and Gao Xiang. We are all members of the Great Alliance and registered personnel in the military merit system. If we kill each other, we will face severe punishment. HMPH. I'm just teaching this ignorant fellow a little lesson. The golden-winged Peng King sent a voice transmission to King Yangtze, with no intention of stopping. It seems I need to teach this ground-walking chicken a lesson for his arrogance today. At this moment, Gao Xiang had lost all goodwill toward the golden-winged Peng King. Only disgust remained, and he sneered in his heart. In the golden-winged Peng King's hand was a thick, blood-red spear. The spearhead occupied a full third of the weapon's length. It was wide, with wavy edges on both sides. This heavy spear could be used as a spear, and also as a cudgel. Gao Xiang brought out his large axe and swung it straight at the golden-winged Peng King's head. If he had the Shadow Xuanhua axe in his hand, he would definitely destroy the golden-winged Peng King's heavy spear and make the other party regret today's actions. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few short seconds, the two had already clashed over 100 times. King Yangtze watched everything from start to finish, and through the virtual network, he was broadcasting the fight live in the military merit system. Only in this way could he prevent the two from truly trying to kill each other. Holy crap! The golden-winged Peng King is actually fighting an unknown champion. Many king-level powerhouses on the Tianxin continent saw the two sides clashing through the live broadcast in the military merit system. I remember this champion as the newly promoted King Skyfoot, right? Yes, it's King Skyfoot. He actually killed a high-level champion from the monster race. That's right. This King Skyfoot possesses 2 heavy treasures. Tisk tisk tisk. The golden-winged Peng King is truly a good guy, deliberately fighting the other party so we can all see how powerful these 2 heavy treasures are. Soon, some king-level powerhouses realized the golden-winged Peng King's intentions. The news that King Skyfoot possessed heavy treasures spread quickly throughout the Great Alliance, and many king-level powerhouses were very tempted and wanted to snatch them. Under the dual constraints of the Great Alliance and the military merit system, they had to abandon their plans. However, there happened to be a powerhouse like the golden-winged Peng King who wanted to see just how powerful the other party's heavy treasures really were. These champions unanimously believed that the golden-winged Peng King's strength was formidable, far surpassing the newly promoted King Skyfoot. If the latter did not use the heavy treasures, the golden-winged Peng King could easily slay his opponent. Seeing that every one of his attacks was blocked by his opponent, the golden-winged Peng King moved his thoughts, and his entire body instantly vanished. He disappeared. Gao Xiang scanned his surroundings but could not see any trace of the golden-winged Peng King. Relying on his powerful spatial perception, he discovered an anomaly. No, that's teleportation. Teleportation is composed of 6 great mysteries. Once one has completely mastered these 6 great mysteries and comprehended the complete branch of teleportation, can they be considered a Grand Master of the way of spatial teleportation. And the golden-winged Peng King was a Grand Master who had perfectly mastered the way of spatial teleportation. The golden-winged Peng King, having completely mastered a major branch of teleportation, was very formidable, but that was only because he had mastered one major branch. He was still 8,000 li away from completely mastering the other 2 major branches of the law of space. it was almost impossible for him to become a space exalt. Bang! Gao Xiang suddenly struck toward his back left. And at that very spot, the golden-winged Peng King appeared. The golden-winged Peng King's face revealed astonishment. I didn't expect you to actually perceive my position. Any teleportation causes spatial fluctuations. The spatial fluctuations caused by a teleportation master like the golden-winged Peng King were weak to the extreme. Unless one encountered a space exalt, it was very difficult for an ordinary king-rank master of the way of space to detect the spatial fluctuations he caused. However, Gao Xiang had actually discovered it. The golden-winged Peng King did not know that Gao Xiang's attainments in the law of space already far surpassed his own. Gao Xiang had not completely mastered any of the three major branches of the law of space, but he had already mastered 9 complete mysteries of the law of space, while the remaining 9 mysteries were close to being mastered, with some having reached a level of proficiency. Therefore, the golden-winged Peng King, who had only completely mastered one major branch, was actually far inferior to Gao Xiang in his attainments in the law of space. Seeing that his attack had been detected in advance by the opponent, the golden-winged Peng King's body vanished once again. His body penetrated the void realm, teleporting through continuous folds in the void realm to interfere with Gao Xiang's judgment. His plan indeed worked. Gao Xiang discovered that around him, like sparks of fire, spatial fluctuations appeared sometimes nearby and sometimes far away. Furthermore, once these spatial fluctuations disappeared, they would create a ripple effect to interfere with newly generated spatial fluctuations. Step. Gao Xiang stomped hard on the ground. As the cloud-stepping space-time boots came down, the surrounding space began to distort. 9 clouds time-space's power lay in the fact that it was not merely a leg technique, but a secret technique involving the time-space domain. There were 3 layers of secret patterns on the surface of the cloud-stepping space-time boots. Upon comprehending the second layer of secret patterns, one could activate the time and space patterns on the surface. Under the effect of the dual-attribute secret patterns, combined with the secret technique effect of 9 clouds time-space, it could shake the surrounding time and space. Although he could not control a region of time-space like a universe lord, nor could he completely master a region of space or time like a universe exalt, under the dual effect of time and space, affecting a king-level powerhouse was no longer a problem. Damn heavy treasure. The golden-winged Peng King, who was teleporting through spatial folds, was furious. He knew that Gao Xiang was only able to unleash such power by relying on the heavy treasure on his feet. His teleportation was indeed very formidable. Even if he encountered a peak king, he could easily escape. But under the vibration of Gao Xiang's dual time-space domain, every one of his teleports was telling the opponent where his whereabouts were. Boom! Gao Xiang swung his axe backhanded, landing it squarely on the head of the golden-winged Peng King, who was just about to appear. Chapter 159, The Fennao Clan Legacy Site. The golden-winged Peng King glared at Gao Xiang, and the heavy spear in his hand thrust toward Gao Xiang's head. The golden-winged Peng King did not intend to dodge, as he knew the weapon in Gao Xiang's hand was not formidable, and the power of his axe technique was nothing special. It couldn't even annihilate the divine power body of a high-level champion, let alone himself, a king peak. You actually figured it out. Gao Xiang was not surprised. After all, the videos of his battles with the Chilean bear demon and the Shuangong pig demon had already spread from the monster race to the Great Alliance. However, Gao Xiang suddenly tightened his grip on the large axe. He tensed one of his thighs violently, while his lower leg exerted sudden force, kicking his heel toward the golden-winged Peng King's abdomen. The golden-winged Peng King narrowed his eyes, staring at his opponent's feet. He wanted to experience the might of a heavy treasure, to see if his opponent could injure his divine power body. At the same time, he also wanted to use his heavy spear to test his opponent's heavy treasure armor. Both of them, harboring the small intention of testing each other, began a brawl without any dodging. Rumble. Gao Xiang shifted his head, using his shoulder to tank the opponent's heavy spear. The Overlord armor and the cloud-caressing vine simultaneously protected Gao Xiang's shoulder, weakening 99.999% of the power, with Gao Xiang tanking the remainder with his physical body. Seeing that his heavy spear had struck the opponent's armor without causing any substantial damage, the golden-winged Peng King was 100% certain that his opponent was wearing a set of heavy treasure armor. Gao Xiang could have dodged the opponent's heavy spear, but he did not do so. Because one cannot dodge the inevitable, even without the golden-winged Peng King's probing, other king-level powerhouses would come to test him. It was better to truthfully reveal the information that he possessed two heavy treasures, and simultaneously display his powerful strength, so that those greedy champions would behave themselves. The golden-winged Peng King likewise did not dodge, letting the opponent's cloud-stepping space-time boots kick him in the abdomen. He had king-level immortal divine weapon armor, which was enough to protect his safety. Even if the opponent really did have a heavy treasure to attack him, he would at most lose a tiny bit of his divine power body. If the opponent did not use a heavy treasure to attack his divine power body, then even if he used a peak ultimate technique, it would be absolutely impossible to damage his divine power body in the slightest. Clang! A dull sound spread out to the surroundings. King Yangtze witnessed everything, and did not forget to aim her smart assistant at the direction of the two's battle. To think that my divine power body actually lost 1/50,000th. The golden-winged Peng King was greatly shocked inwardly, but remained unmoved on the surface. Is this your heavy treasure attack? It's too weak. He had seen the video of Gao Xiang's great battle against the two monster race members, and also learned from other channels that Gao Xiang had previously used the cloud-stepping space-time boots to kick away 1/100,000th of the monster race's divine power body. He was clearly stronger and possessed better protective armor, yet his divine power body loss was even greater. The golden-winged Peng King quickly understood that the Gao Xiang before him had definitely reserved his strength during the process of rescuing King Yangtze. He cursed inwardly, what an insidious guy. To think that after I have learned the peak ultimate technique, 9 clouds time-space, I can only injure 1/50,000th of the opponent's divine power body, my strength is still not enough. Gao Xiang had originally thought he could at least injure 1/10,000th of the opponent's divine power body, but reality poured a bucket of cold water on him, making him clearly realize how much he was still lacking. This also made him wake up even more, deciding to continue improving the level of his ultimate techniques in the trial space. After their brief clash, the golden-winged Peng King took the initiative to retreat, keeping a distance of 100 kilometers from Gao Xiang. His voice was like rolling thunder. Since your strength is on par with mine, how about we each get 40%? Gao Xiang's performance forced the golden-winged Peng King to take his opponent seriously. He was worried that the opponent still had powerful trump cards that hadn't been revealed. In just 1 month, he could increase the power of his leg technique by more than 10 times before deducting the damage reduced by the armor. If he wasn't hiding his strength, could it be that his ultimate technique had improved? Golden-winged Peng King, the Fen Now token was obtained by me. For this token, my brother has already fallen. Hearing the golden-winged Peng King's decision, King Yangtze was naturally very dissatisfied. She looked slightly angry, and stared at the golden-winged Peng King with a questioning tone. In reality, her heart was already burning with rage, and she deeply regretted inviting the golden-winged Peng King to help. King Yangtze, why did you insist on inviting the golden-winged Peng King? Gao Xiang also did not like the golden-winged Peng King, and he questioned King Yangtze via sound transmission. King Yangtze had bitterness she couldn't express. Before coming, she had already agreed with the golden-winged Peng King that she would get the larger share. Who knew the golden-winged Peng King would go back on his word? Every Fan Now clan legacy site is extremely dangerous. Once we encounter a hopeless situation, the golden-winged Peng King possesses teleportation abilities, which is perfect for taking us away. Gao Xiang rubbed his forehead, somewhat unable to understand the opponent's train of thought. Since you know some situations are dangerous, haven't you thought that the other party might just teleport away alone, leaving the two of you to wait for death, and then hog all the treasures? Gao Xiang did not object to King Yangtze inviting powerful helpers, but one should also invite trustworthy helpers. For example, Gao Xiang would invite his second senior brother Dragon Whale King, seventh senior sister King Zuwei, and the latter's disciple, King Shui. Gao Xiang responded, I agree. The golden-winged Peng King smiled with satisfaction, good. You, King Yangtze was very helpless, and in the end, could only swallow her grievances. Who told her she was the weakest among the three? King Yangtze took out the Fen Now token, and a wisp of undying divine power entered it. Soon, she learned the coordinates inside the token. The Fen Now clan legacy site is in a region 80 million light-years away from here. There are many powerful people along this route. In order not to attract their attention, we will adopt a detour method, so by the time we arrive, it will be a year later. Good. Agreed. Gao Xiang and the golden-winged Peng King both did not want any complications, so they were both extra cautious. The golden-winged Peng King casually summoned a spaceship that was over 1,000 meters long. This was a purple-gold pure metal F9 spaceship, costing several hundred times more than the Yunmo planet. Even for F9 spaceships, the prices could be worlds apart, and the internal configurations would also have vast differences. All of you, board my purple-gold Xuanmu spaceship. The golden-winged Peng King flew into the purple-gold Xuanmu spaceship first. The purple-gold Xuanmu spaceship, which was just over 1,000 meters long, quickly shrank in volume, becoming a spaceship only 100 meters long, while the material of the spaceship was also disguised as E9 grade. Come in with me. The golden-winged Peng King looked up at the huge purple-gold Xuanmu spaceship. His eyes shining, as if he were admiring a beautiful woman, his eyes filled with a look of appreciation. Chapter 160, The Place of Legacy. Isn't it just an F9 spaceship? It's not like we don't have one. Sandus appeared on Gao Xiang's shoulder, looking angrily at the behemoth before them. Under the command of the golden-winged Peng King, the behemoth's size suddenly shrank, and in a short while, it became 100 meters long, with its exterior material disguised as E9 grade. Master, most of the internal compartments of this spaceship are actually constructed from G-grade metal. Strictly speaking, this is a G-grade spaceship. After entering the purple-gold mysterious mother spaceship, Sandus quickly discovered the anomaly. It seems the value of this spaceship far exceeds a standard F9 spaceship. Gao Xiang stood at the cabin door, tilting his head to look around the spaceship. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by the golden-winged Peng King. The golden-winged Peng King smiled, knowing that Gao Xiang must have been stunned by the high-grade materials before him. Didn't expect it, right? It's actually built with G-grade metal inside. Its price is several hundred times that of an F9 spaceship of the same specifications. Gao Xiang estimated that if the spaceship in front of him were an F9 spaceship, its price would be roughly 2 million to 10 million Hunyuan units. If what the golden-winged Peng King said was true, then the true price of this spaceship might have already reached 200 million to 1 billion Hunyuan units, or even more. To think that a champion who possesses two heavy treasures would be surprised upon seeing my G-grade spaceship. It's truly interesting. The golden-winged Peng King inwardly enjoyed Gao Xiang's reaction. Master, we must get our hands on this spaceship. Gao Xiang lay back in the comfortable cockpit, stretching out his arms, and Sandus appeared on his arm like a little devil by his ear. How can that be? Gao Xiang quickly rejected the suggestion. Although he was dissatisfied with the golden-winged Peng King's performance, he also knew that for a powerhouse to be qualified to possess two heavy treasures, he must display sufficient strength. Otherwise, if there wasn't the golden-winged Peng King, there would be blind fools like the green-winged Peng King. Sandus became somewhat persistent. It flew to Gao Xiang's ear, one hand half covering its mouth, and whispered, "According to the system judgment of Lord Sandus, in this operation, the probability of the golden-winged Peng King secretly attacking you is 80%. As an intelligent life form, every action of Sandus must be logical, even though it already possessed self-awareness. The 80% probability of the golden-winged Peng King attacking secretly was a probability calculated by Sandus itself. Oh, is that so? Then I will keep a closer eye on him." An E9 spaceship only 100 meters long traveled through the skies of the Tianxin continent, its speed infinitely approaching the speed of light. The Tianxin continent was vast, gathering hundreds of millions of king-level powerhouses, who monitored their respective areas with detectors. These areas might overlap or be far apart. The golden-winged Peng King's detector was of a high grade. At the very least, across the entire Tianxin continent, there were not many detectors that could discover their tracks. But once the spaceship approached some powerful kings, these powerful king-level powerhouses could still use their divine power, domains, small detectors, and other means to discover their tracks. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the golden-winged Peng King preferred to take a detour rather than fight the king-level powerhouses on the roadside. Although he was a king peak powerhouse and possessed the ability to teleport, it was still very difficult to kill a low-level king, unless he was willing to pay a significant price to kill the opponent quickly. However, along the way, the golden-winged Peng King's spaceship still encountered some blind fools. The golden-winged Peng King and Gao Xiang flew out of the spaceship together and fought with those blind fools. After spending a year and a half, they finally arrived at their destination. Along the way, they encountered 7 groups of blind fools. A purple-gold spaceship suddenly docked above a large canyon. The spaceship's hatch opened, and 3 figures flew out. King Yangtze held the Fen Now token in her hand, scanning the entire canyon below. She frowned. "I have been here before, it is very ordinary, and there is no possibility of any ruins existing." The golden-winged Peng King smiled and responded, "Ha ha, that is why the place least likely to have ruins is precisely where the ruins are." After speaking, he leaned forward and dove toward the canyon below. "Not good, there are alien races." The golden-winged Peng King suddenly stopped and hovered in midair. Under the perception of his divine power domain, he quickly discovered 3 hidden auras. These 3 hidden auras were very weak. If one didn't pay attention, one would only mistake them for ordinary undying auras. In the eyes of Gao Xiang and the others, ordinary undying were like chickens, they could kill hundreds with one slash. Ha ha, finally someone passed by. A beast-headed human-bodied puppet let out a wild laugh. It suddenly chose to self-destruct, but soon a huge figure of the monster race suddenly appeared in this space. It looked like a giant, standing rat, with 2 large black buckteeth at the very front of its long, pointed head. It was a type of rat-like monster race. To think it is the king of burrows. You are actually sneaking around hiding inside a puppet, what are you trying to do? The golden-winged Peng King recognized the king of burrows. King Skyfoot, this king of burrows is a king peak powerhouse, we need to be careful. King Yangtze was worried that Gao Xiang would underestimate the enemy, so she transmitted her voice to him. And me. 10 kilometers away, another beast-headed human-bodied puppet also exploded, followed by the appearance of a standing monster race figure that looked like a wild dog. To think that you, Heavenly Dog King, are also lying in ambush here. The golden-winged Peng King was on guard against the Heavenly Dog King. The Heavenly Dog King was also a king peak, but the opponent had mastered teleportation and was a very troublesome opponent. You came here to ambush us, don't tell me you were waiting specifically for us. The golden-winged Peng King was not in a hurry to make a move, but crossed his arms and looked at the 2 king peak monster race powerhouses with great composure. He possessed the ability to teleport and could use it to escape at critical moments. Even if space was locked, he could rely on the powerful flying talent of the winged human race to quickly escape the battlefield. To think they are so strong. King Yangtze thought to herself, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Among the 5 present, her strength was at the bottom. If they really had to fight later, she would very likely be the first to fall. Ha ha. The Heavenly Dog King's huge dog eyes stared at the golden-winged Peng King, but soon he looked towards Gao Xiang. That must be King Skyfoot, right? At this moment, the King of Burrow's gaze also fell on Gao Xiang. The monster race had set up a regional network across the entire 4th battlefield, which could share network information across the entire battlefield. Therefore, more than a year ago, the news of the great battle between Gao Xiang, the Chilean Bear Demon, and the Shuangong Pig Demon was known to quite a few king-level powerhouses in the monster race camp. At the same time, the news that Gao Xiang possessed the Fen Now token also spread at that time. Although many king-level powerhouses wanted to obtain the legacy treasure of the Fen Now clan, they didn't know where the legacy place of the Fen Now clan was, so they couldn't ambush Gao Xiang and the others in advance. "It is me," Gao Xiang responded softly. "We have been waiting here for half a year, and you have finally arrived." As he spoke, a token appeared in the Heavenly Dog King's hand, its appearance exactly the same as the Fen Now token in the golden-winged Peng King's hand. We have tried it. To enter the legacy place of the Fen Now clan, one must possess 2 tokens. Then now, hand over the Fen Now token in your hands. Seeing the Heavenly Dog King holding a Fen Now token, the golden-winged Pung King whooshed, and instantly appeared behind the Heavenly Dog King. The Heavenly Dog King's body, as large as the Himalayan mountain range, turned around suddenly, without causing any airflow fluctuations, completing the turning motion in an instant. His sharp claws looked ordinary, but in reality, they were important weapons he had tempered for many years, with a hardness comparable to a king-level undying divine weapon. Clang tilde. The Heavenly Dog King's sharp claws struck the golden-winged Pung King's heavy spear, instantly erupting with a violent spatial shockwave, leveling the canyon below to the ground. The area within 100 kilometers turned into a huge disc shape. The King of Burrows landed in the center of the large disc. He half-squatted, flicking his thick tail, which was over 20 meters thick, to clear away the surrounding rubble. The smooth ground around was completely exposed. Gao Xiang looked in the direction of the King of Burrows and found that there was indeed a sealed entrance there. Stop, let's enter together. Once the treasure appears, we will each rely on our own abilities to seize it. After a brief confrontation with the golden-winged Pung King, the Heavenly Dog King found that he did not have the upper hand, so he suggested acting together. Both were King Peak powerhouses with the ability to teleport and were evenly matched in the short term. If a few king-level powerhouses happened to pass by at this time, it would be a big problem. Good. The golden-winged Pung King considered himself the leader of their team and readily agreed. Soon, the few of them landed on the huge, flat area that had been cleared below. Under the control of the golden-winged Pung King and the Heavenly Dog King, the 2 bird tokens flew towards the entrance of the passage. Click tilde. The Heavenly Dog King's eyes lit up, his voice like thunder. Ha ha, to think it really opened. He and the King of Burrows had waited here for a full half-year, finally waiting for the arrival of the team with the other Fen Now token. You go first. The golden-winged Pung King pointed to the newly opened passage, making a gesture of invitation. HMPH. The Heavenly Dog King flicked the long robe behind him and took out a beast-headed human-bodied puppet only the size of his fingernail. Inside the puppet was a world ring, which could allow a monster race powerhouse to enter it. During normal activities, by controlling the puppet, they could avoid the trouble of the monster race's huge bodies being inconvenient to move. The Heavenly Dog King and the King of Burrows had tens of thousands of such puppets. They would scrap one after using it once, so they usually prepared a great many of them. Watching the 2 monster race puppets enter one after another, Gao Xiang thought to himself, these monster race members deliberately use beast-headed human-bodied puppets to insult the human race. It's clear they want to step on humans. The golden-winged Pung King and Gao Xiang entered one after another. King Yangtze entered last. She paused at the entrance for a while, looking at the outside world behind her, with a bad premonition in her heart. She was the weakest here and had almost no self-preservation ability. Her safety relied entirely on the golden-winged Pung King's original promise. When the last person, King Yangtze, entered the legacy place of the Fen Now clan, the outside passage quickly closed. At the same time, the entrance that was just visible quickly became exactly the same as the surrounding environment. The passage was a long corridor about 10 meters wide and high. After the group flew inside for a good while, they finally left the passage. To think that there is a hidden world here. The golden-winged Pung King was the first to fly out of the passage. His huge golden wings behind him flapped gently, keeping him in a hovering state, as he looked at Gao Xiang and the others below. Bang! Bang! After 2 sounds, the 2 beast-headed human-bodied puppets from earlier shattered instantly, and then 2 huge figures rushed out. The King of Burrows and the Heavenly Dog King, both with body lengths very close to 100 kilometers, broke free from the world rings of the puppets and shrugged their respective shoulders. It's really stifling to hide in a world ring. It's better to be spacious here. The King of Burrows found that this area was over 10,000 kilometers long and wide. Even with his mountain-like size, he would not appear crowded here. When Gao Xiang and the others entered the legacy place, deep underground in another location, rows of giants-like statues suddenly moved. The dust on their bodies had long since hardened like stone slabs due to the passage of time. Pieces of stone slabs fell off their bodies. Among them, an elderly giant standing at the very front of this group of giants spoke first. Fellow clansmen, after waiting for countless epochs, we have finally waited for alien races to come in. It's the alien races. Kill the alien races. We want revenge. ... Although the elderly giant's voice was not loud, he merely glanced at these giants, and they instantly quieted down. We must exercise restraint, the alien races are far more powerful than we imagined. Elder Bassa, then what should we do now? One of the younger-looking giants asked the older giant. Elder Bassa looked at this young giant. Barton, do not be impatient. We have waited for so many years, will we be short of these few days? After a pause, Elder Bassa continued. This is our only chance to obtain the legacy of the legacy place, we must plan in advance. If this group of giants were placed in the outside world, they would definitely cause a sensation. Because they were the long-extinct Fen Now clan. After the four peak races opened up the fourth battlefield, the indigenous people of the entire Tianqin continent suffered a devastating disaster. The great beings of the Fen Now clan had already anticipated that the Fen Now clan might face an extinction crisis. Therefore, just after the four peak races opened up the fourth battlefield, they built legacy places one after another in hidden places all over the Tianqin continent. The great beings did not want the treasures of the legacy place to be obtained by alien races, so they set very strict entry conditions. Holding 2 Fen Now tokens was the first test. Gao Xiang and the others, who were in the spacious hall, had been on high alert since they entered. Gao Xiang had learned from the military merit system forum that the Tianqin continent had discovered the legacy place of the Fen Now clan several times before. Gao Xiang learned that these legacy places did not welcome alien races but were specifically set up for the clansmen of the Fen Now clan. Therefore, the legacy place was very likely to have some Fen Now clansmen lying in ambush. Undying powerhouses could possess endless years, they could wait indefinitely until the opportunity arrived.